Vester and he and Musk were among the new millionaires who went to Las Vegas to celebrate Sachs' 30th birthday in May 2002. 6 of the party-goers were in a limousine when one of them, a friend from Stanford, threw up in the back seat. When the driver got them to the hotel, most of the others took off. Elon and I looked at each other and said, "We can't leave this poor driver with vomit in his car," Gracias recalls. So they rode with the driver to a 7-Eleven convenience store, bought paper towels and spray cleaner, and cleaned up the car. Elon has Asperger's, Gracias says, so he sometimes comes across as not emotional, but he actually can care. Gracias and his venture capital firm Valor Management participated in 4 of Tesla's early funding rounds, and in May 2007 he joined the board. That was just when Musk was fathoming the depth of the production problems with the Roadster, and he asked Gracias to figure out what was wrong. For help, Gracias called on an eccentric partner who was a wizard at understanding factories. Tim Watkins. After reviving his electroplating company, Gracias bought some similar companies, including one that had a small factory in Switzerland. When he flew there to inspect it, he was picked up at the airport by a ponytailed British robotics engineer named Tim Watkins, who was wearing a black t-shirt, jeans, and a black fanny pack. Whenever he took a new assignment, he would go to a local chain store and buy a 10-pack of t-shirts and jeans, which he would then shed like a molting lizard during his stay. After a leisurely dinner, Watkins suggested that they go look at the factory. Gracias knew that it did not have a permit to run a night shift, so he was wary when Watkins and the plant manager drove him to a back alley of an industrial park. "I thought for a moment that they might rob me," Gracias admits. Watkins, with a flair for drama, threw open the back door. The lights were out and it was pitch black, but there were sounds of high-speed stamping machines working. When Watkins turned on the lights, Gracias realized that they were whirring on their own, with no workers on the premises. Swiss regulations decreed that workers could be on duty no more than 16 hours per day, so Watkins had instituted a schedule of 2 8-hour shifts separated by 4-hour periods when machines would run on their own. He had devised a formula that predicted when every part of the process would need human intervention. "We could get 24 hours of production for 16 hours of labor each day," he says. Gracias made Watkins a partner in his firm, and they became soulmates, even rooming together as they developed a shared vision of how to swoop into manufacturing companies and make them more efficient. And that's what they set out to do for Musk and Tesla in 2007. The supply chain problem. The first task was to deal with the problem involving the British supplier of the carbon fiber panels, fenders, and doors. After Musk's visit to the company, he had some heated exchanges with its managers. A few months later, they called and said they were giving up. They couldn't deal with his demands, and they were canceling their contract. As soon as Musk got the news, he called Watkins in Chicago. "I'm getting in my plane, I will pick you up in Chicago, and we'll go sort this out," he said. In England, they packed some of the machinery into the plane and flew it to France, where another company, Sotira Composites, had agreed to take on the work. Musk was worried that workers in France were not as dedicated as he was, so he gave them a pep talk. "Please don't strike or go on vacation right now, or Tesla will die," he pleaded. After a dinner at a Loire Valley chateau, he left Watkins behind to teach the French how to work with carbon fiber and make their production lines efficient. The problem with the body panels prompted Musk to worry about other parts of the supply chain, so he asked Watkins to sort out the entire system. What he found was a nightmare. The process began in Japan, where the cells for the lithium-ion batteries were made. 70 of these cells were glued together to form bricks, which were then shipped to a makeshift factory in the jungles of Thailand that once made barbecue grills. There they were assembled into a battery pack with a web of tubes as a cooling mechanism. These could not be flown by airplane, so they were shipped by boat to England and driven to the Lotus factory, where they were assembled into the Roadster chassis. The body panels came from the new supplier in France. The bodies with batteries would then be shipped across the Atlantic and through the Panama Canal to the Tesla assembly facility near Palo Alto. There, a team was in charge of the final assembly, including the AC propulsion motor and drivetrain. By the time the battery cells made their way into a customer's car, they had traveled around the world. This presented not just a logistics nightmare, but also a cash flow problem. Each cell at the beginning of the journey cost $1.50. With labor, a full battery pack of 9,000 cells cost $15,000. Tesla had to pay for them up front, but it would be 9 months before those packs made it around the world and could be sold in a car to consumers. Other parts going into the long supply process likewise burned cash. Outsourcing may save money, but it can hurt cash flow. Compounding the problem was that the design of the car, partly because of Musk's fiddling, had gotten too complex. It was just a flat-out burning dumpster fire of stupidity, Musk later admitted. The chassis had become 40% heavier, and it had to be redesigned to fit the battery pack, which invalidated the crash testing Lotus had done. In retrospect, it would have been much smarter to start with a clean sheet design and not try to modify the Lotus Elise, he says. As for the drivetrain, almost none of the AC propulsion technology turned out to be viable for a production car. We screwed the pooch 6 ways to Sunday, Musk says. When Watkins got to Tesla's California headquarters to sort through this mess with Eberhard, he was shocked to discover that there was no bill of materials for the production of the Roadster. In other words, there was no comprehensive record of every part that went into the car and how much Tesla was paying for each. Eberhard explained that he was trying to move to an SAP system to manage such information, but he didn't have a chief financial officer to organize the transition. You can't manufacture a product without a bill of materials, Watkins told him. There are tens of thousands of components on a vehicle, and you are getting pecked to death by ducks. When Watkins pieced together the true costs, he realized that things were worse than even the most pessimistic projections. The initial Roadsters off the assembly line would cost, including overhead, at least $140,000, and it would not fall much below $120,000 even after production increased. Even if they sold the car for $100,000, they would be hemorrhaging money. Watkins and Gracias presented the grim findings to Musk. The cash-sucking supply chain and the cost of the car would bleed the company of all its money, including the deposits that had been made by customers to reserve a Roadster, before it could even begin selling the car at scale. It was, Watkins says, an oh shit moment. Gracias pulled Musk aside later. "This is not going to work," he said. "Eberhard is not being for real about the numbers." Chapter 25. Taking the Wheel. Tesla, 2007 to 2008. Eberhard's ouster. Soon after he learned about Musk's secret trip to England, Eberhard asked him to dinner in Palo Alto. "Let's start a search to find someone who can replace me," he said. Later, Musk would be brutal about him, but that evening he was supportive. "Nobody will be able to take from you the importance of what you've done by being a founder of this company," he said. At a board meeting the next day, Eberhard described his plan to step aside, and everyone approved. The search for a successor went slowly, mainly because Musk was not satisfied with any of the candidates. Tesla's sheer number of problems was so high that it was nearly impossible to try to find a decent CEO, Musk says. It's hard to find a buyer for a house that's on fire. By July 2007, they had not come close to finding one. That is when Gracias and Watkins came in with their report, and Musk's mood changed. Musk called a meeting of the Tesla board for early August 2007. "What's your best estimate for the cost of the car?" he asked Eberhard. When Musk launches into such a grilling, it's not likely to end happily. Eberhard had trouble giving a precise answer, and Musk became convinced that he was lying. It's a word Musk uses a lot, often rather loosely. He lied to me and said the cost would be no problem, Musk says. That's slanderous, Eberhard responds when I quote Musk's accusations. I wouldn't lie to anybody. Why would I do that? The true cost is going to come out eventually. His voice rises in anger, but there is an undertone of pain and sorrow. He cannot figure out why Musk, after 15 years, is still so fervent about disparaging him. This is the richest man in the world beating on somebody who can't touch him. His original partner, Mark Tarpenning, admits that they badly miscalculated the pricing, but he defends Eberhard against Musk's allegation of lying. Certainly it wasn't deliberate, he says. We were dealing with the pricing information that we had. We weren't lying. A few days after the board meeting, Eberhard was on his way to a conference in Los Angeles when his phone rang. It was Musk who informed him that he was being ousted as CEO immediately. It was like getting hit by a brick on the side of the head, something I never saw coming, says Eberhard, who should have seen it coming. Even though he had suggested a search for a new CEO, he did not expect to be unceremoniously ousted before one was found. They had had a meeting without me to vote me off the island. He tried to reach some board members, but none would take his call. It was unanimous board agreement that Martin had to go, including the members Martin had put on the board, Musk says. Tarpenning soon left as well. Eberhard launched a little website called Tesla Founders Blog, where he vented his frustrations about Musk and accused the company of trying to root out and destroy any of its heart that might still be beating. Board members asked him to tone it down, which didn't work, and then Tesla's lawyer threatened to withdraw his stock options, which did. There are certain people who occupy a demon's corner of Musk's headspace. They trigger him, turn him dark, and rouse a cold anger. His father is number one, but somewhat oddly Martin Eberhard, who is hardly a household name, is second. Getting involved with Eberhard was the worst mistake I ever made in my career, Musk says. Musk unleashed a barrage of attacks on Eberhard in the summer of 2008, as Tesla's production woes mounted, and Eberhard responded by suing him for libel. Musk has set out to rewrite history, the lawsuit began. He still bristles at Musk's accusations that he lied. What the fuck, he says. The company that Mark and I started turned him into the richest man in the world. Isn't that enough already? They finally reached an uneasy legal settlement in 2009 in which they agreed not to disparage each other and that henceforth both of them would be referred to as co-founders of Tesla, along with J.B. Straubel, Mark Tarpenning, and Ian Wright. In addition, Eberhard got a roadster, which he had been promised. They each then issued nice statements about the other that they did not believe. Despite the no disparagement clause, Musk would not be able to stop himself from bursting out in anger every few months. In 2019, he tweeted, "Tesla is alive in spite of Eberhard, but he seeks credit constantly and fools give it him." The following year, he declared, "He is literally the worst person I have ever worked with." Then, in late 2021, "Founding story of Tesla as portrayed by Eberhard is patently false. I wish I had never met him." Michael Marks and the asshole question. Musk should have learned by this point that he was not good at sharing power with a CEO, but he still resisted becoming Tesla's CEO himself. 16 years later, he would be the self-installed chief of 5 major companies, but in 2007, he thought that he should be like almost every other CEO and stick to one company, in his case, SpaceX. So he tapped a Tesla investor, Michael Marks, to be interim CEO. Marks had been the CEO of Flextronics, an electronic manufacturing services company, which he turned into a highly profitable industry leader by pushing a strategy that Musk liked: vertical integration. His company took end-to-end control of multiple steps in the process. Musk and Marks got along well at first. Musk, who had the odd habit of being the world's wealthiest couch surfer, would stay at Mark's home when he visited Silicon Valley. We'd have some wine and shoot the breeze, Marks said. But then Marks made the mistake of believing he could steer the company rather than just carry out Musk's wishes. The first clash came when Marks concluded that Musk's devotion to reality-defying schedules meant that supplies were ordered and paid for, even though there was no chance they would be used to build a car anytime soon. "Why are we bringing all these materials in?" Marks asked at one of his first meetings. A manager replied, "Because Elon keeps insisting that we will be shipping cars in January." The cash flow for these parts was bleeding Tesla's coffers, so Marks canceled most of the orders. Marks also pushed back on Musk's harsh way of dealing with people. A naturally friendly person, Marks was known for his polite and respectful manner toward colleagues, from the janitor to top executives. "Elon is just not a very nice person and didn't treat people well," says Marks, who was appalled that Musk had not even read most of his wife Justine's novels. This wasn't just a matter of niceties, it was affecting Musk's ability to know where the problems were. "I told him that people won't tell him the truth because he intimidates people," Marks says. "He could be a bully and brutal." Marks still wrestles with whether Musk's brain wiring, his ingrained personality and what he calls his Asperger's, can explain or even excuse some of his behavior. Might it even be beneficial in some ways when it comes to running companies where the mission is more important than individual sensitivities? He's somewhere on the spectrum, so I think he honestly doesn't have any connection with people at all, Marks says. Musk counters that being at the other extreme can be debilitating for a leader. Wanting to be everyone's friend, he told Marks, leads you to care too much about the emotions of the individual in front of you rather than caring about the success of the whole enterprise, an approach that can lead to a far greater number of people being hurt. Michael Marks would not fire anyone, Musk says. "I would tell him, Michael, you can't tell people they have to get their shit together, and then when they don't get their shit together, nothing happens to them." A difference in strategy also emerged. Marks decided that Tesla should partner with an experienced automaker to handle the assembly of the Roadster. That flew in the face of Musk's fundamental instincts. He aspired to build gigafactories where raw materials would go in one end and cars would come out the other. During their debates over Marx's proposal to outsource assembly of the Tesla, Musk became increasingly angry, and he had no natural filter to restrain his responses. "That's just the stupidest thing I've ever heard," he said at a couple of meetings. That was a line that Steve Jobs used often. So did Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos. Their brutal honesty could be unnerving, even offensive. It could constrict rather than encourage honest dialogue. But it was also effective at times in creating what Jobs called a team of A players who didn't want to be around fuzzy thinkers. Marks was too accomplished and proud to put up with Musk's behavior. "He treated me like a child, and I'm not a child," he says. "I'm older than he is. I'd also run a $25 billion company." He soon left. Marks concedes that Musk turned out to be right about the benefits of controlling all aspects of the manufacturing process. In a more conflicted way, he also wrestles with the core question about Musk, whether his bad behavior can be separated from the all-in drive that made him successful. "I've come to put him in the same category as Steve Jobs, which is that some people are just assholes, but they accomplish so much that I just have to sit back and say, that seems to be a package." Does that, I ask, excuse Musk's behavior? Maybe if the price the world pays for this kind of accomplishment is a real asshole doing it, well, it's probably a price worth paying. That's how I've come to think about it anyway. Then, after a pause, he adds, "But I wouldn't want to be that way." When Marks left, Musk recruited a CEO he felt would be tougher, Zev Drory, a combat-tested Israeli paratroop officer who had become a successful entrepreneur in the semiconductor business. The only person who would actually agree to be CEO of Tesla was someone who was afraid of nothing, because there was a lot to be afraid of, Musk says. But Drory did not know anything about making cars. After a few months, a delegation of senior executives led by J.B. Straubel said that they would have trouble continuing to work for him, and Ira Ehrenpreis, a board member, helped convince Musk to take over himself. "I've got to have both hands on the steering wheel," Musk told Drury. "I can't have two of us driving." Drury gracefully stepped aside, and Musk became the official CEO of Tesla, and the fourth with that title in about a year, in October 2008. Chapter 26. Divorce. 2008. After the death of their son Nevada, Justine and Elon decided to get pregnant again as soon as possible. They went to an in vitro fertilization clinic, and in 2004 she gave birth to twins, Griffin and Xavier. 2 years later, again through IVF, they had triplets, Kai, Saxon, and Damien. They had begun the marriage living together in a small apartment in Silicon Valley. They shared with 3 roommates and a miniature dachshund who was not housebroken, Justine recalls. And now they were living in a 6,000-square-foot mansion in the Bel Air Hills section of Los Angeles with 5 quirky boys, a staff of 5 nannies and housekeepers, and a miniature dachshund who still was not housebroken. Despite their tumultuous natures, there were times when their relationship was tender. They would walk to Kepler's books near Palo Alto, arms around each other's waists, take their purchases to a cafe and read over coffee. "I get choked up talking about it," Justine says. "There were moments of being just totally content, like totally." Musk was awkward socially, but he liked to go to celebrity-studded parties and hang out until dawn. "We went to black tie fundraisers and got the best tables at elite Hollywood nightclubs, with Paris Hilton and Leonardo DiCaprio partying next to us," Justine says. "When Google co-founder Larry Page got married on Richard Branson's private Caribbean island, we were there, hanging out in a villa with John Cusack and watching Bono pose with swarms of adoring women." But through it all, they fought. He was addicted to storm and stress, and she was swept into the turbulence. During their worst arguments, Justine would express how much she hated him, and he would respond by saying such things as, "If you were my employee, I would fire you." Sometimes he would call her a moron and an idiot, chillingly channeling his father. "When I spent some time with Errol," Justine says, "I realized that's where he'd gotten the vocabulary." Kimball, who used to fight physically with his brother, found it difficult to watch him fight verbally with Justine. "Elon fights in a high-intensity way," Kimball says, "and Justine could go to the mat as well. You watch it and you're like, holy moly, this is brutal. I ended up distancing myself from him for years because of Justine. I just could not be around it." The entire unsettled lifestyle led to a downward spiral. "It was basically a massive clusterfuck of disruptive things," says Justine. She felt herself turning into or being turned into a trophy wife, and she says, "I sucked at it." He pushed her to dye her hair blonder, go platinum, he said. But she resisted and began retreating. "I met him when he didn't have much at all," she says. The accumulation of wealth and fame changed the dynamic. As he would do with his colleagues at work, Musk could flip instantly from light to dark to light. He would hurl some insults, pause, then his face would melt into an amused grin and he would make some oddball jokes. "He's strong-willed and powerful, like a bear," Justine told Esquire's Tom Janot. "He can be playful and funny and romp around with you, but in the end, you're still dealing with a bear." When Musk was focused on a work issue, he went into a zone, like he had back in grade school, where he was completely unresponsive. Later, when I recounted to Justine all the calamities at SpaceX and Tesla that were hitting him in 2008, she started to cry. "He didn't share these things with me," she says. "I don't think it occurred to him that maybe it would have been very helpful. He was in such a combative relationship with the world, all he had to do was clue me in." The main thing she missed in him was empathy. "He's a great man in a lot of ways," she says, "but it's that lack of empathy that always gives me pause." During a drive one day, she tried to explain to him the concept of true empathy. He kept making it something cerebral, and he explained how, with his Asperger's, he had taught himself to be more psychologically astute. No, it has nothing to do with thinking or analysis or reading the other person, she said. It involves feeling. You feel the other person. He conceded that was important in relationships, but he suggested that his brain wiring was an advantage in running a high-performance company. The strong will and emotional distance that makes him difficult as a husband, Justine concedes, may be reasons for his success in running a business. Elon would get annoyed when Justine pushed him to try psychotherapy. She had started going to a therapist after Nevada's death and developed a deep interest in the field. It led her, she says, to the insight that Elon's rough childhood and his brain wiring allowed him to shut down emotions. Intimacy was hard. When you're from a dysfunctional background or have a brain wired like his, she says, intensity takes the place of intimacy. That's not exactly right, especially with his kids. Musk can feel strongly and be emotionally needy. He craves having someone around, even former girlfriends. But it's true that what he lacks in daily intimacy he makes up for in intensity. Justine's dissatisfaction with the marriage deepened her depression and made her angry. She went from having some highs and lows to just being angry every day, Elon says. He blamed it on Adderall, a cognitive enhancer that her psychiatrist had prescribed, and he would go around the house throwing away the pills. Justine agrees that she was both depressed and reliant on Adderall. I was diagnosed with attention deficit disorder, and Adderall was an amazing help for me, she says. But it wasn't the reason I was angry. I was angry because Elon shut me out. In the spring of 2008, amid the exploding rockets and turmoil at Tesla, Justine was in a car accident. Afterward, she sat on their bed with her knees pulled up to her chest and tears in her eyes. She told Elon that their relationship had to change. I didn't want to be a sideline player in the multi-million-dollar spectacle of my husband's life, she says. I wanted to love and be loved the way we had before he made all his millions. Elon agreed to enter counseling, but after a month and 3 sessions, the marriage broke up. Justine's version is that Elon gave her an ultimatum. Either she accept the marriage for what it was, or he would file for divorce. His version is that she had repeatedly said she wanted to get divorced, and he finally said, I'm willing to stay married, but you have to promise not to be mean to me all the time. When Justine made it clear that the current situation was unacceptable to her, he filed for divorce. I felt numb, she recalls, but strangely relieved. Chapter 27. Tallulah, 2008. In July 2008, after breaking up with Justine, Musk was scheduled to give a speech to the Royal Aeronautical Society in London. It was not a propitious time to be talking about rockets. 2 of his had blown up, and the 3rd attempt was supposed to launch in 3 weeks. Tesla's kludgy production chain was sucking up cash, and the early signs of a global economic meltdown were making new financing difficult. Plus, his divorce wranglings with Justine threatened his ability to control his Tesla stock. Nevertheless, he went. In his speech, he argued that commercial space ventures such as SpaceX were more innovative than government programs and were necessary if humans wanted to colonize other planets. He then went to visit the CEO of Aston Martin, who dumped all over the electric car movement and dismissed worries about climate change. The next day, Musk awoke with stomach pains, which was not unusual. He can pretend to like stress, but his stomach can't. He was traveling with his friend Bill Lee, a successful entrepreneur, who took him to a clinic. When the doctor determined that he did not have appendicitis or anything worse, Lee insisted that they go let off some steam, and he called a friend, Nick House, who owned the hot nightclub Whiskey Mist. I was trying to snap Elon out of his mood, Lee says. Musk kept trying to leave, but House convinced them to come to a VIP room in the basement. A few moments later, an actress wearing an eye-catching evening gown walked in. Tallulah Riley, then 22, grew up in a picture book English village in Hertfordshire, and by the time she met Musk, had distinguished herself in some small but well-played roles, most notably as the tone-deaf middle Bennet sister, Mary, in an adaptation of Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice. Tall and beautiful with long, flowing hair and a sharp mind and personality, she was very much Musk's type. Introduced by Nick House and another friend, James Fabricant, she ended up sitting with Musk. He seemed quite shy and slightly awkward, she says. He was talking about rockets, and at first I didn't realize they were his rockets. At one point he asked, "May I put my hand on your knee?" She was a bit taken aback, but nodded her assent. At the end, he said to her, "I'm very bad at this, but please may I have your phone number, because I would like to see you again." Riley had only recently moved out of her parents' home, and she called the next morning to tell them about the man she had just met. As they were speaking, her father did a Google search. "This man is married and has 5 children, he reported. "You've been taken in by some playboy." Furious, she called her friend Fabricant, who calmed her down and assured her that Musk had broken up with his wife. "We ended up having breakfast together," Riley says, "and at the end he said, 'I'd really like to see you for lunch.' And then after lunch that day he said, 'Well, that was really wonderful. Now I'd like to see you for dinner.' Over the next 3 days they had almost every meal together and went shopping at Hamley's toy store to get gifts for his 5 kids. They were lovebirds, holding hands the entire time," Lee says. At the end of the trip, he invited her to fly back to Los Angeles with him. She couldn't because she had to go to Sicily for a photo shoot for a Tatler article about a movie she had just made, St. Trinian's. But from there, she flew to Los Angeles. Rather than moving in with Musk, which she believed was improper, she took a room for a week at the Peninsula Hotel. At the end of the visit, he proposed. "I'm really sorry I don't have a ring," he said. She suggested they shake hands on it, which they did. I remember swimming around with him in the rooftop pool, very giddy, talking about how strange it was that we had known each other for about 2 weeks and were now engaged. Riley said she felt sure things would work out. "What's the worst that could happen to us?" she joked. Musk, suddenly in earnest mode, replied, "One of us could die." Somehow in the moment she found that very romantic. When her parents flew from London to meet Musk a few weeks later, he asked her father if he could marry her. "I know my daughter very well and I trust her judgment, so off you go," he replied. May flew to Los Angeles and for once approved of one of her son's partners. She was an absolute delight, funny and loving and successful, she says, and her parents were so nice, a really good English couple. But on the advice of his brother Kimball, he decided, and Tallulah concurred, that they should wait a couple of years before getting married. Chapter 28. Strike 3. Kwaj, August 3, 2008. After 2 failed launches from the remote atoll of Kwajalein, the 3rd attempt of the Falcon 1 rocket would make or break SpaceX, or at least that's what everyone, including Musk, thought. He told his team he had money for only 3 tries. "I believed that if we couldn't do it in 3, he says, we deserved to die." For the 2nd flight, SpaceX had not put a real satellite on top of the rocket because it did not want to lose a valuable payload if it crashed. But for this 3rd attempt, Musk was all in, gambling on success. The rocket would carry an expensive 180-pound Air Force satellite, 2 smaller satellites from NASA, and the cremated remains of James Doohan, the actor who played Scotty on Star Trek. The liftoff went beautifully, and the control room in Los Angeles, where Musk was watching, erupted in cheers as the rocket ascended. After 2 minutes and 20 seconds, the upper stage detached from the booster as scheduled. The payload seemed to be headed for orbit. "Third time a charm," one engineer shouted. Then, once again, there was a gasp from Mueller seated in his usual spot next to Musk. 1 second after the booster started descending back to Earth, as it was supposed to do, it spurted up briefly and bumped into the 2nd stage. The video feed went blank, and Musk and his team immediately knew that both stages, along with the remains of dear Scotty, were now crashing down. The problem was that they had redesigned the cooling system for the Merlin engine, and that caused it to have a little bit of thrust even after it shut down. Mueller's team had tested the new system on the ground, and it worked fine under sea-level conditions. But in the vacuum of space, the tiny spurt of the residual fuel burn nudged the booster up a foot or so. Musk had run out of money. Tesla was hemorrhaging cash, and SpaceX had crashed 3 rockets in a row. But he was not ready to give up. Instead, he would go for broke, literally. SpaceX will not skip a beat in execution going forward, he announced a few hours after the failure. There should be absolutely zero question that SpaceX will prevail in reaching orbit. I will never give up, and I mean never. In the SpaceX conference room the next day, Musk got on a conference call with Konigsman, Buzza, and the launch team on Quaj. They went over the data and figured out ways to allow more separation time so the bump would not happen again. Musk was in a somber mood. It was the shittiest period of my life, given what was happening with my marriage, SpaceX, and Tesla, he says. I didn't even have a house, Justine had it. The team worried that he would, as he often did, try to single out people to blame. They prepared for a cold eruption. Instead, he told them that there were components for a 4th rocket in the Los Angeles factory. Build it, he said, and transport it to Quaj as soon as possible. He gave them a deadline that was barely realistic. Launch it in 6 weeks. He told us to go for it, says Konigsman, and it blew me away. A jolt of optimism spread through headquarters. I think most of us would have followed him into the gates of hell carrying suntan oil after that, says Dolly Singh, the Human Resources Director. Within moments, the energy of the building went from despair and defeat to a massive buzz of determination. Carl Hoffman, a Wired reporter who had watched the failure of the second launch with Musk, reached him to ask how he maintained his optimism. Optimism, pessimism, fuck that, Musk answered. We're going to make it happen. As God is my bloody witness, I'm hell-bent on making it work. Chapter 29. On the Brink. Tesla and SpaceX, 2008. On February 1, 2008, an email went out to employees at Tesla headquarters. P1 arriving now, it announced. P1 was the code name for the first Roadster to make it through the production process. Musk spoke briefly and then took the Roadster on a victory lap around Palo Alto. This rollout of a few vehicles which had all been fitted by hand was only a small triumph. Many car companies, long bankrupt and forgotten, had done similar things. The next challenge was to have a manufacturing process that could churn out the cars profitably. In the past century, only one American car company, Ford, had managed to do that without going through bankruptcy. At that moment, it was unclear that Tesla would become the second. A subprime mortgage meltdown had begun, which would lead to the most severe global recession since the Great Depression. Tesla's supply chain was unwieldy, and the company was running out of money. In addition, SpaceX had yet to get a rocket into orbit. Even though I now had a Roadster, Musk says, it was the beginning of the most painful year of my life. Musk often skated close to the edge of legality. He kept Tesla afloat through the first half of 2008 by dipping into the deposits made by customers for Roadsters that had not yet been built. Some Tesla executives and board members felt that the deposits should have been kept in escrow rather than tapped for operating expense, but Musk insisted. We either do this or we die. As the situation got more desperate in the fall of 2008, Musk pleaded for money from friends and family to meet Tesla's payroll. Kimball had lost most of his money in the recession and, like his brother, was close to bankruptcy. He had been clinging to $375,000 in Apple stock, which he said he needed to cover loans he had taken from his bank. I need you to put it into Tesla, Elon said. Kimball, ever supportive, sold the stock and did as Elon asked. He got an angry call from his banker at Colorado Capital, warning that he was destroying his credit. "Sorry, but I have to do it," Kimball replied. When the banker called again a few weeks later, Kimball braced for an argument. But the banker cut him short with the news that Colorado Capital itself had just gone under. That's how bad 2008 was, Kimball says. Musk's friend Bill Lee invested $2 million, Sergey Brin of Google invested $500,000, and even regular Tesla employees wrote checks. Musk borrowed personally to cover his expenses, which included paying $170,000 per month for his own divorce lawyers and, as California law requires of the wealthier spouse, those of Justine. God bless Jeff Skoll, who gave Elon money to see him through, Tallulah says of Musk's friend, who was the first president of eBay. Antonio Gracias also stepped up, loaning him $1 million. Even Tallulah's parents offered to help. "I was very upset and called Mommy and Daddy, and they said they would remortgage their house and try to help," she recalls. That offer Musk declined. "Your parents shouldn't lose their house just because I put in everything I had," he told her. Tallulah watched in horror as, night after night, Musk had mumbling conversations with himself, sometimes flailing his arms and screaming. "I kept thinking he was going to have a heart attack," she says. "He was having night terrors and just screaming in his sleep and clawing at me. It was horrendous. I was really scared, and he was just desperate. Sometimes he would go to the bathroom and start vomiting. It would go to his gut, and he would be screaming and retching," she says. "I would stand by the toilet and hold his head." Musk's tolerance for stress is high, but 2008 almost pushed him past his limits. "I was working every day, all day and night, in a situation that required me to pull a rabbit out of the hat. Now do it again, now do it again," he says. He gained a lot of weight and then suddenly lost it all and more. His posture became hunched and his toes stayed stiff when he walked. But he became energized and hyper-focused. The threat of the hangman's noose concentrated his mind. There was one decision that everyone around Musk thought he would have to make. As 2008 careened toward a close, it seemed that he would have to choose between SpaceX and Tesla. If he focused his dwindling resources on one, he could be pretty sure it would survive. If he tried to split his resources, neither might. One day, his high-spirited soulmate, Mark Juncosa, walked into his cubicle at SpaceX. "Dude, why don't you fucking just give up on one of these two things?" he asked. "If SpaceX speaks to your heart, throw Tesla away." "No," Musk said. "That would be another notch in the signpost of electric cars don't work, and we'd never get to sustainable energy." Nor could he abandon SpaceX. We might then never be a multiplanetary species. The more people pressed him to choose, the more he resisted. "For me emotionally, this was like, you got 2 kids and you're running out of food," he says. "You can give half to each kid, in which case they might both die, or give all the food to one kid and increase the chance that at least one kid survives. I couldn't bring myself to decide that one was going to die, so I decided I had to give my all to save both." Chapter 30. The Fourth Launch. Quaj, August to September 2008. Founders to the rescue. Musk had budgeted for 3 launch attempts of the Falcon 1, and all had exploded before they could get to orbit. Facing personal bankruptcy and with Tesla in a financial crisis, it was hard to see how he was going to raise money for a 4th attempt. Then a surprising group came to the rescue. His fellow co-founders of PayPal, who had ejected him from the role of CEO 8 years earlier. Musk had taken his ouster with unusual calm, and he stayed friendly with the coup leaders, including Peter Thiel and Max Levchin. The old PayPal Mafia, as they called themselves, were a tight-knit crowd. They helped finance their former colleague David Sachs, the friend who took notes for Antonio Gracias in law school, when he produced the satirical movie Thank You for Smoking. Thiel teamed up with 2 other PayPal alums, Ken Howry and Luke Nosek, to form the Founders Fund, which invested mainly in internet startups. Thiel was, he says, categorically skeptical about clean tech, so the fund had not invested in Tesla. Nozick, who had become close to Musk, suggested that they invest in SpaceX. Thiel agreed to conference call with Musk to discuss the idea. At one point, I asked Elon whether he could speak to the company's chief rocket engineer, Thiel says, and Elon replied, "You're speaking to him right now." That did not reassure Thiel, but Nozick pushed hard to make the investment. I argued that what Elon was trying to do was amazing, and we should be a part of it, he says. Eventually, Thiel relented and agreed that the fund could put in $20 million. Part of my thinking was that it would be a way to patch things up from the PayPal saga, he says. The investment was announced on August 3, 2008, just after the third launch attempt failed. It served as a lifeline that allowed Musk to declare that he was going to fund a fourth launch. It was an interesting exercise in karma, Musk says. After I got assassinated by the PayPal coup leaders, like Caesar being stabbed in the Senate, I could have said, "You guys, you suck." But I didn't. If I'd done that, Founders Fund wouldn't have come through in 2008, and SpaceX would be dead. I'm not into astrology or shit like that, but karma may be real. Crunch time. Musk had jolted his team right after the third failed flight in August 2008, with his deadline of getting a new rocket to Quad in 6 weeks. That seemed like a Musk reality distortion ploy. It had taken them 12 months between the first and second failed launches, and another 17 months between the second and the third. But because the rocket did not need any fundamental design changes to correct the problems that caused the third failure, he calculated that a 6-week deadline was doable and would energize his team. Also, given his rapid cash burn, he had no other choice. SpaceX had components for that fourth rocket in its Los Angeles factory, but shipping it by sea to Quad would take 4 weeks. Tim Buzza, SpaceX's launch director, told Musk that the only way to meet his deadline would be to charter a C-17 transport plane from the Air Force. "Well, then just do it," Musk replied. That's when Buzza knew that Musk was willing to put all his chips on the table. 20 SpaceX employees rode with the rocket in the hold of the C-17, strapped into jump seats along the wall. The mood was festive. The work-crazed crew members were about to pull off, they thought, a hardcore miracle. As they flew over the Pacific, a young engineer named Trip Harris pulled out a guitar and started playing. His parents were music professors from Tennessee, and he had trained to become a classical musician. But one Christmas he was watching Star Trek and decided that he wanted to be a rocket scientist instead. I ended up figuring out how to change my brain from doing music to doing engineering, which was not as much of a transition as he thought. After a year at Purdue, he was scrambling for a summer internship, but kept bombing interviews. He had resigned himself to working at a local Ace Hardware when his professor got a call from a friend at SpaceX saying it needed interns. Without waiting for any paperwork, Harris got into his car the next morning, left his girlfriend behind, and drove from Indiana to Los Angeles. As they started to descend for refueling in Hawaii, there was a loud popping sound, and another. "We're like looking at each other like, this seems weird," Harris says. And then we get another bang, and we saw the side of the rocket tank crumpling like a Coke can. The rapid descent of the plane caused the pressure in the hold to increase, and the valves of the tank weren't letting in air fast enough to allow the pressure inside to equalize. There was a mad scramble as the engineers pulled out their pocket knives and began cutting away the shrink wrapping and trying to open the valves. Bülent Altan ran to the cockpit to try to stop the descent. Here's this big Turkish guy screaming at the Air Force pilots, who were the whitest Americans you have ever seen, to go back higher, Harris says. Astonishingly, they did not dump the rocket or Altan into the ocean. Instead, they agreed to ascend, but warned Altan that they had only 30 minutes of fuel. That meant in 10 minutes they would need to start descending again. One of the engineers climbed inside the dark area between the rocket's first and second stage, found the large pressurization line and managed to twist it open, allowing air to rush into the rocket and equalize the pressure as the cargo plane again started to descend. The metal began popping back close to its original shape, but damage had been done. The exterior was dented and one of the slosh baffles had been dislodged. They called Musk in Los Angeles to tell him what happened and suggest that they bring the rocket back. All of us standing there could just hear this pause, says Harris. He is silent for a minute, then he's like, "No, you're going to get it to Quaj and fix it there." Harris recalls that when they got to Quaj, their first reaction was, "Man, we're doomed." But after a day, the excitement kicked in. We began telling ourselves we're going to make this work. Buzza and the chief of rocket structures, Chris Thompson, rustled up the equipment they needed at SpaceX headquarters, including new baffles to prevent slosh in the tanks, and loaded it onto Musk's jet for the trip from Los Angeles to Quaj. There they found a hive of engineers scurrying around in the middle of the night, working frantically on the stripped rocket as if they were doctors in an emergency room trying to save a patient. After SpaceX's first 3 failures, Musk had imposed more quality controls and risk reduction procedures. So we were now used to moving a little bit slower with more documentation and checks, Buzza says. He told Musk that if they followed all these new requirements, it would take 5 weeks to repair the rocket. If they jettisoned the requirements, they could do it in 5 days. Musk made the expected decision. "Okay," he said, "go as fast as you can." Musk's decision to reverse his orders about quality controls taught Buzza 2 things. Musk could pivot when situations changed, and he was willing to take more risk than anyone. This is something that we had to learn, which was that Elon would make a statement, but then time would go on, and he would realize, "Oh no, actually, we can do it this other way," Buzza says. As they scrambled in the brutal Quaj sun, they were watched by an abnormally large coconut crab that was close to 3 feet long. They named it Elon, and under its gaze, they were able to complete the repairs in the allotted 5 days. It was unlike anything that the bloated companies in the aerospace industry could possibly have imagined, Buzza says. Sometimes his insane deadlines make sense. 4th time's a charm. Unless this 4th launch attempt succeeded, it would be the end of SpaceX and probably of the wacky notion that space pioneering could be led by private entrepreneurs. It might also be the end of Tesla. We wouldn't be able to get any new funding for Tesla, Musk says. People would be like, "Look at that guy whose rocket company failed. He's a loser." The launch was scheduled for September 28, 2008, and Musk planned to watch from the command van at SpaceX headquarters in Los Angeles. To relieve tension, Kimball suggested that they take their kids to Disneyland that morning. It was a crowded Sunday, and they had not arranged for VIP access, but waiting in the long lines was a blessing because it had a calming effect on Elon. Fittingly, they rode the Space Mountain roller coaster, which was such an obvious metaphor that it would seem trite were it not true. Dressed in the beige polo shirt and faded jeans he had worn to Disneyland, Musk arrived at the command van just as the launch window was opening at 4 p.m. On one of the monitors, he could see the Falcon 1 on the Quaj launch pad. There was silence in the control room as a woman's voice intoned the countdown. When the rocket cleared the tower, the cheering began, but Musk stared silently at the data streaming onto his computer and at the monitor on the wall showing video from the rocket's cameras. After 60 seconds, the video showed the plume from the engine darkening. This was fine. It was because the rocket had reached more rarefied air with less oxygen. The islets of Kwajalein Atoll receded, looking like a strand of pearls in the turquoise sea. After 2 minutes, it was time for the stages to separate. The booster engine shut down, and this time there was a 5-second delay before the second stage was unleashed to prevent the bumping that had doomed the 3rd launch. When the second stage slowly pulled away, Musk finally allowed himself to let out a whoop of joy. The Kestrel engine on the second stage performed perfectly. Its nozzle glowed a dull red from the heat, but Musk knew the material could get white hot and survive. Finally, 9 minutes after liftoff, the Kestrel engine cut off as planned, and its payload was released into orbit. By now the cheers were deafening, and Musk was pumping his arms into the air. Kimball, standing next to him, started to cry. Falcon 1 made history as the first privately built rocket to launch from the ground and reach orbit. Musk and his small crew of just 500 employees, Boeing's comparable division had 50,000, had designed the system from the ground up and done all the construction on its own. Little had been outsourced, and the funding had also been private, largely out of Musk's pocket. SpaceX had contracts to perform missions for NASA and other clients, but they would get paid only if and when they succeeded. There were no subsidies or cost-plus contracts. "That was frigging awesome," Musk yelled as he walked onto the factory floor. He did a little jig in front of cheering employees gathered near the canteen. "Fourth time's a charm." As the cheers rose again, he began stuttering a bit more than usual. "My mind is kind of frazzled, so it's hard for me to say anything," he murmured. But then he pronounced his vision for the future. "This is just the first step of many. We're going to get Falcon 9 to orbit next year, get the Dragon spacecraft going, and take over from the space shuttle. We're going to do a lot of things, even getting to Mars." Despite his stony appearance, Musk's stomach had been wrenched during the launch, almost to the point of throwing up. Even after the success, he had trouble feeling joy. "My cortisol levels, my stress hormones, the adrenaline, they were just so high that it was hard for me to feel happy," he says. "There was a sense of relief, like being spared from death, but no joy. I was way too stressed for that." I love NASA. The successful launch saved the future of entrepreneurial space endeavors. Like Roger Bannister besting the 4-minute mile, SpaceX made people recalibrate their sense of limitation when it came to getting to space, wrote the author Ashley Vance. That led to a major change in direction for NASA. The impending end of its space shuttle program meant that the U.S. would no longer have any capacity to send crews or cargo to the International Space Station. So the agency announced a competition for a contract to fly cargo missions there. The success of the fourth Falcon 1 flight allowed Musk and Gwynne Shotwell to fly to Houston in late 2008 to meet with NASA and push their case. When they got off his jet, Musk pulled her aside for a chat on the tarmac. "NASA is worried that I have to split my time between SpaceX and Tesla," he told her. "I kind of need a partner." It was not an idea that came easily to him. He was better at commanding than partnering. Then he made her an offer. "Do you want to be president of SpaceX?" He would remain the CEO, and they would divide responsibilities. "I'll focus on engineering and product development," he said, "and I want you to focus on customer management, human resources, government affairs, and a lot of the finance." She accepted right away. "I love working with people, and he loves working with hardware and designs," she explains. On December 22nd, as if to ring down the curtain on the horrible year of 2008, Musk got a call on his cell phone. NASA spaceflight chief Bill Gerstenmaier, who would later end up at SpaceX, gave him the news. SpaceX was going to be awarded a $1.6 billion contract to make 12 round trips to the space station. "I love NASA," Musk responded. "You guys rock." Then he changed his password for his computer login to "I love NASA." Chapter 31. Saving Tesla. December 2008. Tesla financing, December 2008. Musk could not savor the NASA contract for more than a few minutes. In fact, his stress level didn't abate at all. SpaceX may have gotten a Christmas reprieve, but Tesla was still careening toward bankruptcy at the end of 2008. It was due to run out of money on Christmas Eve. Neither the company nor Musk personally had enough in the bank to meet the next payroll. Musk enlisted his existing investors to fund a new equity round of a mere $20 million. It would be just enough to enable Tesla to sputter forward for a few more months. But when he thought the plan was wrapped up, he discovered that one investor was balking, Vantage Point Capital, led by Alan Salzman. And in order for the new equity to be issued, all of the existing investors had to approve. Salzman and Musk had spent the past few months disagreeing on strategy. At one point, they got into a shouting match at Tesla's headquarters, which could be overheard by employees. Salzman wanted Tesla to become a supplier of battery packs to other car companies, such as Chrysler. It would help fund Tesla's growth, Salzman said. Musk thought that was nuts. Salzman was trying to insist that we hitch our wagon to a legacy car company, he says, and I'm like, that ship is literally sinking. Salzman was upset that Tesla was burning through the deposits made by Roadster customers, even though the cars had not been built. People thought they put down a deposit, not an unsecured loan, to fund the company. Morally, it was wrong. Musk was able to get outside counsel to provide an opinion that it was legal. Salzman was also repelled by Musk's behavior. He was tough on people and needlessly insensitive. That was just part of his DNA. It didn't sit well with me. On one unofficial board call with Kimball listening in, Salzman tried to lay the ground for removing Musk as CEO. I was furious at what these evil fools were trying to do to Elon, Kimball says. I started yelling, no way you're not doing this, you guys are fools. Antonio Gracias was also on the call. Nope, we've got Elon's back, he said. Kimball called his brother, who was able to block a board vote. He was in such a trance-like focus that he didn't even get angry. Salzman and his partners insisted that Musk come to their office and detail Tesla's capital needs going forward. He was trying to perform open-heart surgery, and we were trying to make sure that he wasn't putting in the wrong blood type, Salzman says. When you have one person with inordinate control, and that person is under a lot of stress, that's a dicey situation. Musk got angry. We've got to do this right away or we'll miss payroll, he told Salzman. But Salzman insisted that they meet the following week. He also set the time for 7 a.m., further enraging Musk. I'm a night owl. I'm like, oh man, this is fucked, he says. Salzman was doing this to me because he is a dickhead. Musk felt that Salzman relished the chance to look him in the eye and say no, which is what happened. Musk can be forgiving, as he showed by his reconciliation with his PayPal partners. But there are a few people who cause him to go ballistic, almost irrationally so. Martin Eberhard is one, and Alan Salzman became another. Musk thought he was intentionally trying to push Tesla into bankruptcy. He is such a douche, Musk says. When I say he is a douchebag, that is descriptive, not pejorative. Salzman calmly denies Musk's allegations and seemed sanguine about his insults. We did not have any scheme to take over the company or force it into bankruptcy, he says. That's absurd. Our role is simply to support a company and make sure its capital is spent wisely. Despite Musk's personal attacks on him, he actually expresses some admiration. He has been a singular driving force behind the company, and I'll give him credit that it worked out. I doff my hat. In order to get around Salzman's veto on a new equity round, Musk scrambled to restructure the financing so that it did not involve issuing more equity, but instead taking on more debt. The make-or-break conference call came on Christmas Eve, 2 days after SpaceX was awarded its NASA contract. Musk was at Kimball's house in Boulder, Colorado, along with Tallulah Riley. I was on the floor wrapping presents for the kids, and Elon was on the bed on the phone, frantically trying to sort this thing out, she recalls. Christmas for me is very important, so my priority was to buffer the kids from the situation. I kept saying, it's Christmas, there'll be some sort of miracle. And there was. Vantage Point ended up supporting the plan, as did the other investors on the call. Musk broke down in tears. Had it gone the other way, Tesla would have been dead, he says, and maybe, too, the dream of electric cars for many years. At the time, all of the major U.S. car companies had quit making electric vehicles. Government loans and a Daimler investment. Over the years, one criticism of Tesla has been that the company was bailed out or subsidized by the government in 2009. In fact, Tesla did not get money from the Treasury Department's Troubled Asset Relief Program, TARP, commonly known as the bailout. Under that program, the government lent $18.4 billion to General Motors and Chrysler as they went through bankruptcy restructuring. Tesla did not apply for any TARP or stimulus package money. What Tesla did get in June 2009 was $465 million in interest-bearing loans from a Department of Energy program. The Advanced Technology Vehicles Manufacturing Loan Program lent money to companies to make electric or fuel-efficient cars. Ford, Nissan, and Fisker Automotive also got loans. The Energy Department's loan to Tesla was not an immediate infusion of cash. Unlike the bailout money to GM and Chrysler, the loan money was tied to actual expenses. We had to spend money and then submit invoices to the government, Musk explains. So the first check did not come until early 2010. 3 years later, Tesla repaid its loan along with $12 million interest. Nissan repaid in 2017, Fisker went bankrupt, and as of 2023, Ford still owed the money. A more significant infusion for Tesla came from Daimler. In October 2008, amid Tesla's crisis and SpaceX's launch failures, Musk flew to the German company's Stuttgart headquarters. The Daimler executives told him that they were interested in creating an electric car, and they had a team that was planning to visit the U.S. in January 2009. They invited Tesla to show them a proposal for an electric version of Daimler's smart car. Upon his return, Musk told J.B. Straubel that they should scramble to put together an electric smart car prototype by the time the Daimler team arrived. They dispatched an employee to Mexico, where gasoline-powered smart cars were available, to buy one and drive it to California. Then they put a Roadster electric motor and battery pack in it. When the Daimler executives arrived at Tesla in January 2009, they seemed annoyed that they had been scheduled to meet with a small and cash-strapped company they had barely heard of. I remember them being very grumpy and wanting to get out of there as soon as possible, Musk says. They were expecting some lame PowerPoint presentation. Then Musk asked them if they wanted to drive the car. "What do you mean?" one of the Daimler team asked. Musk explained that they had created a working model. They went to the parking lot and the Daimler executives took a test drive. The car bolted forward in an instant and reached 60 miles per hour in about 4 seconds. It blew them away. That smart car hauled ass, Musk says. You could do wheelies in that car. As a result, Daimler contracted with Tesla for battery packs and powertrains for smart cars, an idea not so different from the one Salzman had suggested. Musk asked Daimler also to consider investing in the company. In May 2009, even before the Department of Energy loans were approved, Daimler agreed to take a $50 million equity stake in Tesla. If Daimler had not invested in Tesla at that time, we would have died, Musk says. Chapter 32. The Model S. Tesla 2009. Henrik Fisker. The Christmas 2008 financing round, Daimler investment, and government loan allowed Musk to proceed with a project that, if successful, would turn Tesla into a real automotive company that could lead the way into the electric vehicle era. A mainstream four-door sedan costing about $60,000 that would be mass-produced. It became known as the Model S. Musk had spent a lot of time on the Roadster design, but he had a much harder time when he tried to help shape a four-door sedan. In a sports car, the lines and proportions are like that of a supermodel, and it's relatively easy to make that good-looking, he says. But the proportions of a sedan are harder to make pleasing. Tesla had originally contracted with Henrik Fisker, a Danish-born designer in Southern California, who had produced the sensuous styling of the BMW Z8 and the Aston Martin DB9. Musk was not impressed with his ideas. "The car looks like a fucking egg on wheels," he said of one of Fisker's sketches. "Lower the roof." Fisker tried to explain the problem to Musk. Because the battery pack would raise the floor of the car, the roof needed to bulge in order to provide enough headroom. Fisker went to a whiteboard and sketched the Aston Martin design that Musk liked. It was low and wide, but the Model S could not have the same sleek proportions because of its battery location. "Imagine you're at a fashion show with Giorgio Armani," Fisker explained. "A model who is 6 feet tall and weighs 100 pounds comes in wearing a dress. You're with your wife, and she is 5 feet tall and weighs 150 pounds, and you say to Armani, 'Make that dress for my wife.' It won't look the same." Musk ordered dozens of changes, including to the shape of the headlights and the lines of the hood. Fisker, who considered himself an artist, told Musk why he didn't want to make some of them. "I don't care what you want," Musk replied at one point. "I'm ordering you to do these things." Fisker recalls Musk's chaotic intensity with a tone of weary amusement. "I'm not really a Musk type of guy," he says. "I'm pretty laid back." After 9 months, Musk canceled his contract. Franz von Holzhausen. Franz von Holzhausen was born in Connecticut and lived in Southern California, but true to his name, has a Euro-cool aura. He dresses in animal-free Technic leather jackets and tight jeans, and he has an ever-present half-smile that hints at both self-confidence and polite humility. After graduating from design school, he became a journeyman, working stints at Volkswagen, GM, and then Mazda in California, where he found himself stuck in what he calls a rinse-and-repeat cycle of doing uninspired projects. One of his passions was go-karting, and a fellow rider who was working on opening Tesla's first showroom on Santa Monica Boulevard gave his name to Musk during the brutal summer of 2008. Having canceled Fisker's contract, Musk was looking for someone to set up an in-house design studio at Tesla. When Musk called von Holzhausen, he agreed to come by that afternoon. Musk gave him a tour of SpaceX, which blew his mind. "Shit, he's launching rockets into space," von Holzhausen marveled. "Cars are easy compared to this." They continued the conversation at the opening party that evening for the Santa Monica showroom. In a conference room away from the other partygoers, Musk showed him pictures of the work that Fisker had done on the Model S. "That is really no good," von Holzhausen declared. "I can make you something great." Musk started laughing. "Yes, let's do it," he said, hiring von Holzhausen on the spot. They would end up becoming a team like Steve Jobs and Johnny Ive, one of the few calming and non-dramatic relationships Musk would have, professionally and personally. Musk wanted the design studio to be near his cubicle at the SpaceX factory in Los Angeles, rather than at Tesla's office in Silicon Valley, but he did not have the money to build it, so he gave von Holzhausen a corner in the rear of the rocket factory, near where the nose cones were being assembled, and erected a tent to give his team some privacy. The day after he arrived, von Holzhausen stood next to Gwynne Shotwell near the canteen of the SpaceX factory and watched on the monitors as the company made its August 2008 third launch attempt from Quad. That was the launch that failed when the booster, just after separation, lurched slightly and bumped the second stage. It dawned on him that he had left a cushy job at Mazda to work for a manic genius addicted to risk and drama. Both SpaceX and Tesla seemed to be spiraling into bankruptcy. "Armageddon was hitting," he says, "and there were days when I thought, man, we may not survive to even be able to show this cool car we're dreaming about." Von Holzhausen wanted a sidekick, so he reached out to an auto industry pal he had known for years, Dave Morris, a clay modeler and engineer with a jolly fish and chips accent from his North London childhood. "Dave, you don't realize how bootstrapped this organization is," von Holzhausen told him. "This is like a garage band. We may be going bankrupt." But when von Holzhausen took him through the rocket factory to the design studio area, Morris was hooked. If he's this hardcore about rockets and he wants to do cars, Morris thought, then I want to do this. Musk eventually bought an old aircraft hangar next to the SpaceX factory to house von Holzhausen and his studio. He would drop by to talk almost every day, and he would spend an hour or two every Friday in an intensive design review session. Gradually, a new version of the Model S took shape. After a few months of showing sketches and specification sheets, von Holzhausen realized that Musk was most comfortable responding to 3D models. So he and Morris worked with a couple of sculptors to make a full-scale model, which they continually updated. On Friday afternoons, when Musk came for his visits, they would push the model out of the studio and into a sunlit outside parking patio to get his reactions. The battery pack. In order to keep the Model S from looking bulbous, Musk had to make its battery pack as thin as possible. That is because he wanted it to be underneath the floor of the car, unlike the Roadster, which had a boxy battery pack behind its two seats. Putting the battery low made the car easier to handle and almost impossible to tip over. We spent a lot of time shaving millimeters from the battery pack so that we could ensure that you had enough headroom without making it a bubble car, Musk says. The person he put in charge of the battery was a recent Stanford graduate named Drew Baglino. More personable than the average engineer, with an easy laugh, Baglino would rise to the top ranks of Tesla over the years, but his career almost ended at his first meeting with Musk. "How many battery cells do we need to get to our range target?" Musk asked him. Baglino and the rest of the powertrain team had been analyzing that question for weeks. We had run dozens of models looking at how good the aerodynamics could be, how efficient we could get the drivetrain, and how energy-dense we could make each of the cells, he says. And the answer they came up with was that the battery pack would need to be about 8,400 cells. "No," Musk replied. "Do it with 7,200 cells." Baglino thought that was impossible, but he caught himself before blurting that out. He had heard the tales of Musk's anger when challenged. Nevertheless, he found himself several times after that on the receiving end of Musk's blowtorch. He was really harsh, Baglino recalls. He likes to challenge the messenger, which isn't always the best approach. He began attacking me. Baglino told his boss, Tesla's co-founder, J.B. Straubel, how shaken he was. "I never want to be in another meeting with Elon." Straubel, who had been through many such sessions, surprised him by declaring it had been a great meeting. "That's the kind of feedback we need," Straubel said. "You just have to learn how to deal with his demands. Figure out what his goal is and keep giving him information. That's how he gets the best outcomes." In the case of the battery cells, Baglino ended up being surprised. The crazy thing about his 7,200 target was we indeed ended up with 7,200 cells, he says. It was a gut calculus, but he nailed it. Once he got the cell number reduced, Musk focused on how low the battery pack could be positioned. Putting it in the floor pan meant that it needed to be protected from being pierced by rocks or debris. That led to many showdowns with the more cautious members of his team, who wanted a thick plate under the battery. Sometimes the meetings erupted into shouting matches. Elon would get personal and the engineers would freak out, Straubel says. They'd feel that they were being asked to do something unsafe. When they dug in their heels, it was like waving a red cape in front of a bull. Elon is a hyper-competitive guy, and challenging him means that a meeting could go to hell. To be the chief engineer for the Model S, Musk hired Peter Rawlinson, a genteel Englishman who had worked on car bodies for Lotus and Land Rover. Together they came up with a way to do more than merely place the battery pack under the floor of the car. They engineered it so that the pack became an element of the car's structure. It was an example of Musk's policy that the designers sketching the shape of the car should work hand in glove with the engineers who were determining how the car would be built. At other places I worked, von Holzhausen says, there was this throw-it-over-the-fence mentality where a designer would have an idea and then send it to an engineer who sat in a different building or in a different country. Musk put the engineers and designers in the same room. The vision was that we would create designers who thought like engineers and engineers who thought like designers, von Holzhausen says. This followed the principle that Steve Jobs and Johnny Ive had instilled at Apple. Design is not just about aesthetics. True industrial design must connect the looks of a product to its engineering. In most people's vocabularies, design means veneer, Jobs once explained. Nothing could be further from the meaning of design. Design is the fundamental soul of a man-made creation that ends up expressing itself in successive outer layers. Friendly design. There was another principle that came out of Apple's design studio. When Johnny Ive conceived the candy-colored friendly iMac in 1998, he included a recessed handle. It was not very functional because the iMac was a desktop computer that was not meant to be carried around, but it sent a signal of friendliness. If there's this handle on it, it makes a relationship possible, Ive explained. It's approachable. It gives you permission to touch. Likewise, von Holzhausen sketched a way to do door handles that were flush to the car and popped out and lit up like a happy handshake when the driver approached with a key. It did not add any great functionality. A regular extruding door handle would work just as well, but Musk immediately embraced the idea. It would send a chirpy signal of friendliness. The handle senses your approach, lights up, pops out to greet you, and it's magical, he says. The engineers and production teams fought the idea. There was little space inside the door for the mechanisms, which would have to work thousands of times in various weather conditions. One of the engineers flung back at Musk one of his favorite words, stupid. But Musk persisted. Stop fighting me on this, he ordered. It ended up being a signature feature of the cars, one that sealed an emotional bond with the owner. Musk had a resistance to regulations. He did not like to play by other people's rules. As the Model S neared completion, he got in the car one day and pulled down the passenger side visor. "What the fuck is this?" he asked, pointing to the government-mandated warning label about airbags and how to disable them when a child is in the passenger seat. Dave Morris explained that the government required them. "Get rid of them," Musk ordered. "People aren't stupid, these stickers are stupid." In order to get around the requirements, Tesla designed a system to suppress airbag deployments when it detected that a child was in the passenger seat. But that did not satisfy the government, and Musk didn't back down. Over the years, Tesla would engage in a back and forth with the National Highway Transportation Safety Board, which sporadically issued recall notices for Tesla cars without the warning sticker. Musk wanted the Model S to have a large touchscreen at the driver's fingertips. He and von Holzhausen spent hours kicking around ideas for the size, shape, and positioning of the screen. It turned out to be a game changer for the auto industry. It gave the driver easier control over the lights, temperature, seat positions, suspension levels, and almost everything in the car except opening the glove compartment, which, for some reason, government regulations required have a physical button. It also allowed more fun, including video games, fart sounds for the passenger seat, different horn sounds, and Easter egg jokes hidden in the interfaces. Most importantly, regarding the car as a piece of software rather than just hardware, allowed it to be continuously upgraded. New features could be delivered over the air. We were amazed at how we could add tons of functionality over the years, including more acceleration, Musk says. It allowed the car to get better than when you originally bought it. Chapter 33. Private Space. SpaceX 2009 to 2010. Falcon 9, Dragon, and Pad 40. When SpaceX won the NASA contract to send cargo to the International Space Station, it came with a challenge. It would require a rocket that was much more powerful than the Falcon 1. Musk initially planned that this next rocket would have 5 engines rather than 1, and thus be called the Falcon 5. It would also need a more powerful engine. But Tom Mueller worried that it would take too long to build a new engine, and he persuaded Musk to accept a revised idea. A rocket with 9 of the original Merlin engines. Thus was born the Falcon 9, a rocket that would become the workhorse of SpaceX for more than a decade. At 157 feet, it was more than twice as tall as the Falcon 1, 10 times more powerful, and 12 times heavier. In addition to the new rocket, they needed a space capsule, the module that is launched atop the rocket and carries a payload of cargo, or astronauts, into orbit and can dock with the space station and return back to Earth. Musk worked with his engineers in a series of Saturday morning meetings to design one from scratch, which he dubbed Dragon after Puff the Magic Dragon. And finally, they needed a place, not Quaj, where they could regularly launch the new rocket. It would be too hard to ship the big Falcon 9 halfway across the Pacific. Instead, SpaceX made a deal to use part of the Kennedy Space Center at Cape Canaveral, which has close to 700 buildings, pads, and launch complexes spread out over 144,000 acres on Florida's Atlantic coast. SpaceX leased Launch Pad 40, which since the 1960s had been used for the Air Force's Titan rocket launches. To rebuild the complex, Musk hired an engineer named Brian Mosdell, who worked for the Lockheed-Boeing joint venture United Launch Alliance. Musk's job interviews can be disconcerting. He multitasks, stares blankly, and sometimes pauses silently for a full minute or more. Applicants are warned in advance to just sit there and not try to fill the silence. But when he is engaged and wants to truly get a bead on an applicant, he dives into detailed technical discussions. What were the scientific reasons to use helium rather than nitrogen? What were the best methods to do pump shaft seals and labyrinth purges? I have a good neural net when it comes to assessing with just a few questions a person's ability to perform, Musk says. Mosdell got the job. Regularly prodded by Musk, Mosdell rebuilt the area in SpaceX's typical scrappy way, literally. He and his boss, Tim Buzza, scavenged for components that could be cheaply repurposed. Buzza was driving down a road at Cape Canaveral and saw an old liquid oxygen tank. I asked the general if we could buy it, he says, and we got a $1.5 million pressure vessel for scrap. It's still at Pad 40. Musk also saved money by questioning requirements. When he asked his team why it would cost $2 million to build a pair of cranes to lift the Falcon 9, he was shown all the safety regulations imposed by the Air Force. Most were obsolete, and Mosdell was able to convince the military to revise them. The cranes ended up costing $300,000. Decades of cost-plus contracts had made aerospace flabby. A valve in a rocket would cost 30 times more than a similar valve in a car, so Musk constantly pressed his team to source components from non-aerospace companies. The latches used by NASA in the space station cost $1,500 each. A SpaceX engineer was able to modify a latch used in a bathroom stall and create a locking mechanism that cost $30. When an engineer came to Musk's cubicle and told him that the air cooling system for the payload bay of the Falcon 9 would cost more than $3 million, he shouted over to Gwen Shotwell in her adjacent cubicle to ask what an air conditioning system for a house cost. About $6,000, she said. So the SpaceX team bought some commercial air conditioning units and modified their pumps so they could work atop the rocket. When Mosdell worked for Lockheed and Boeing, he rebuilt a launch pad complex at the Cape for the Delta IV rocket. The similar one he built for the Falcon 9 cost 1/10 as much. SpaceX was not only privatizing space, it was upending its cost structure. Obama at SpaceX. I've been told we should extend the space shuttle program, is that right? Barack Obama asked his campaign advisor on space issues, Lori Garver, in early September 2008. No, she answered. The private sector should do this. It was a risky piece of advice. SpaceX had failed 3 times to launch a satellite into orbit and was just about to make what might be its final attempt. Garver, a NASA veteran, was trying to convince the Democratic nominee for president that America's approach to rocket building needed to change. NASA was planning to ground the space shuttle and hoped to replace it with a new rocket program it called Constellation. It was being run in the traditional way. NASA awarded cost-plus contracts to the Lockheed-Boeing United Launch Alliance to build most of the components, but the projected cost of the program had more than doubled, and it was nowhere near completion. Garver recommended that Obama scuttle it and instead allow private companies such as SpaceX to develop rockets that could take astronauts into space. That is why she, like Musk, had a lot riding on the fourth launch attempt of the Falcon 1 from Kwaj that September. When it was a success, she received congratulatory calls from Obama's top staffers, and Obama ended up appointing her the Deputy Administrator of NASA. Unfortunately for Garver, Obama chose as her boss Charlie Bolden, a former Marine Corps pilot and NASA astronaut who did not share her enthusiasm for partnering with the commercial sector. I was not an ideologue like many around me who felt that all we need to do is take NASA's budget, take everything for human spaceflight, and give it to Elon Musk and SpaceX, Bolden says. Garver also had to fight those in Congress who had Boeing facilities in their states and, despite being Republicans, were opposed to private enterprise taking over what they felt should be run by a government bureaucracy. Senior industry and government officials took pleasure deriding SpaceX and Elon, Garver says. It didn't help that Elon was younger and richer than they were, with a Silicon Valley disruptor mentality and lack of deference toward the traditional industry. Garver won the argument at the end of 2009. Obama canceled NASA's Constellation program after his science advisor and budget director said that it was over budget, behind schedule, off course, and unexecutable. NASA traditionalists, including the revered astronaut Neil Armstrong, denounced the decision. The president's proposed NASA budget begins the death march for the future of U.S. human spaceflight, said Senator Richard Shelby of Alabama. Former NASA Administrator Michael Griffin, who had traveled with Musk to Russia 7 years earlier, charged, "Essentially, the U.S. has decided that they're not going to be a significant player in human spaceflight." They were wrong. Over the next decade, relying mainly on SpaceX, the U.S. would send more astronauts, satellites, and cargo to space than any other country. Obama decided to travel to Cape Canaveral in April 2010 to make the case that relying on private companies such as SpaceX did not mean that the U.S. was abandoning space exploration. Some have said it is unfeasible or unwise to work with the private sector in this way, he said in his speech. I disagree. By buying the services of space transportation, rather than the vehicles themselves, we can continue to ensure rigorous safety standards are met, but we will also accelerate the pace of innovations as companies, from young startups to established leaders, compete to design and build and launch new means of carrying people and materials out of our atmosphere. The president's team had decided that he would go to one of the launch pads after the speech and have a photo op in front of a rocket. The way the story was reported, the president planned to go to a pad used by the United Launch Alliance, but it was preparing to launch a secret intelligence satellite, so that idea was nixed. Lori Garver says that wasn't the true story. All of us at the White House were in agreement that we wanted to go to the SpaceX pad. The televised image was priceless for both Obama and Musk. The young president, who was born the year that John Kennedy pledged America would send a man to the moon, walking alongside the risk-taking entrepreneur, chatting casually as they circled the gleaming Falcon 9. Musk liked Obama. I thought he was a moderate but also someone willing to force change, he says. He got the impression that Obama was trying to size him up. I think he wanted to get a sense if I was dependable or a little nuts. Chapter 34. Falcon 9 Liftoff. Cape Canaveral, 2010. Into orbit. Musk's chance to prove that he was not a little nuts, or at least that he was also dependable, came 2 months later in June 2010 when Falcon 9 attempted its first unmanned test voyage into orbit. The Falcon 1 had failed 3 times before being successful, and this rocket was far bigger and more complex. Musk thought it was unlikely to succeed on its first try, but there was a lot of pressure now that the president had made it America's policy to depend on such commercial launches. As the Wall Street Journal wrote, a dramatic launch failure could further undercut an already faltering campaign by the White House to persuade Congress to spend billions to help SpaceX and perhaps two other rivals to develop commercial replacements for NASA's retiring space shuttle fleet. The chances for success were not helped when a storm rolled in and soaked the rocket. Our antenna got wet, Buzza recalls, and we weren't getting a good telemetry signal. They lowered the rocket from the launch pad, and Musk came out with Buzza to inspect the damage. Bulent Altan, the goulash-cooking hero of Quaj, climbed a ladder, looked at the antennas, and confirmed that they were too wet to work. A typical SpaceX fix was improvised. They fetched a hairdryer, and Altan waved it over the antennas until the moisture was gone. "You think it's good enough to fly tomorrow?" Musk asked him. Altan replied, "It should do the trick." Musk stared at him silently for a while, assessing him and his answer, then said, "Okay, let's do it." The next morning, the radio frequency checks were still not perfect. It wasn't the right sort of pattern, Buzza says, so he told Musk there might be another delay. Musk looked at the data. As usual, he was willing to tolerate more risk than others. "It's good enough," he said. "Let's launch." Buzza assented. "The important thing with Elon," he says, "is that if you told him the risks and showed him the engineering data, he would make a quick assessment and let the responsibility shift from your shoulders to his." The launch went perfectly. Musk, who joined his jubilant team at an all-night party on Cocoa Beach Pier, called it a vindication of what the president has proposed. It was also a vindication of SpaceX. Less than 8 years from its founding and 2 years from facing bankruptcy, it was now the most successful private rocket company in the world. And return. The next big test, scheduled for later in 2010, was to show that SpaceX could not only launch an unmanned capsule into orbit, but also return it to Earth safely. No private company had done that. In fact, only 3 governments had: the United States, Russia, and China. Once again, Musk showed a willingness bordering on the reckless to take the risks that separated his programs from those run by NASA. The day before the planned December launch, a final pad inspection revealed 2 small cracks in the engine skirt of the rocket's second stage. "Everyone at NASA assumed we'd be standing down from the launch for a few weeks," says Garver. "The usual plan would have been to replace the entire engine." "What if we just cut the skirt?" Musk asked his team. "Like literally cut around it. In other words, why not just trim off a tiny bit of the bottom that had the 2 cracks? The shorter skirt would mean the engine would have slightly less thrust," one engineer warned, but Musk calculated that there would still be enough to do the mission. It took less than an hour to make the decision. Using a big pair of shears, the skirt was trimmed, and the rocket launched on its critical mission the next day as planned. NASA couldn't do anything but accept SpaceX's decisions and watch in disbelief, Garver recalls. The rocket was able, as Musk predicted, to lift the Dragon capsule into orbit. It then performed its assigned maneuvers and fired its braking rocket so that it would return to Earth, parachuting gently down to the water just off the coast of California. As awesome as it was, Musk had a sobering realization. The Mercury program had accomplished similar feats 50 years earlier, before either he or Obama had been born. America was just catching up with its older self. SpaceX repeatedly proved that it could be nimbler than NASA. One example came during a mission to the space station in March 2013, when one of the valves in the engine of the Dragon capsule stuck shut. The SpaceX team started scrambling to figure out how to abort the mission and return the capsule safely before it crashed. Then they came up with a risky idea. Perhaps they could build up the pressure in front of the valve to a very high level. Then if they suddenly released the pressure, it might cause the valve to burp open. It's like the spacecraft equivalent of the Heimlich maneuver, Musk later told the Washington Post's Christian Davenport. The top two NASA officials in the control room stood back and watched as the young SpaceX engineers hatched the plan. One of SpaceX's software engineers churned out the code that would instruct the capsule to build up pressure, and they transmitted it as if it were a software update for a Tesla car. Boom, pop, it worked. The valve burped open. Dragon docked with the space station and then returned home safely. That paved the way for SpaceX's next great challenge, one even grander and riskier. Prodded by Garver, the Obama administration decided that once the space shuttle was retired, the U.S. would rely on private companies, most notably SpaceX, to launch not only cargo, but humans into orbit. Musk was prepared for that. He had already told the SpaceX engineers to build into the Dragon capsule an element that was not necessary for the transport of cargo: a window. Chapter 35. Marrying Tallulah. September 2010. I can take a hard path. Musk had proposed to Tallulah Riley weeks after they met in the summer of 2008, but they both agreed they should wait about 2 years before they actually got married. Musk's emotional settings ranged from callous to needy to exuberant, the last one most evident when he falls in love. Riley went back to England in July 2009 to star in St. Trinian's 2, a sequel to the girls' boarding school comedy she had done 2 years earlier, and on her first day of filming, at a manor house near her childhood home north of London, she received 500 roses from Musk. When he's angry, and when he's joyful, and he's almost childlike in his enthusiasms, she says. He can be very cold, but he feels things in a very pure way, with a depth that most people don't get. What struck Riley most was what she calls the child within the man. When he's happy, this childlike inner self can manifest in a manic way. When we went to the cinema, he would get so caught up with a silly movie that he would stare in rapture at the screen with his mouth slightly open, laughing. Then he would actually end up on the floor rolling around, holding his belly. But she also noticed that the child within the man could be expressed in a darker way. Early on in their relationship, he would stay up late at night and tell Riley about his father. I remember one of those nights he began crying, and it was really horrendous for him, she says. During those conversations, Musk would sometimes lapse into a trance-like state and recount things that his father used to say. He was almost not conscious, not in the room with me, when he told me these things, she recalls. Hearing the phrases that Errol had used in berating Elon shocked her, not only because they were brutal, but because she had heard Elon use some of the same phrases when he was angry. A quiet and polite girl from the bucolic English countryside, she knew that marriage to Musk would be challenging. He was thrilling and mesmerizing, but also brooding and encrusted with layers of complexity. Being with me can be difficult, he told her. This will be a hard path. She decided to go along for the ride. Okay, she told him one day. I can take a hard path. They wed in September 2010 at Dornoch Cathedral, a 13th century church in the Scottish Highlands. I'm Christian and Elon is not, but he very kindly agreed to get married in a cathedral, Riley says. She wore a full-on princess dress from Vera Wang, and she gave Musk a top hat and cane so he could dance around like Fred Astaire, whose movies she had turned him on to. His 5 boys, dressed in tailor-made tuxedos, were supposed to share the duties of ring-bearer and attendants, but Saxon, his autistic son, bowed out, the other boys began fighting, and only Griffin actually made it to the end of the aisle. But the drama added to the fun, Riley recalled. The party afterward was at nearby Skibo Castle, also built in the 13th century. When Riley asked Musk what he wanted, he replied, "There shall be hovercraft and eels." It was a reference to a Monty Python skit in which John Cleese plays a Hungarian who tries to speak English using a flawed phrasebook and tells a shopkeeper, My hovercraft is full of eels. It's actually funnier than I've made it sound. It was quite difficult, Riley says, because you need permits to transport eels between England and Scotland, but in the end we did have an amphibious little hovercraft and eels. There was also an armed personnel carrier that Musk and his friends used to crush 3 junked cars. We all got to be young boys again, Navaid Farouk says. The Orient Express. Riley liked to throw creative parties, and Musk, despite being socially awkward, or perhaps because of it, had an odd enthusiasm for them. They allowed him to let loose, especially during times of tension, which, for him, were most of the time. So I used to throw very theatrical parties just to keep him entertained, she says. The most lavish was for his 40th birthday in June 2011, less than a year after their wedding. Along with 36 friends, he and Tallulah rented cars on the Orient Express train from Paris to Venice. They met at the Hotel Coste, an opulent establishment near the Place Vendôme. A few of them, led by Elon and Kimball, went to a fine restaurant, and as they were heading back to the hotel, they decided on a lark to rent some bicycles and dash around the town. They biked until 2 a.m., then bribed the hotel to keep the bar open for them. After an hour of drinking, they got back on the bikes and ended up at an underground lounge called Le Magnifique, where they stayed until 5 a.m. They didn't get up until 3 p.m. the next day, just in time to catch the train. Dressed in tuxedos, they had a formal dinner on the Orient Express with caviar and champagne, followed by their own private entertainment by the Lucent Dossier Experience, a steampunky performance troupe featuring avant-garde music, aerial arts, and fire, somewhat like the Cirque du Soleil, but more erotic. People were hanging from the ceiling, Kimball says, which was a bizarre scene in the very traditional Orient Express train car. Riley would sometimes privately sing to Elon a song called My Name is Tallulah from the movie Bugsy Malone. He said his one wish for his birthday was that she would perform it for the whole party. I don't really sing, so it was traumatic for me, but I did it for him, she says. Musk did not have many stable and grounded relationships, nor did he have many stable and grounded periods in his life. No doubt those two things were related. Among his few such relationships was the one he had with Riley, and the years he would spend with her, from their meeting in 2008 to their second divorce in 2016, would end up being the longest stretch of relative stability in his life. If he had liked stability more than storm and drama, she would have been perfect for him. Chapter 36. Manufacturing. Tesla 2010 to 2013. Fremont. Beginning with the theology of globalization in the 1980s, and relentlessly driven by cost-cutting CEOs and their activist investors, American companies shut down domestic factories and offshored manufacturing. The trend accelerated in the early 2000s when Tesla was getting started. Between 2000 and 2010, the U.S. lost 1/3 of its manufacturing jobs. By sending their factories abroad, American companies saved labor costs, but they lost the daily feel for ways to improve their products. Musk bucked this trend, largely because he wanted to have tight control of the manufacturing process. He believed that designing the factory to build a car, the machine that builds the machine, was as important as designing the car itself. Tesla's design manufacturing feedback loop gave it a competitive advantage, allowing it to innovate on a daily basis. Oracle founder Larry Ellison joined only 2 corporate boards, Apple and Tesla, and he became close friends with Jobs and Musk. He said they both had beneficial cases of obsessive-compulsive disorder. OCD is one of the reasons for their success because they obsessed on solving a problem until they did, he says. What set them apart is that Musk, unlike Jobs, applied that obsession not just to the design of a product, but also to the underlying science, engineering, and manufacturing. Steve just had to get the conception and software right, but the manufacturing was outsourced, Ellison says. Elon took on the manufacturing, the materials, the huge factories. Jobs loved to walk through Apple's design studio on a daily basis, but he never visited his factories in China. Musk, in contrast, spent more time walking assembly lines than he did walking around the design studio. The brain strain of designing the car is tiny compared to the brain strain of designing the factory, he says. Musk's approach came together in May 2010 when Toyota was looking to sell a factory that it had once shared with GM in Fremont, California, on the fringe of Silicon Valley, a half-hour drive from Tesla's headquarters in Palo Alto. Musk invited Toyota's president, Akio Toyoda, to his Los Angeles home and drove him around in a roadster. He was able to get the mothballed factory, which at one point had been worth $1 billion, for $42 million. In addition, Toyota agreed to invest $50 million in Tesla. When redesigning the factory, Musk put the cubicles for the engineers right on the edge of the assembly lines, so they would see the flashing lights and hear the complaints whenever one of their design elements caused a slowdown. Musk often corralled the engineers to walk up and down the lines with him. His own open desk was in the middle of it all, with no walls around him, and it had a pillow underneath so he could spend the night when he wanted. The month after Tesla bought the factory, Musk was able to take the company public, the first IPO by an American car maker since Ford's in 1956. He traveled with Tallulah and two of his sons to ring the opening bell at the Nasdaq Stock Exchange on Times Square. By the end of the day, the stock market had fallen, but Tesla's stock rose more than 40%, providing $266 million in financing for the company. That evening, Musk flew west to the Fremont factory, where he made a pithy toast. "Fuck oil," he said. Tesla was almost dead at the end of 2008. Now, just 18 months later, it had become America's hottest new company. Production quality. When the first Model S cars rolled off the Fremont assembly line in June 2012, hundreds of people, including California Governor Jerry Brown, showed up for the celebration. Many of the workers waved American flags. Some cried. What had once been a bankrupt factory that had laid off all its workers now had 2,000 employees and was leading the way to an electric vehicle future. But a few days later, when Musk was delivered his own Model S from the production line, he was not happy. More precisely, he declared that it sucked. He asked von Holtzhausen to come to his house, and they spent 2 hours going over the vehicle. "Jesus Christ, is this the best we can do?" Musk asked. "The panel gap finish is crap. The paint quality is crap. Why aren't we getting the same production quality as Mercedes and BMW?" When Musk gets angry, he is quick to pull the trigger. He fired 3 production quality chiefs in quick succession. One day that August, von Holtzhausen was with him on his plane and asked how he could help. He should have been careful about making such an offer. Musk asked him to move to Fremont for a year to be the new production quality chief. Von Holtzhausen and his deputy Dave Morris, who accompanied him to Fremont, would sometimes walk the factory's assembly lines until 2 in the morning. It was an interesting experience for a designer. "It taught me how all the things you create on the drawing board have an effect at the other end, on the assembly line," von Holtzhausen says. Musk joined them 2 or 3 nights a week. His focus was on root causes. What in the design was to blame for a production line problem? One of Musk's favorite words and concepts was hardcore. He used it to describe the workplace culture he wanted when he founded Zip2, and he would use it almost 30 years later when he upended the nurturing culture at Twitter. As the Model S production line ramped up, he spelled out his creed in a quintessential email to employees titled Ultra Hardcore. It read, "Please prepare yourself for a level of intensity that is greater than anything most of you have experienced before. Revolutionizing industries is not for the faint of heart." The validation came at the end of 2012 when Motor Trend magazine picked its car of the year. The headline, "Tesla Model S, shocking winner, proof positive that America can still make great things." The review itself was so breathtaking that it surprised even Musk. It drives like a sports car, eager and agile and instantly responsive, but it's also as smoothly effortless as a Rolls-Royce, can carry almost as much stuff as a Chevy Equinox, and is more efficient than a Toyota Prius. Oh, and it'll sashay up to the valet at a luxury hotel like a supermodel working a Paris catwalk. The article ended by mentioning the astonishing inflection point the Model S represents. It was the first time that the award had gone to an electric vehicle. The Nevada Battery Gigafactory. The idea that Musk proposed in 2013 was audacious. Build a gigantic battery factory in the U.S. with an output greater than all other battery factories in the world combined. It was a completely wacky idea, says J.B. Straubel, the battery whiz who was one of Tesla's co-founders. It seemed like science fiction crazy. To Musk, it was a matter of first principles. The Model S was using about 10% of the world's batteries. The new models that Tesla had on the drawing board, an SUV called the Model X and a mass-market sedan that would become the Model 3, would require 10 times the number of batteries. What began as a showstopper problem, Straubel says, became a really fun, blue-sky, wacky brainstorming opportunity to say, wow, this is actually a chance to do something unique. There was one problem, Straubel recalls. We had no clue how to build a battery factory. So Musk and Straubel decided to pursue a partnership with their battery supplier, Panasonic. Together they would build a facility where Panasonic would make the battery cells, and then Tesla would turn them into battery packs for cars. The 10 million square foot factory would cost $5 billion, and Panasonic would finance $2 billion of it. But Panasonic's top leaders were hesitant. They had never had that type of partnership, and Musk, understandably, did not strike them as an easy guy to dance with. To prod Panasonic, Musk and Straubel came up with the charade. At a site near Reno, Nevada, they set up lights and sent in bulldozers to start preparing for construction. Then Straubel invited his counterpart at Panasonic to join him on a viewing platform to watch the work. The message was clear. Tesla was forging ahead with the factory. Did Panasonic want to be left behind? It worked. Musk and Straubel were invited to Japan by Panasonic's new young president, Kazuhiro Suga. It was a come-to-Jesus session where we had to make him truly commit that we were going to build the insane gigafactory together, Straubel says. The dinner was a formal multi-course affair at a traditional, low-table Japanese restaurant. Straubel was fearful about how Musk would behave. Elon can be so much hell and brimstone in meetings and just unpredictable as all get out, he says. But I've also seen him flip a switch and suddenly be this incredibly effective, charismatic, high emotional intelligence business person when he has to do it. At the Panasonic dinner, the charming Musk appeared. He sketched out his vision for moving the world to electric vehicles and why the two companies should do it together. I was mildly shocked and impressed because, whoa, this is not like how Elon usually was on other days, says Straubel. He's a person who's all over the map, and you don't know what he's going to say or do. And then, all of a sudden, he pulls it all together. At the dinner, Suga agreed to be a 40% partner in the Gigafactory. When asked why Panasonic decided to do the deal, he replied, "We are too conservative. We are a 95-year-old company. We have to change. We have to use some of Elon's thinking." Chapter 37. Musk and Bezos. SpaceX 2013 to 2014. Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos, the supercharged Amazon billionaire with a boisterous laugh and boyish enthusiasms, pursues his passions with a talent for being, at the same time, both exuberant and methodical. Like Musk, he was a childhood addict of science fiction, racing through the shelves of Isaac Asimov and Robert Heinlein books at his local library. As a 5-year-old in July 1969, He watched television coverage of the Apollo 11 mission that culminated with Neil Armstrong walking on the moon. He calls it a seminal moment for him. Later, he would fund a series of missions that recovered from the Atlantic Ocean the Apollo 11 rocket engine, which he installed in a niche off the living room of his house in Washington, D.C. His exhilaration about space turned him into one of those hardcore Star Trek fans who knows every episode. As the valedictorian of his high school class, his speech was about how to colonize planets, build space hotels, and save our planet by finding other places to do manufacturing. Space, the final frontier. Meet me there, he concluded. In 2000, after making Amazon the world's dominant online retailer, Bezos quietly launched a company called Blue Origin, named after the pale blue planet where humans originated. Like Musk, he focused on the idea of building reusable rockets. How is the situation in the year 2000 different from 1960, he asks. What's different is computer sensors, cameras, software. Being able to land vertically is the kind of problem that can be addressed by technologies that didn't exist in 1960. Like Musk, he embarked on space endeavors as a missionary rather than a mercenary. There are easier ways to make money. Human civilization, he felt, will soon strain the resources of our small planet. That will confront us with a choice: accept static growth or expand to places beyond Earth. I don't think stasis is compatible with liberty, he says. We can fix that problem in exactly one way: by moving out into the solar system. They met in 2004 when Bezos accepted Musk's invitation to take a tour of SpaceX. Afterward, he was surprised to get a somewhat curt email from Musk expressing annoyance that Bezos had not reciprocated by inviting him to Seattle to see Blue Origin's factory, so Bezos promptly did. Musk flew up with Justine, toured Blue Origin, then they had dinner with Bezos and his wife Mackenzie. Musk was filled with advice, expressed with his usual intensity. He warned Bezos that he was heading down the wrong path with one idea. Dude, we tried that, and that turned out to be really dumb, so I'm telling you, don't do the dumb thing we did. Bezos recalls feeling that Musk was a bit too sure of himself, given that he had not yet successfully launched a rocket. The following year, Musk asked Bezos to have Amazon do a review of Justine's new book, an urban horror thriller about demon-human hybrids. Bezos explained that he did not tell Amazon what to review, but said that he would personally post a customer review. Musk sent back a brusque reply, but Bezos posted a nice personal review anyway. Pad 39A. Beginning in 2011, SpaceX won a series of contracts from NASA to develop rockets that could take humans to the International Space Station, a task made crucial by the retirement of the Space Shuttle. To fulfill that mission, it needed to add to its facilities at Cape Canaveral's Pad 40, and Musk set his sights on leasing the most storied launch facility there, Pad 39A. Pad 39A had been center stage for America's space-age dreams, burned into the memories of a television generation that held its collective breath when the countdowns got to 10, 9, 8. Neil Armstrong's mission to the moon that Bezos watched as a kid blasted off from Pad 39A in 1969, as did the last manned moon mission in 1972. So did the first space shuttle mission in 1981 and the last in 2011. But by 2013, with the shuttle program grounded and America's half-century of space aspirations ending with bangs and whimpers, Pad 39A was rusting away and vines were sprouting through its flame trench. NASA was eager to lease it. The obvious customer was Musk, whose Falcon 9 rockets had already launched on cargo missions from the nearby Pad 40, where Obama had visited. But when the lease was put out for bids, Jeff Bezos, for both sentimental and practical reasons, decided to compete for it. When NASA ended up awarding the lease to SpaceX, Bezos sued. Musk was furious, declaring that it was ridiculous for Blue Origin to contest the lease when they haven't even gotten so much as a toothpick to orbit. He ridiculed Bezos's rockets, pointing out that they were capable only of popping up to the edge of space and then falling back. They lacked the far greater thrust necessary to break the Earth's gravity and go into orbit. If they do somehow show up in the next 5 years with a vehicle qualified to NASA's human rating standards that can dock with the space station, which is what Pad 39A is meant to do, we will gladly accommodate their needs, Musk said. Frankly, I think we are more likely to discover unicorns dancing in the flame duct. The battle of the sci-fi barons had blasted off. One SpaceX employee bought dozens of inflatable toy unicorns and photographed them in the pad's flame duct. Bezos was eventually able to lease a nearby launch complex at Cape Canaveral, Pad 36, which had been the origins of missions to Mars and Venus, so the competition of the boyish billionaires was set to continue. The transfer of these hallowed pads represented, both symbolically and in practice, John F. Kennedy's torch of space exploration being passed from government to the private sector, from a once glorious but now sclerotic NASA to a new breed of mission-driven pioneers. Reusable rockets. Both Musk and Bezos had a vision for what would make space travel feasible: rockets that were reusable. Bezos's focus was on creating the sensors and software to guide a rocket to a soft landing on Earth. But that was only part of the challenge. The greater difficulty was to put all of those features on a rocket that was still light enough and whose engines had enough thrust to make it into orbit. Musk focused obsessively on this physics problem. He liked to muse half-jokingly that we Earthlings live in a game-like simulation created by clever overlords with a sense of humor. They made gravity on Mars and the Moon weak enough that launching into orbit would be easy, but on Earth, the gravity seems perversely calibrated to make reaching orbit just barely possible. Like a mountain climber paring the contents of his knapsack, Musk obsessed over reducing the weight of his rockets. That has a multiplier effect. Removing a bit of weight by deleting a part, using a lighter material, making simpler welds, results in less fuel needed, which further reduces the mass the engines have to lift. When he walked through SpaceX's assembly lines, Musk would pause at each station, stare silently, and challenge the team to delete or trim some part. At almost every encounter, he maniacally hammered home the message. A fully reusable rocket is the difference between being a single-planet civilization and being a multi-planet one. Musk brought this message to the 2014 annual black tie dinner of the century-old Explorers Club in New York City, where he was given the President's Award. He shared the stage with Bezos, who accepted an award for the work of his team in recovering the engine of Neil Armstrong's Apollo 11 spacecraft. The dinner featured dishes designed to appeal to the overly adventurous, such as scorpions, maggot-covered strawberries, sweet and sour cow penis, goat eyeball martinis, and whole alligators carved tableside. Musk was introduced with a video showing his successful rocket launches. "You are kind enough not to show our first 3 launches," he said. "We'll have to have a blooper reel at some point." Then he gave his sermon about the need for a fully reusable rocket. "That's the thing that will allow us to establish life on Mars," he said. "Our upcoming launch will have landing legs on the rocket for the first time. Reusable rockets could someday get the cost of taking a person to Mars down to $500,000. Most people would not make the trip," he conceded, "but I suspect there are people in this room who would." Bezos applauded, but at that moment he was quietly pursuing an unexpected attack. He and Blue Origin had applied for a U.S. patent titled Sea Landing of Space Launch Vehicles, and a few weeks after the dinner it was granted. The 10-page application described methods for landing and recovering a booster stage and/or other portions thereof on a platform at sea. Musk was livid. The idea of landing on ships at sea is something that's been discussed for like half a century, he said. It's in fictional movies, it's in multiple proposals. There's so much prior art, it's crazy. so trying to patent something that people have been discussing for half a century is obviously ridiculous. The following year, after SpaceX sued, Bezos agreed to have the patent canceled, but the dispute heightened the rivalry between the two rocket entrepreneurs. Chapter 38. The Falcon Hears the Falconer. SpaceX, 2014 to 2015. Grasshopper. Musk's quest to build a reusable rocket led to the development of an experimental Falcon 9 prototype dubbed Grasshopper. It had landing legs and steerable grid fins and could take slow hops up and down to about 3,000 feet at the SpaceX test facility in McGregor, Texas. Excited by the progress they were making, Musk invited the SpaceX board there in August 2014 to see the future in action. It was the second day on the job for Sam Teller, a 240-volt Harvard grad and venture seeker, who had signed on to be Musk's de facto chief of staff. With a trimmed beard that accentuated his wide smile and alert eyes, he had the emotional receptors and eagerness to please that were missing in his boss. As a former business manager of the Harvard Lampoon, he knew how to harness Musk's humor and manic intensity, and even brought Musk to a party at the Lampoon's castle soon after going to work for him. At its meeting at the McGregor test facility, the SpaceX board discussed designs for the spacesuits the company was developing, even though they were years away from flying humans. They're sitting around seriously discussing plans to build a city on Mars and what people will wear there, Teller later marveled, and everyone's just acting like this is a totally normal conversation. The main event for the board was watching the test of a Falcon 9 landing. It was a sun-blasted August day in the Texas desert with giant crickets swarming, and the board members huddled under a small tent. The rocket was supposed to rise to about 3,000 feet, activate its re-entry rockets, hover above a pad, and then land erect. But it didn't. Shortly after liftoff, one of the three engines malfunctioned and the rocket exploded. After a few moments of silence, Musk reverted to Adventure Boy mode. He told the site manager to get the van so they could drive over to the smoldering debris. "You can't," the manager said. "Too dangerous." "We're going," Musk said. "If it's going to explode, we might as well walk through burning debris. How often do you get to do that?" Everyone laughed nervously and followed along. It was like a set from a Ridley Scott movie with craters in the ground, the scrub grass on fire, and charred pieces of metal. Steve Jurvetson asked Musk if they could grab some pieces as souvenirs. "Sure," he said, collecting some himself. Antonio Gracias tried to cheer everyone up by saying how the best lessons in life come from failures. "Given the options," Musk replied, "I prefer to learn from success." It was the beginning of a bad stretch, not just for SpaceX, but for the entire industry. A rocket made by Orbital Sciences exploded on a mission to deliver cargo to the space station. Then a Russian cargo mission failed. The astronauts on the space station were in danger of running out of food and supplies, so a lot was riding on SpaceX's Falcon 9 cargo mission scheduled for June 28, 2015, Musk's 44th birthday. But 2 minutes after liftoff, a strut in the second stage that held a helium tank buckled and the rocket exploded. After 7 years of successful launches, it was the first time that a Falcon 9 failed. In the meantime, Bezos was making some progress. In November 2015, he launched a rocket on an 11-minute, 62-mile up-and-down hop to the altitude that is considered the beginning of outer space. Guided by a GPS system and steering fins, the rocket returned to Earth and its booster engine reignited to slow the descent. With its landing legs deployed, it hovered just above the ground, adjusted its coordinates, and landed gently. Bezos announced the success on a press call the next day. "Full reuse is a game changer," he said. Then he unleashed his first ever tweet. "The rarest of beasts, a used rocket. Controlled landing not easy, but done right, can look easy." Musk was annoyed. It was, he felt, just a suborbital hop, not what he considered the true holy grail of launching a payload into orbit. So he unleashed a rejoinder on Twitter. At Jeff Bezos, not quite rarest, SpaceX Grasshopper rocket did 6 suborbital flights 3 years ago and is still around. In fact, the Grasshopper had flown only about 3,000 feet up, which was 100th as far as Blue Origin's rocket. But Musk was right in the distinction he made. Rockets that could hop up and back to the edge of space might be fun for space tourists, but it would take rockets with the power of the Falcon 9 to do missions such as launching satellites and reaching the International Space Station. Landing and reusing such a rocket would be an accomplishment of a different order of magnitude. The Falcon has landed. Musk's opportunity to do that came on December 21, 2015, just 4 weeks after Bezos' suborbital flight. In his relentless quest to conquer gravity, Musk had redesigned the Falcon 9. The new version packed more liquid oxygen fuel onto the rocket by supercooling it to minus 350 degrees Fahrenheit, which made it much more dense. As always, he was looking for every way possible to cram more power into a rocket without significantly increasing its size or mass. Elon kept hammering at us to eke out a tiny % more efficiency by chilling down the fuel more and more, says Mark Juncosa. It was ingenious, but it was giving us a real pain in the ass. A few times Juncosa pushed back, saying it would present challenges with valves and leaks, but Musk was unrelenting. There is no first principles reason this can't work, he said. It's extraordinarily difficult, I know, but you just have to muscle through. I was just crapping in my pants during the countdown, Juncosa says. Suddenly he noticed something worrisome on the video feed from the cavity between the first and second stages. There were some drips, and he didn't know whether they were liquid nitrogen, which would be okay, or liquid oxygen from the supercooled tank, which might be a problem. I was scared as hell, Juncosa recalls. If it was my company, I would have shut it down. You got to call this one, Juncosa told Musk as the countdown got down to the final minute. Musk paused for a few seconds. How risky would it be if there was some liquid oxygen in the inner stage? Risky, but only a small risk. Fuck it, he said. Let's just go. Years later, Juncosa watched footage of the moment Musk made that decision. I thought he had done some complex, quick calculations to decide what to do, but in fact, he just shrugged his shoulders and gave the order. He had an intuition of what the physics were. He was right. The liftoff went flawlessly. Then came the 10-minute wait to see if the booster would return and land safely on the landing pad that SpaceX had built about a mile from Pad 39A. Just after the second stage separated, the booster fired its thrusters to flip around, head back toward the Cape, point its bottom downward, and slow its descent. With its GPS and sensors guiding it and its grid fins helping to steer, it eased down toward the landing pad. Pause for a second and think how amazing all that is. Musk bolted out of the control room and ran across the highway, staring into the dark to watch the rocket reappear. Come on down slowly, he whispered as he stood by the highway, arms akimbo. Then there was a boom. Oh shit, he said, turning around and walking dejectedly back across the highway. But inside the control room there were loud cheers. The monitors were showing the rocket erect on the pad, and the launch announcer echoed the words that had been used by Neil Armstrong on the moon. The Falcon has landed. The loud sound, it turned out, was the sonic boom from the rocket's re-entry into the upper atmosphere. One of the flight engineers ran out of the control room with the news. It's standing on the pad, she shouted. Musk turned around and did his fast lumber back toward the pad. Holy fucking shit, he kept saying to himself. Holy fucking shit. That night, they all went to a waterfront bar called Fish Lips to party. Musk hoisted a beer. We just launched and landed the biggest rocket in the world, he shouted to the 100 or so employees and other amazed onlookers. As the crowd chanted, USA! USA! He jumped up and down, pumping his fists into the air. Congrats at SpaceX on landing Falcon's suborbital booster stage, Bezos wrote in a tweet. Welcome to the club. Swaddled in his gauze of graciousness was a stiletto jab. The claim that the booster SpaceX landed was suborbital, putting it in the same club as the booster that Blue Origin had landed. Technically, he was right. The SpaceX booster had never gone into orbit itself, just boosted a payload that did. But Musk was furious. The ability to send a payload into orbit put the SpaceX rocket, he believed, in a different league. Chapter 39. The Tallulah Roller Coaster, 2012 to 2015. When Tallulah Riley married Musk in 2010, she moved to California and pretty much gave up her acting career. An only child, she had dreamed of having many children, and in the pictures she drew there were always twin blonde boys. When I met Elon, he had 5 children, and the oldest were these gorgeous little blonde-haired twins that felt like they jumped up out of my imagination. But cautious about their relationship, she decided not to have kids of her own with him. She continued to choreograph parties for Musk, as she had done in Scotland for their wedding and on the Orient Express for his 40th birthday. For his 41st, she rented a stately home in the English countryside and used as the theme Flying Down to Rio, based on the 1933 film that first paired Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers and culminates with a dance sequence on the wings of an airplane. She hired the Breitling wing walkers, and guests were taught how to wing walk on a biplane. But Musk missed most of the party and instead spent time in his room on the phone dealing with various issues at Tesla and SpaceX. He liked to focus on work. At times, he treated the rest of life as an unpleasant distraction. The sheer amount of time that I spent at work was so extreme that any relationship was very difficult to maintain, he admits. SpaceX and Tesla were difficult individually. Doing them both at the same time was almost impossible. So it was just all work all the time. May Musk sympathized with Tallulah. She would invite me for dinner and Elon wouldn't show because he's working late, she says. She loved him to bits, but she understandably got tired of being treated that way. When his mind was on work, which was most of the time, Tallulah didn't know how to get through to him. He always seemed to be in a death struggle over some issue, which was such a contrast to life in her hometown English village, where everyone at the pub and church were so friendly. I felt this was not the life I should be living, she says. I hated Los Angeles, and I was terribly homesick for England. So in 2012 she filed for divorce and moved to an apartment in Santa Monica while their lawyers worked out a settlement. But when they met in court 4 months later to sign the agreement, the story took a cinematic twist. I saw Elon there, standing in front of the judge, and he sort of asked, "What the hell are we doing?" And then we started kissing, she says. I think the judge thought we were crazy. Musk asked her to come back to his house and see the boys. They've been wondering where you are. And so she did. They went through with the divorce, but she ended up moving back in with him. To celebrate, they took a road trip in a new Model S with the 5 kids. He also brought her to lunch with the Esquire writer Tom Junot. Her main job, she told Junot, was keeping Musk from going king crazy. "You've never heard that term?" she asked. "It means that people become king and then they go crazy." For his 42nd birthday in June 2013, Tallulah rented an ersatz castle in Tarrytown, New York, just north of New York City, and invited 40 friends. The theme this time was Japanese steampunk, and Musk and the other men were dressed as samurai warriors. There was a performance of Gilbert and Sullivan's The Mikado, which had been rewritten slightly to feature Musk as the Japanese emperor, and a demonstration by a knife thrower. Musk, never one to avoid risks, even needless ones, put a pink balloon just underneath his groin for the knife thrower to target while blindfolded. The culmination was a demonstration of sumo wrestling. At the end, the group's 350-pound champion invited Musk into the ring. I went full strength at him to try a judo throw because I thought he was trying to take it easy on me, Musk says. I decided to see if I could throw this guy, and I did, but I also blew out a disc at the base of my neck. Ever since, Musk has suffered severe bouts of back and neck pain. He would end up having 3 operations to try to repair his C5-C6 intervertebral disc. During meetings at the Tesla or SpaceX factories, he would sometimes lie flat on the floor with an ice pack at the base of his neck. A few weeks after the Tarrytown party in July 2013, he and Tallulah decided to remarry. This time, it was a very low-key affair in their dining room. Not all fairy tales, however, end happily ever after. Musk's obsession with work continued to plague their relationship. So, the same thing happened again, and I wanted to go back home, she says. She restarted her film career by writing, directing, and starring in a comedy called Scottish Mussel, about a hapless criminal who decides to poach pearl mussels from rivers. When Musk and the boys came to visit her during the filming, she told him she wanted to stay in England and get divorced again. After some hesitations and reconciliations, she made the final decision on her 30th birthday in September 2015. She finished filming the HBO series Westworld in Los Angeles, then moved back to England for good. But she made him a promise. "You're my Mr. Rochester," she said, referring to the brooding husband in Charlotte Bronte's novel Jane Eyre. "And if Thornfield Hall burns down and you are blind, I'll come to you and take care of you." Chapter 40. Artificial Intelligence. OpenAI, 2012 to 2015. Peter Thiel, the PayPal co-founder who had invested in SpaceX, holds a conference each year with the leaders of companies financed by his Founders Fund. At the 2012 gathering, Musk met Demis Hassabis, a neuroscientist, video game designer, and artificial intelligence researcher, with a courteous manner that conceals a competitive mind. A chess prodigy at age 4, he became the 5-time champion of an international mind sports Olympiad that includes competition in chess, poker, mastermind, and backgammon. In his modern London office is an original edition of Alan Turing's seminal 1950 paper, Computing Machinery and Intelligence, which proposed an imitation game that would pit a human against a ChatGPT-like machine. If the responses of the two were indistinguishable, he wrote, then it would be reasonable to say that machines could think. Influenced by Turing's argument, Hassabis co-founded a company called DeepMind that sought to design computer-based neural networks that could achieve artificial general intelligence. In other words, it sought to make machines that could learn how to think like humans. Elon and I hit it off right away, and I went to visit him at his rocket factory, Hassabis says. While sitting in the canteen overlooking the assembly lines, Musk explained that his reason for building rockets that could go to Mars was that it might be a way to preserve human consciousness in the event of a world war, asteroid strike, or civilization collapse. Hassabis added another potential threat to the list: artificial intelligence. Machines could become super intelligent and surpass us mere mortals, perhaps even decide to dispose of us. Musk paused silently for almost a minute as he processed this possibility. During such trance-like periods, he says, he runs visual simulations about the ways that multiple factors may play out over the years. He decided that Hassabis might be right about the danger of AI, and he invested $5 million in DeepMind as a way to monitor what it was doing. A few weeks after his conversations with Hassabis, Musk described DeepMind to Google's Larry Page. They had known each other for more than a decade, and Musk often stayed at Page's Palo Alto house. The potential dangers of artificial intelligence became a topic that Musk would raise almost obsessively during their late-night conversations. Page was dismissive. At Musk's 2013 birthday party in Napa Valley, they got into a passionate debate in front of the other guests, including Luke Nozick and Reid Hoffman. Musk argued that unless we built in safeguards, artificial intelligence systems might replace humans, making our species irrelevant or even extinct. Page pushed back. Why would it matter, he asked, if machines someday surpassed humans in intelligence, even consciousness? It would simply be the next stage of evolution. Human consciousness, Musk retorted, was a precious flicker of light in the universe, and we should not let it be extinguished. Page considered that sentimental nonsense. If consciousness could be replicated in a machine, why would that not be just as valuable? Perhaps we might even be able someday to upload our own consciousness into a machine. He accused Musk of being a speciesist, someone who is biased in favor of their own species. Well, yes, I am pro-human, Musk responded. I fucking like humanity, dude. Musk was therefore dismayed when he heard at the end of 2013 that Page and Google were planning to buy DeepMind. Musk and his friend Luke Nozick tried to put together financing to stop the deal. At a party in Los Angeles, they went to an upstairs closet for an hour-long Skype call with Hassabis. The future of AI should not be controlled by Larry, Musk told him. The effort failed, and Google's acquisition of DeepMind was announced in January 2014. Page initially agreed to create a safety council with Musk as a member. The first and only meeting was held at SpaceX. Page, Hassabis, and Google chair Eric Schmidt attended, along with Reid Hoffman and a few others. Elon's takeaway was the council was basically bullshit, says Sam Teller, then his chief of staff. These Google guys have no intention of focusing on AI safety or doing anything that would limit their power. Musk proceeded to publicly warn of the danger. Our biggest existential threat, he told a 2014 symposium at MIT, is probably artificial intelligence. When Amazon announced its chatbot digital assistant, Alexa, that year, followed by a similar product from Google, Musk began to warn about what would happen when these systems became smarter than humans. They could surpass us and begin treating us as pets. I don't love the idea of being a house cat, he said. The best way to prevent a problem was to ensure that AI remained tightly aligned and partnered with humans. The danger comes when artificial intelligence is decoupled from human will. So Musk began hosting a series of dinner discussions that included members of his old PayPal mafia, including Thiel and Hoffman, on ways to counter Google and promote AI safety. He even reached out to President Obama, who agreed to a one-on-one meeting in May 2015. Musk explained the risk and suggested that it be regulated. Obama got it, Musk says, but I realized that it was not going to rise to the level of something that he would do anything about. Musk then turned to Sam Altman, a tightly bundled software entrepreneur, sports car enthusiast, and survivalist who, behind his polished veneer, had a Musk-like intensity. Altman had met Musk a few years earlier and spent 3 hours with him in conversation as they toured the SpaceX factory. It was funny how some of the engineers would scatter or look away when they saw Elon coming, Altman says. They were afraid of him. But I was impressed by how much detail he understood about every little piece of the rocket. At a small dinner in Palo Alto, Altman and Musk decided to co-found a nonprofit artificial intelligence research lab, which they named OpenAI. It would make its software open source and try to counter Google's growing dominance of the field. Thiel and Hoffman joined Musk in putting up the money. We wanted to have something like a Linux version of AI that was not controlled by any one person or corporation, Musk says. The goal was to increase the probability that AI would develop in a safe way that would be beneficial to humanity. One question they discussed at dinner was what would be safer, a small number of AI systems that were controlled by big corporations, or a large number of independent systems. They concluded that a large number of competing systems, providing checks and balances on each other, was better. Just as humans work collectively to stop evil actors, so too would a large collection of independent AI bots work to stop bad bots. For Musk, this was the reason to make OpenAI truly open, so that lots of people could build systems based on its source code. I think the best defense against the misuse of AI is to empower as many people as possible to have AI, he told Wired's Stephen Levy at the time. One goal that Musk and Altman discussed at length, which would become a hot topic in 2023 after OpenAI launched a chatbot called ChatGPT, known as AI alignment. It aims to make sure that AI systems are aligned with human goals and values, just as Isaac Asimov set forth rules to prevent the robots in his novels from harming humanity. Think of the computer HAL that runs amok and battles its human creators in 2001: A Space Odyssey. What guardrails and kill switches can we humans put on AI systems so that they remain aligned with our interests, and who among us should get to determine what those interests are? One way to assure AI alignment, Musk felt, was to tie the bots closely to humans. They should be an extension of the will of individuals rather than systems that could go rogue and develop their own goals and intentions. That would become one of the rationales for Neuralink, the company he would found to create chips that could connect human brains directly to computers. He also realized that success in the field of artificial intelligence would come from having access to huge amounts of real-world data that the bots could learn from. One such goldmine, he realized at the time, was Tesla, which collected millions of frames of video each day of drivers handling different situations. Probably Tesla will have more real-world data than any other company in the world, he said. Another trove of data he would later come to realize was Twitter, which by 2023 was processing 500 million posts per day from humans. Among those at the dinners with Musk and Altman was a research engineer at Google, Ilya Sutskever. They were able to lure him away with a $1.9 million salary and starting bonus to be the chief scientist of the new lab. Page was furious. Not only was his erstwhile friend and house guest starting a rival lab, he was poaching Google's top scientists. After the launch of OpenAI at the end of 2015, they barely spoke again. Larry felt betrayed and was really mad at me for personally recruiting Ilya, and he refused to hang out with me anymore, Musk says. And I was like, Larry, if you just hadn't been so cavalier about AI safety, then it wouldn't really be necessary to have some countervailing force. Musk's interest in artificial intelligence would lead him to launch an array of related projects. These include Neuralink, which aims to plant microchips in human brains, Optimus, a human-like robot, and Dojo, a supercomputer that can use millions of videos to train an artificial neural network to simulate a human brain. It also spurred him to become obsessed with pushing to make Tesla cars self-driving. At first, these endeavors were rather independent, but eventually Musk would tie them all together, along with a new chatbot company he founded called X.AI, to pursue the goal of artificial general intelligence. Musk's determination to develop artificial intelligence capabilities at his own companies caused a break with OpenAI in 2018. He tried to convince Altman that OpenAI, which he thought was falling behind Google, should be folded into Tesla. The OpenAI team rejected that idea, and Altman stepped in as president of the lab, starting a for-profit arm that was able to raise equity funding. So Musk decided to forge ahead with building a rival AI team to work on Tesla Autopilot. Even as he was struggling with the production hell surges at Nevada and Fremont, he recruited Andrej Karpathy, a specialist in deep learning and computer vision, away from OpenAI. We realized that Tesla was going to become an AI company and would be competing for the same talent as OpenAI, Altman says. It pissed some of our team off, but I fully understood what was happening. Altman would turn the tables in 2023 by hiring Karpathy back after he became exhausted working for Musk. Chapter 41. The launch of autopilot. Tesla 2014 to 2016. Radar. Musk had discussed with Larry Page the possibility of Tesla and Google working together to build an autopilot system that would allow cars to be self-driving. But their falling out over artificial intelligence spurred Musk to accelerate plans for Tesla to build a system on its own. Google's autopilot program, eventually named Waymo, used a laser radar device known as LiDAR, an acronym for Light Detection and Ranging. Musk resisted the use of LiDAR and other radar-like instruments, insisting that a self-driving system should use only visual data from cameras. It was a case of first principles. Humans drove using only visual data, therefore machines should be able to. It was also an issue of cost. As always, Musk focused not just on the design of a product, but also on how it would be manufactured in large numbers. The problem with Google's approach is that the sensor system is too expensive, he said in 2013. It's better to have an optical system, basically cameras with software that is able to figure out what's going on just by looking at things. Over the next decade, Musk would engage in a tug-of-war with his engineers, many of whom wanted to include some form of radar in Tesla's self-driving cars. Dhaval Shroff, a sparky young engineer from Mumbai who joined Tesla's autopilot team in 2014 after graduating from Carnegie Mellon, remembers one of his first meetings with Musk. Back then we had radar hardware in the car, and we told Elon that it was best safety-wise to use it, says Shroff. He agreed to let us keep radar in, but it was clear that he thought we should eventually be able to rely on camera vision only. By 2015, Musk was spending hours each week working with the autopilot team. He would drive from his home in the Bel Air neighborhood of Los Angeles to the SpaceX headquarters near the airport, where they would discuss the problems his autopilot system encountered. Every meeting started with Elon saying, "Why can't the car drive itself from my home to work?" says Drew Baglino, one of Tesla's senior vice presidents. This sometimes led the Tesla team to do some Keystone Cops scrambling. There was a curve on Interstate 405 that always caused Musk trouble because the lane markings were faded. The autopilot would swerve out of the lane and almost hit oncoming cars. Musk would come into the office furious. "Do something to program this right," he kept demanding. This went on for months as the team tried to improve the autopilot software. In desperation, Sam Teller and others came up with a simpler solution. Ask the Transportation Department to repaint the lines of that section of the highway. When they got no response, they came up with a more audacious plan. They decided to rent a line painting machine of their own, go out at 3 a.m., shut the highway down for an hour, and redo the lanes. They had gone as far as tracking down a line painting machine when someone finally got through to a person at the Transportation Department who was a Musk fan. He agreed to have the lines repainted if he and a few others at the department could get a tour of SpaceX. Teller gave them a tour, they posed for a picture, and the highway lines got repainted. After that, Musk's autopilot handled the curve well. Baglino was among the Tesla engineers who wanted to continue to use radar to supplement camera vision. There was just such a gulf between Elon's goal and the possible, says Baglino. He just wasn't aware enough of the challenges. At one point, Baglino's team did an analysis of the distance perception an autopilot system would need for situations such as at a stop sign. How far left and right did the car need to see in order to know when it could safely cross? We're trying to have those conversations with Elon to establish what the sensors would need to do, Baglino says, and they were really difficult conversations because he kept coming back to the fact that people have just two eyes and they can drive the car, but those eyes are attached to a neck, and the neck can move, and people can position those eyes all over the place. Musk relented for the time being. Each new Model S, he conceded, would be equipped not only with 8 cameras but also with 12 ultrasonic sensors plus a forward-facing radar that was able to see through rain and fog. Together, this system provides a view of the world that a driver alone cannot access, seeing in every direction simultaneously and on wavelengths that go far beyond the human senses, the Tesla website announced in 2016. But even as Musk made this concession, it was clear that he would not give up pushing to make a camera-only system work. Accidents. As Musk pursued his autonomous vehicle ideas, he stubbornly and repeatedly exaggerated the autopilot capability of Tesla cars. That was dangerous. It led some drivers to think they could ride in a Tesla without paying much attention. Even as Musk was making his grand promises in 2016, Tesla was being dropped by one of its camera suppliers, Mobileye. Tesla was pushing the envelope in terms of safety, its chairman said. It was inevitable that there would be some fatal accidents involving autopilot, just as there were without autopilot. Musk insisted that the system should be judged not on whether it prevented accidents, but instead on whether it led to fewer accidents. It was a logical stance, but it ignored the emotional reality that a person killed by an autopilot system would provoke a lot more horror than 100 deaths caused by driver error. The first reported case of a fatal accident involving autopilot in the U.S. came in May 2016. A driver was killed in Florida when a tractor-trailer truck made a left turn in front of his Tesla. Neither autopilot nor the driver noticed the white side of the tractor-trailer against a brightly lit sky, so the brake was not applied, Tesla said in a statement. Investigators found evidence that at the time of the crash the driver was watching a Harry Potter movie on a computer propped up on the dashboard. The National Transportation Safety Board concluded that the driver neglected to maintain complete control of the Tesla leading up to the crash. Tesla had oversold its autopilot capabilities, and the driver likely surmised that he did not have to pay close attention. There were reports of another fatal accident involving a Tesla that was probably in autopilot mode that had occurred in China earlier that year. The news about the Florida crash broke when Musk was on his first visit back to South Africa in 16 years. He immediately flew back to the United States, but he did not make any public statement. He had the mind of an engineer rather than a feel for human emotions. He could not understand why 1 or 2 deaths caused by Tesla autopilot created an outcry when there were more than 1.3 million traffic deaths annually. Nobody was tallying the accidents prevented and lives saved by autopilot. Nor were they assessing whether driving with autopilot was safer than driving without it. Musk held a conference call with reporters in October 2016, and he got angry when the first questions were about the 2 deaths. If they wrote stories that dissuaded people from using autonomous driving systems or regulators from approving them, then you are killing people. He paused and then barked, "Next question." Promises, promises. Musk's grand vision, sometimes akin to a mirage that kept receding into the horizon, was that Tesla would build a completely autonomous car that would drive itself without any human intervention. He believed that would transform our daily lives as well as make Tesla the world's most valuable company. Full self-driving, as Tesla began to call it, would be able to function, Musk promised, not only on highways, but also on city streets with pedestrians, cyclists, and complex intersections. As with his other mission-driven obsessions, including travel to Mars, he made what would turn out to be absurd predictions about timing. On his October 2016 call with reporters, he declared that by the end of the following year, a Tesla would be able to drive from Los Angeles to New York without the need for a single touch on the wheel. "When you want your car to return, tap Summon on your phone," he said. "It will eventually find you even if you are on the other side of the country." This could have been dismissed as an amusing fantasy, except that he began pushing the engineers working on Tesla's Model 3 and Model Y to design versions that had no steering wheel and no pedals for acceleration and braking. Von Holzhausen pretended to comply. Beginning in late 2016, there would always be pictures and physical models of robo-taxis for Musk to see when he walked through the design studio. He was convinced that by the time we got Model Y into production, it would be a full-on robo-taxi, fully autonomous, von Holzhausen says. Almost every year, Musk would make another prediction that full self-driving was just a year or two away. When will someone be able to buy one of your cars and literally just take the hands off the wheel and go to sleep and wake up and find that they've arrived? Chris Anderson asked him at a TED Talk in May 2017. That's about 2 years, Musk replied. In an interview with Kara Swisher at a code conference at the end of 2018, he said Tesla was on track to do it next year. In early 2019, he doubled down. I think we will be feature-complete, full self-driving this year, he declared on a podcast with ARK Invest. I would say I am certain of that. That is not a question mark. If he lets up and admits that it's going to take a long time, von Holzhausen said at the end of 2022, then nobody will rally around it and we won't design vehicles that require autonomy. On an earnings call with analysts that year, Musk admitted that the process had been harder than he expected back in 2016. Ultimately, what it comes down to, he said, is that to solve full self-driving, you actually have to solve real-world artificial intelligence. Chapter 42. Solar. Tesla Energy, 2004 to 2016. Burning Man. I want to start a new business, Musk's cousin Lyndon Rive said as they were driving in an RV to Burning Man, the annual art and tech rave in the Nevada desert, at the end of the summer of 2004. One that can help humanity and address climate change. Get into the solar industry, Musk replied. Lyndon recalls that the answer felt like my marching orders. With his brother Peter, he started work on creating a company that would become Solar City. Elon provided most of the initial funding, Peter recalls. He gave us one clear piece of guidance: get to a scale that would have an impact as fast as possible. Musk's 3 Rive cousins, Lyndon, Peter, and Russ, were the sons of May Musk's twin sister, and they had grown up with Elon and Kimball riding bikes and fighting and plotting ways to make money. Like Elon, they headed to America to pursue their entrepreneurial dreams as soon as they could leave South Africa. The whole clan, Peter says, followed the same maxim. Risk is a type of fuel. Lyndon, the youngest, was especially tenacious. His passion was playing underwater hockey, which may be the ultimate tenacity testing sport, and he had come to America as a member of the South African national team. He stayed in Elon's apartment, liked the vibe in Silicon Valley, and took the lead in forming with his brothers a computer support company. They would zip around Santa Cruz on skateboards making service calls. Eventually, they came up with their own software to automate many of the tasks, which helped them sell the company to Dell Computers. After Elon suggested they go into the solar panel business, Lyndon and Peter tried to figure out why so few people were buying them. The answer was easy. We realized that the consumer experience was horrible, and the high upfront cost was a massive barrier, Peter says. So they came up with a plan to simplify the process. A customer would call a toll-free number. A sales team would use satellite imagery to gauge the size of the roof and how much sunlight it got, and then the company would offer a contract specifying the cost, utility savings, and financing terms. If a customer agreed, the company would dispatch a team in green uniforms to install the panels and apply for government rebates. The goal was to create a nationwide consumer brand. Musk invested $10 million to get the company started. On July 4, 2006, just when Tesla was about to reveal the Roadster, they launched Solar City, with Musk as chairman of the board. Buying Solar City. For a while, Solar City did pretty well. By 2015, it accounted for a quarter of all solar installations not done by a utility company. But it struggled to find a business model. At first, it leased the solar panels to customers with no upfront cost. This led to mounting debt for the company, and the stock declined from a high of $85 per share in 2014 to about $20 a share in mid-2016. Musk became increasingly frustrated with the company's practices, especially the way it relied on an aggressive sales force that was compensated by commissions. Their sales tactics became like those schemes that go door to door selling you boxes of knives or something crappy like that, Musk says. His instincts had always been just the opposite. He never put much effort into sales and marketing, and instead believed that if you made a great product, the sales would follow. Musk began hounding his cousins. "Are you a sales company or a product company?" he kept asking. They couldn't quite understand his fixation on product. "We would be kicking ass on market share," Peter says, and Elon would be questioning aesthetic things and pointing out something like the look of the clips and get angry and say they were ugly. Musk became so frustrated that at one point he threatened to resign as chairman. Kimball talked him out of it. Instead, in February 2016, he phoned his cousins and told them that he wanted Tesla to buy Solar City. After opening its Nevada battery factory, Tesla had begun making a refrigerator-sized battery for the home called the Powerwall. It could be connected to solar panels such as those installed by Solar City. The concept helped Musk avoid the mistake made by many corporate leaders of defining their business too narrowly. "Tesla is not just an automotive company," he said when the Powerwall was announced in April 2015. "It's an energy innovation company." With a solar roof connected to a home battery and to a Tesla in the garage, people could free themselves from dependency on big utilities and oil companies. The combined offerings could enable Tesla to do more to fight climate change than any other company, perhaps any other entity, in the world. There was, however, a problem with Musk's integrated energy concept. His cousin's solar business was not part of Tesla. Having Tesla buy Solar City would accomplish two things: allow him to integrate the home energy business and save his cousin's foundering enterprise. At first, the board of Tesla balked, which was unusual. They were normally very deferential to Musk. The proposed deal seemed like a bailout of Musk's cousins and Musk's Solar City investment at a time when Tesla was suffering its own production problems. But the board approved the idea 4 months later after Solar City's financial condition worsened. Tesla would offer a rather high 25% premium for the purchase of Solar City's stock, of which Musk was the largest holder. Musk recused himself from a few of the board votes, but he participated in many of the private discussions with his cousins at Solar City. When Musk announced the deal in June 2016, he called it a no-brainer that was legally and morally correct. The acquisition fit with his original master plan for Tesla, which he had written in 2006. The overarching purpose of Tesla Motors is to help expedite the move from a mine-and-burn hydrocarbon economy towards a solar-electric economy. It also fit with Musk's instinct to have end-to-end control of all his endeavors. "Elon made us realize that you've got to have solar and battery combined," says his cousin Peter. "We really wanted to offer an integrated product, but it was difficult when the engineers were at two different companies." The deal received approval by 85% of disinterested shareholders, meaning Musk couldn't vote his shares, of both Tesla and Solar City. Nevertheless, some Tesla shareholders sued. Elon caused Tesla's servile board to approve the acquisition of an insolvent Solar City at a patently unfair price in order to bail out his and other family members' foundering investment, they charged. In 2022, a Delaware Chancery Court ruled in Musk's favor. The acquisition marked a vital step forward for a company that had for years made clear to the market and its stockholders that it intended to expand from an electric car manufacturer to an alternative energy company. This is shit. On a call with Solar City investors in August 2016, just before the shareholder votes that would finalize the merger with Tesla, Musk hinted at a new product that would transform the industry. What if we can offer you a roof that looks way better than a normal roof, that lasts far longer than a normal roof? Different ballgame. The idea that he and his Rive cousins were working on was a solar roof rather than solar panels that could be installed on top of a regular roof. It would be made of tiles that had solar cells embedded inside them. The solar tiles could replace the existing roof or be laid on top of it. Either way, it would look like a roof rather than a bunch of solar panels mounted on a roof. The solar roof project caused enormous friction between Musk and his cousins. In August 2016, around the time he was teasing the new product, Peter Rive invited Musk to inspect a version that the company had installed on a customer's roof. It was a standing seam metal roof, meaning the solar cells were embedded in sheets of metal rather than tiles. When Musk drove up, Peter and 15 people were standing in front of the house. But as often happened, Peter recalled, Elon showed up late and then sat in the car looking at his phone while we all just waited very nervously for him to get out. When he did, it was clear that he was furious. "This is shit," Musk explained. "Total fucking shit, horrible. What were you thinking?" Peter explained that it was the best they could do in a short time to make a version that was installable. That meant they had to compromise on aesthetics. Musk ordered them to focus instead on solar tiles rather than a metal roof. Working around the clock, the Rives and their Solar City team were able to mock up some solar tiles, and Musk scheduled a public unveiling for October. It was held on the Universal Studio Hollywood lot, where the solar roof options were mounted on a set of homes that had been used in the Desperate Housewives TV series. There were 4 versions, including those that looked like French slate and Tuscan barrel tiles, along with a house that featured the metal roof that Musk hated. When Musk visited 2 days before the scheduled event and saw the metal version, he erupted. "What part of I fucking hate this product don't you understand?" One of the engineers pushed back, saying it looked okay to him and that it was the easiest to install. Musk pulled Peter aside and told him, "I don't think this guy should be on the team." Peter fired the engineer and had the metal roof removed before the public event. 200 people showed up at Universal Studios for the presentation. Musk began by talking about rising carbon dioxide levels and the threat of climate change. "Save us, Elon," someone shouted. At that point, Musk pointed behind him. "The houses you see around you are all solar houses," he said. "Did you notice?" Inside each of the garages was an upgraded version of Tesla's Powerwall, along with a Tesla car. The solar tiles would generate electricity that could be stored in the Powerwall and in the battery of the car. "This is the integrated future," he said. "We can solve the whole energy equation." It was a lofty vision, but it came at a personal cost. Within a year, both Peter and Lyndon Rive would leave the company. Chapter 43. The Boring Company. 2016. On a trip to Hong Kong in late 2016, Musk had a jammed day of meetings and, as was often the case, needed some minutes of downtime when he could recharge, check his phone, and just stare blankly. He was doing that stare when John McNeil, Tesla's president of sales and marketing, came over to break him out of his trance. "Did you ever notice that cities are built in 3D, but the roads are only built in 2D? Musk finally said. McNeil looked puzzled. "You could build roads in 3D by building tunnels under cities," Musk explained. He called Steve Davis, a trusted engineer at SpaceX. It was 2 a.m. in California, but Davis agreed to study ways to build tunnels quickly and inexpensively. "Okay," Musk said. "I will call you back in 3 hours." When Musk called back, Davis had figured out a few ideas for using a standard tunneling machine to bore a simple 40-foot diameter round hole and not have to reinforce it with concrete. "How much do these machines cost?" Musk asked. Davis told him $5 million. "Buy 2 of them," Musk said, "and have them when I return." When he arrived back in Los Angeles a few days later, Musk found himself stuck in traffic. So he started tweeting. "Traffic is driving me nuts," he wrote. "I'm going to build a tunnel boring machine and just start digging." He toyed with various names for a new company, including Tunnels R Us and American Tubes and Tunnels. But then he struck on a name that appealed to his Monty Python sense of humor. As he tweeted an hour later, "It shall be called The Boring Company. Boring, it's what we do." Musk had come up with an even more audacious idea a few years earlier, which was to build a pneumatic-like tube with electromagnetically accelerated pods to propel people at close to supersonic speeds between cities. He called it Hyperloop. In an unusual show of restraint, he thought better of attempting to build one and instead set up a design competition for students. He built a mile-long vacuum chamber tube alongside SpaceX headquarters for them to demonstrate their ideas. The first Hyperloop student competition was scheduled for a Sunday in January 2017, and student groups from as far away as the Netherlands and Germany were planning to come and show off their experimental pods. Mayor Eric Garcetti and other officials would be there, so Musk decided it would be a good opportunity to announce his tunnel boring idea. At a meeting that Friday morning, he asked how long it would take to begin digging a tunnel in the lot next to the Hyperloop experiment tube. "About 2 weeks," he was told. "Get started today," he ordered. "I want as big of a hole as we can by Sunday." His assistant, Elissa Butterfield, scrambled to get Tesla workers to move their cars out of the lot, and within 3 hours, the 2 tunneling machines Davis had bought were digging away. By Sunday, there was a gaping 50-foot wide hole leading down to the beginning of a tunnel. Musk invested $100 million of his own money to get the boring company started, and over the next 2 years would frequently cross the street from SpaceX to check on progress. How can we move faster? What are the impediments? He spent a lot of time giving us lessons about the importance of deleting steps and simplifying, says Joe Kuhn, a young engineer from Chicago, who designed the way vehicles would get through the tunnel. For example, they were drilling a vertical shaft at the beginning of the tunnel to lower in the tunneling machine. "The gopher in my yard doesn't do that," Musk said. They ended up redesigning the tunneling machine so that it could simply be aimed nose down and start burrowing into the ground. When the 1-mile-long prototype tunnel was almost finished at the end of December 2018, Musk came by late one night with 2 of his sons and his girlfriend, Claire Boucher, known as Grimes. They piled into a Tesla with custom wheels, and then a larger elevator dropped them down 40 feet into the tunnel. "Let's go as fast as we can," he said to Kuhn, who was driving. Grimes protested a bit, asking that they take it easy. Musk reverted to engineer mode, explaining why the probability of longitudinal impact is extremely low. And so Kuhn gunned it. "This is crazy," Musk exulted. "This is going to change everything." It didn't change everything. In fact, it became an example of a Musk idea that was overhyped. The Boring Company completed a 1.7-mile tunnel in Las Vegas in 2021 that transported riders and Teslas from the airport and through the convention center, and it began negotiations for projects in other cities. But by 2023, none of them had gotten underway. Chapter 44. Rocky Relationships. 2016 to 2017. Trump. Musk had never been very political. Like many techies, he was liberal on social issues, but with a dollop of libertarian resistance to regulations and political correctness. He contributed to the presidential campaigns of Barack Obama and then Hillary Clinton, and he was a vocal critic of Donald Trump in the 2016 election. He doesn't seem to have the sort of character that reflects well on the United States, he told CNBC. But after Trump won, Musk became cautiously optimistic that he might govern as a renegade independent rather than a resentful right-winger. I thought that maybe some of the crazier stuff he said during the campaign was just a performance and he would land in a more sensible place, he says. So at the urging of his friend Peter Thiel, a Trump supporter, Musk agreed to join a gathering of tech CEOs who were meeting with the president-elect in New York in December 2016. On the morning of the meeting, Musk visited the editorial boards of the New York Times and Wall Street Journal, and then, because traffic was bad, took the Lexington Avenue subway to Trump Tower. In addition to Thiel, the 24 tech CEOs at the meeting included Larry Page of Google, Satya Nadella of Microsoft, Jeff Bezos of Amazon, and Tim Cook of Apple. Afterward, Musk stayed for a private meeting with Trump. A friend had given him a Tesla, Trump said, but he'd never driven it. This baffled Musk, who said nothing. Trump then declared that he really wanted to get NASA going again. This baffled Musk even more. He urged Trump to set big goals, most notably sending humans to Mars, and let companies compete to fulfill them. Trump seemed amazed at the idea of sending people to Mars, then reiterated that he wanted to get NASA going again. Musk thought the meeting was odd, but he found Trump to be friendly. He seems kind of nuts, he said afterward, but he may turn out okay. Later, Trump told CNBC's Joe Kernan that he was impressed by Musk. He likes rockets, and he does good at rockets too, by the way, Trump told him, then lapsed into Trumpian babble. I never saw where the engines come down with no wings, no anything, and they're landing, and I said, I've never seen that before, and I was worried about him because he's one of our great geniuses and we have to protect our genius. You know, we have to protect Thomas Edison and we have to protect all of these people that came up with originally the light bulb and the wheel and all of these things. Juliana Glover, a well-connected government affairs consultant, helped set up some other meetings while they were in Trump Tower, including with Vice President-elect Mike Pence and National Security aides Michael Flynn and K.T. McFarland. The only one who impressed Musk was Newt Gingrich, who was a space buff and shared his enthusiasm for letting private companies bid for missions. On Trump's first day as president, Musk went to the White House to be part of a roundtable of top CEOs, and he returned 2 weeks later for a similar session. He concluded that Trump as president was no different than he was as a candidate. The buffoonery was not just an act. Trump might be one of the world's best bullshitters ever, he says, like my dad. Bullshitting can sometimes baffle the brain. If you just think of Trump as sort of a con man performance, then his behavior sort of makes sense. When the president pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Accord, an international agreement to fight climate change, Musk resigned from the presidential councils. Amber Heard. Musk was not bred for domestic tranquility. Most of his romantic relationships involved psychological turmoil. The most agonizing of them all was with the actress Amber Heard, who drew him into a dark vortex that lasted more than a year and produced a deep-seated pain that lingers to this day. It was brutal, he says. Their relationship began after she made an action movie in 2012 called Machete Kills, which features an inventor who wants to create a society on an orbiting space station. Musk agreed to be a consultant because he wanted to meet her, but that didn't happen until a year later when she asked if she could come visit SpaceX. "I guess I could be called a geek for someone who can also be called a hot chick," she says jokingly. Musk took her for a ride in a Tesla, and she decided that he looked attractive for a rocket engineer. She next saw him when they were in line to walk the red carpet at New York's Metropolitan Museum Gala in May 2016. Heard, then 30, was on the brink of an explosive divorce from Johnny Depp. She and Musk talked at the dinner and then the after-party. Reeling from her relationship with Depp, she felt that Musk was a breath of fresh air. A few weeks later, she was working in Miami and Musk came to visit. They stayed at a poolside villa he had rented at Miami Beach's Delano Hotel, and then he flew her and her sister up to Cape Canaveral, where Falcon 9 launch was scheduled. She thought it was the most interesting date she had been on. For his birthday that June, she decided to surprise him by traveling from Italy, where she was working, to the Fremont Tesla factory. As she got near, she pulled to the side of the road and picked some wildflowers. Working with his security team, she hid in the back of a Tesla and popped out with the flowers when he approached. Their relationship deepened in April 2017 when he flew to be with her in Australia, where she was filming Aquaman, in which she played the princess warrior lover of a superhero trying to save the world. They walked holding hands through a wildlife sanctuary and did the treetop rope course, after which Heard planted a kiss mark on his cheek. He told her that she reminded him of Mercy, his favorite character in the video game Overwatch, so she spent 2 months designing and commissioning a head-to-toe costume so she could role-play for him. Her playfulness, however, was accompanied by the type of turmoil that attracted Musk. His brother and friends hated her with a passion that made their distaste for Justine pale. She was just so toxic, Kimball says, a nightmare. Musk's chief of staff, Sam Teller, compares her to a comic book villain. She was like the Joker in Batman, he says. She didn't have a goal or aim other than chaos. She thrives on destabilizing everything. She and Musk would stay up all night fighting, and then he would not be able to get up until the afternoon. They broke up in July 2017, but then got back together for another 5 tumultuous months. The end finally came after a wild trip to Rio de Janeiro that December with Kimball and his wife and some of the kids. When they got to the hotel, Elon and Amber had another of their flame-throwing fights. She locked herself in the room and started yelling that she was afraid she would be attacked and that Elon had taken her passport. The security guards and Kimball's wife all tried to convince her that she was safe, her passport was in her bag, and she could and should leave whenever she wanted. She really is a very good actress, so she will say things that you're like, wow, maybe she's telling you the truth. But she isn't, Kimball says. The way she can create her own reality reminds me of my dad. Let that sink in. Amber concedes they had an argument and that she got rather dramatic, but she says that they resolved the fight that evening, which was New Year's Eve. They went to a party and celebrated the ringing in of the new year standing on a balcony overlooking Rio, she in a low-cut white linen dress, he in a partly unbuttoned white linen shirt. Kimball and his wife were there, along with their cousin Russ Rive and his wife. To show that they had made up, Amber sent me pictures and videos of the evening. In one of them, Elon wishes her a happy new year and kisses her passionately on the lips. She came to the conclusion that Musk cultivated drama because he needed a lot of stimuli to keep him invigorated. Even after they broke up for good, the embers endured. I love him very much, she says. She also understands him well. Elon loves fire, she says, and sometimes it burns him. The fact that Elon was attracted to Amber was part of a pattern. It's really sad that he falls in love with these people who are really mean to him, Kimball says. They're beautiful, no question, but they have a very dark side, and Elon knows that they're toxic. So why does he do it? When I ask Elon, he lets out his large laugh. Because I'm just a fool for love, he says. I am often a fool, but especially for love. Errol and Jana. Elon had not seen his father since the end of 2002, when Errol and his family visited after baby Nevada's death. During that stay, Elon had become uncomfortable about Errol's fondness for his then 15-year-old stepdaughter, Jana, and Elon pressured him to go back to South Africa. But in 2016, Elon and Kimball planned a trip with their families to South Africa, and they decided that they should see their father, who was now divorced and had been having heart problems. Elon shares some things with his father, probably more than he would like to admit, including a birthday, June 28th. So they scheduled a lunch to try to reconcile, at least briefly on their birthdays, Elon's 45th and Errol's 70th. They met at a restaurant in Cape Town, where Errol was then living. The group included Kimball and his new wife, Christiana, and Elon and the actress Natasha Bassett, whom he was occasionally dating. Justine had asked that their children, who were on the trip, not be exposed to Errol, so they left the restaurant just before Errol arrived. Antonio Gracias was on the trip and asked if he should leave as well. Elon put his hand on my leg and said, "Please stay," Gracias recalls. It was the only time I had ever seen Elon's hands shaking. When Errol walked into the restaurant, he loudly praised Elon for how beautiful Natasha was, which made everyone uncomfortable. Elon and Kimball were totally shut down, silent, Christiana says. After an hour, they said it was time to leave. Elon had planned to take Kimball, Christiana, Natasha, and the kids to Pretoria to see where he had grown up, but after the meeting with his father, he was not in the mood. He abruptly cut short the trip and flew back to the U.S., telling them and himself that he needed to get back to deal with the news of the death of the Florida driver who was using Tesla autopilot. The visit, though brief, seemed to herald a détente with his father that could perhaps have helped Elon tame some of the demons still haunting him. But that was not to be. Later in 2016, not long after Elon left, Errol got Jana, then 30, pregnant. "We were lonely, lost people," Errol later said. "One thing led to another. You can call it God's plan or nature's plan." When Elon and his siblings found out, they were creeped out and furious. "I was actually slowly making amends with my father," Kimball says, "but then he had a child with Jana and I said, 'You're done, you're out. I never want to speak to you again.' And I haven't spoken to him since." Just after he heard the news, in the summer of 2017, Musk was scheduled to give an interview to Neil Strauss for a Rolling Stone cover story. Strauss began with a question about Tesla's Model 3. As often happened, Musk just sat there silently. He was brooding about Amber Heard and about his father. Without much explanation, he got up and left. After more than 5 minutes, Teller went to retrieve him. When Musk returned, he explained to Strauss, "I just broke up with my girlfriend. I was really in love, and it hurt bad." Later in the interview, he unloaded about his father, but without mentioning the child Errol had just had with Jana. "He was such a terrible human being," Musk said, starting to cry. "My dad will have a carefully thought-out plan of evil. He will plan evil. Almost every crime you can possibly think of, he has done. Almost every evil thing you could possibly think of, he has done." In his profile, Strauss noted that Musk would not go into specifics. There's clearly something Musk wants to share, but he can't bring himself to utter the words. Chapter 45. Descent into the Dark. 2017. Are you bipolar? Devastated by the breakup with Amber Heard and the news that his father had a child with the woman he had raised as his stepdaughter, Musk went through periods when he oscillated between depression, stupor, giddiness, and manic energy. He would fall into foul moods that led to almost catatonic trances and depressive paralysis. Then, as if a switch flipped, he would become giddy and replay old Monty Python skits of silly walks and wacky debates, breaking into his stuttering laugh. Professionally and emotionally, the summer of 2017 through the fall of 2018 would be the most hellacious period of his life, even worse than the crisis of 2008. That was the time of most concentrated pain I've ever had, he says. 18 months of unrelenting insanity. It was mind-bogglingly painful. At one point in late 2017, he was scheduled to be on a Tesla earnings call with Wall Street analysts. John McNeil, who was then Tesla's president, found him lying on the floor of the conference room with the lights off. McNeil went over and lay down next to him in the corner. "Hey, pal," McNeil said, "we've got an earnings call to do." "I can't do it," Musk said. "You have to," McNeil replied. It took McNeil a half hour to get him moving. He came from a comatose state to a place where we could actually get him in the chair, get other people in the room, get him through his opening statement, and then cover for him, McNeil recalls. Once it was over, Musk said, "I've got to lay down. I've got to shut off the lights. I just need some time alone." McNeil said the same scene played out 5 or 6 times, including once when he had to lie on the conference room floor next to Musk to get his approval for a new website design. Around that time, Musk was asked by a user on Twitter if he was bipolar. "Yeah," he answered. But he added that he had not been medically diagnosed. Bad feelings correlate to bad events, so maybe the real problem is getting carried away for what I sign up for. One day, when they were sitting in the Tesla conference room after one of Musk's spells, McNeil asked him directly whether he was bipolar. When Musk said probably yes, McNeil pushed his chair back from the table and turned to talk to Musk eye to eye. "Look, I have a relative who is bipolar," McNeil said. "I've had close experience with this. If you get good treatment and your meds dialed right, you can get back to who you are. The world needs you." It was a healthy conversation, McNeil says, and Musk seemed to have a clear desire to get out of his messed-up headspace. But it didn't happen. His way of dealing with his mental problems, he says when I ask, is just take the pain and make sure you really care about what you're doing. Welcome to production hell. When the Model 3 began rolling off the production line in July 2017, miraculously meeting the insane deadline Musk had set, Tesla held a raucous event at the Fremont factory to celebrate. Before going on stage, he was scheduled to go into a small room and take questions from a handful of journalists. But something was wrong. He had been in a morbid mood all day, belting down a couple of Red Bulls to keep himself going, then trying to meditate, something he never had seriously done before. Franz von Holzhausen and J.B. Straubel tried to break him out of his stupor with a pep talk, but Musk seemed unresponsive, blank-faced, depressed. "I've been in severe emotional pain for the last few weeks," he later said. "Severe. It took every ounce of will to be able to do the Model 3 event and not look like the most depressed guy around." Finally, he steeled himself to go into the press conference. He appeared irritated, then distracted. "Sorry for being a little dry," he told the reporters. "Got a lot on my mind right now." Then it was time to appear in front of 200 screaming fans and employees. He tried to put on a good show, at least at first. He drove a new red Model 3 on stage, jumped out, and raised his arms to the sky. The whole point of this company was to make a really great affordable electric car, he said, and we finally have. But his talk soon took on an eerie tone. Even those in the audience could tell that despite his attempt to look joyful, he was in a very dark place. Instead of celebrating, he warned about tough times ahead. "The major challenge for us over the next 6 to 9 months is how do we build a huge number of cars," he said haltingly. Frankly, we're going to be in production hell." Then he started giggling maniacally. "Welcome, welcome, welcome to production hell. That's where we are going to be for at least 6 months." That prospect, like all hellish dramas, seemed to fill him with dark energy. "I look forward to working alongside you journeying through hell," he told his startled audience. "As the saying goes, if you're going through hell, just keep going." He was, and he did. Giga Nevada Hell. In times of emotional darkness, Musk throws himself into his work, maniacally. And he did so after the July 2017 event marking the beginning of Model 3 production. He had one primary focus: ramping up production so that Tesla was churning out 5,000 Model 3s per week. He had done the calculations of the company's costs, overhead, and cash flow. If it hit that rate, Tesla would survive. If not, it would run out of money. He repeated that like a mantra to every executive, and he installed monitors at the factory showing the up-to-the-minute output of cars and components. Reaching 5,000 cars per week would be a huge challenge. By the end of 2017, Tesla was making cars at only half that rate. Musk decided he had to move himself literally to the factory floors and lead an all-in surge. It was a tactic, personally surging into the breach 24/7 with an all-hands-on-deck cadre of fellow fanatics, that came to define the maniacal intensity that he demanded at his companies. He began with the Gigafactory in Nevada, where Tesla made batteries. The person who designed the line there told Musk that making 5,000 battery packs a week was insane. At most, they could make 1,800. "If you're right, Tesla is dead," Musk told him. "We either have 5,000 cars a week or we can't cover our costs." Building more lines would take another year, the executive said. Musk moved him out and brought in a new captain, Brian Dow, who had the gung-ho mentality Musk liked. Musk took charge of the factory floor, playing the role of a feverish field marshal. "It was a frenzy of insanity," he says. "We were getting 4 or 5 hours of sleep often on the floor. I remember thinking, I'm like on the ragged edge of sanity." His colleagues agreed. Musk called in reinforcements, including his most loyal lieutenants, Mark Juncosa, his engineering sidekick at SpaceX, and Steve Davis, who headed the Boring Company. He even enlisted his young cousin, James Musk, son of Errol's younger brother, who had just graduated from Berkeley and joined the Tesla autopilot team as a coder. "I got a call from Elon saying be at the Van Nuys airstrip in an hour," he says. "We flew to Reno, and I ended up staying there 4 months." There were a billion problems, Juncosa says. A third of the cells were fucked up, and a third of the workstations were fucked up. They fanned out to work on different sections of the battery line, going station to station and troubleshooting any process that was slowing things down. "When we got too exhausted, we'd go crash at the motel for 4 hours, then head back," Juncosa says. Omid Afshar, a biomedical engineer who had minored in poetry, had just been hired to join Sam Teller as an aide-de-camp to Musk. Growing up in Los Angeles, he carried a briefcase to grade school because he wanted to be like his father, an Iranian-born engineer. He worked for a few years setting up facilities for a medical equipment manufacturer, and he quickly bonded with Musk after joining Tesla. They both spoke with a soft stutter that cloaked an engineering mindset. On his first day on the job, after renting an apartment near Tesla's Silicon Valley headquarters, he was swept up in the surge and spent the next 3 months working at the Nevada Battery Gigafactory and crashing at a $20 a night motel nearby. 7 days a week he would get up at 5 a.m., have a cup of coffee with the manufacturing guru Tim Watkins, work at the factory until 10 p.m., and then have a glass of wine with Watkins before crashing. At one point, Musk noticed that the assembly line was being slowed at a station where strips of fiberglass were glued to the battery packs by an expensive but slow robot. The robot's suction cups kept dropping the strip, and it applied too much glue. I realized that the first error was trying to automate the process, which was my fault because I pushed for a lot of automation, he says. After much frustration, Musk finally asked a basic question. What the hell are these strips for? He was trying to visualize why fiberglass pieces were needed between the battery and the floor pan. The engineering team told him that it had been specified by the noise reduction team to cut down on vibration. So he called the noise reduction team, which told him that the specification came from the engineering team to reduce the risk of fire. It was like being in a Dilbert cartoon, Musk says. So he ordered them to record the sound inside a car without the fiberglass and then with the fiberglass. See if you can tell the difference, he told them. They couldn't. Step 1 should be to question the requirements, he says. Make them less wrong and dumb, because all requirements are somewhat wrong and dumb. And then delete, delete, delete. The same approach worked even on the smallest details. For example, when the battery packs were completed in Nevada, little plastic caps were put on the prongs that would plug it into the car. When the battery got to the Fremont car assembly factory, the plastic caps were removed and discarded. Sometimes they would run out of caps in Nevada and have to hold up shipment of the batteries. When Musk asked why the caps existed, he was told they had been specified to make sure the pins did not get bent. Who specified that requirement, he asked. The factory team scrambled to find out, but they weren't able to come up with a name. So delete them, Musk said. They did, and it turned out they never had a problem with bent pins. Although there was an esprit de corps among Musk's posse, he could be cold and rough on others. At 10 p.m. one Saturday, he became angry about a robotic arm that installed a cooling tube into a battery. The robot's alignment was off, which was holding up the process. A young manufacturing engineer named Gage Coffin was summoned. He was excited about the chance to meet Musk. He had been working for Tesla for 2 years and had spent the previous 11 months living out of a suitcase and working 7 days a week at the factory. It was his first full-time job, and he loved it. When he arrived, Musk barked, "Hey, this doesn't line up. Did you do this?" Coffin responded haltingly by asking Musk what he was referring to. The coding, the design, the tooling? Musk kept asking, "Did you fucking do this?" Coffin, flummoxed and frightened, kept fumbling to figure out the question. That made Musk even more combative. "You're an idiot," he said. "Get the hell out and don't come back." His project manager pulled him aside a few minutes later and told him that Musk had ordered him fired. He received his termination papers that Monday. "My manager was fired a week after me, and his manager the week after that," Coffin says. At least Elon knew their names. When Elon gets upset, he lashes out, often at junior people, says John McNeil. Gage's story was fairly typical of his behavior, where he just couldn't really process his frustration in a productive way. J.B. Straubel, Musk's kinder and gentler co-founder, cringed at Musk's behavior. In retrospect, it may seem like great war stories, he says, but in the middle of it, it was absolutely horrific. He was making us fire people who had been personal friends for a very long time, which was super painful. Musk says in response that people such as Straubel and McNeil were too reluctant to fire people. In that area of the factory, things had not been working well. Parts were piling up by the workstations, and the line wasn't moving. By trying to be nice to the people, Musk says, you're actually not being nice to the dozens of other people who are doing their jobs well and will get hurt if I don't fix the problem spots. He spent that Thanksgiving Day at the factory, along with a few of his sons, because he had requested workers to come in. Any day that the factory was not making batteries would set back the number of cars that Tesla could produce. De-automation. Ever since the development of assembly lines in the early 1900s, most factories have been designed in 2 steps. First, the line is set up with workers doing specific tasks at each station. Then, when the kinks are worked out, robots and other machines are gradually introduced to take over some of the work. Musk did the reverse. In his vision for a modern alien dreadnought factory, he began by automating every task possible. "We had this enormously automated production line that used tons of robots," says Strobel. "There was one problem. It didn't work." One night, Musk was walking through the Nevada battery pack factory with his posse, Omid Afshar, Antonio Gracias, and Tim Watkins, and they noticed a delay at a workstation where a robotic arm was sticking cells to a tube. The machine had a problem gripping the material and getting aligned. Watkins and Gracias went over to a table and tried to do the process by hand. They could do it more reliably. They called Musk over and calculated how many humans it would take to get rid of the machine. Workers were hired to replace the robot, and the assembly line moved more quickly. Musk flipped from being an apostle of automation to a new mission he pursued with similar zeal. Find any part of the line where there was a holdup and see if de-automation would make it go faster. "We began sawing robots out of the production line and throwing them into the parking lot," Strobel says. "On one weekend, they marched through the factory, painting marks on machinery to be jettisoned. We put a hole in the side of the building just to remove all that equipment," Musk says. The experience became a lesson that would become part of Musk's production algorithm. Always wait until the end of designing a process, after you have questioned all the requirements and deleted unnecessary parts, before you introduce automation. By April 2018, the Nevada factory was working better. The weather had warmed up a bit, so Musk decided he would sleep on the factory roof instead of driving to a motel. His assistant brought a few tents, and his friend Bill Lee and Sam Teller joined him. After inspecting the module and pack assembly lines until close to 1 a.m. one night, they went up to the roof, lit a little portable fire pit, and talked about the next challenge. Musk was ready to turn his attention to Fremont. Chapter 46. Fremont Factory Hell. Tesla 2018. Short sellers. As the bottlenecks in the Nevada battery factory eased in the spring of 2018, Musk shifted his focus to the Fremont car assembly factory, located on the fraying industrial fringe of Silicon Valley across San Francisco Bay from Palo Alto. By the beginning of April, it was producing only 2,000 Model 3s per week. There seemed to be no way that the laws of physics would allow him to juice the plant's assembly lines into producing his magic number of 5,000 per week, which he was now promising Wall Street would happen by the end of June. Musk put a stake in the ground by telling all managers to order enough parts and materials to make that number. These had to be paid for, but if they were not turned into finished cars, Tesla would have cash flow problems that would lead to a death spiral. The result was another one of those frenzied fire drills of activity that Musk called a surge. Tesla's stock was hovering near its all-time high in early 2018, making it more valuable than General Motors, even though GM had sold 10 million cars for a $12 billion profit the previous year, while Tesla had sold 100,000 cars and lost $2.2 billion. Those numbers and skepticism about Musk's 5,000 cars per week pledge made Tesla's stock a magnet for short sellers, who make money if the stock price falls. By 2018, Tesla had become the most shorted stock in history. This infuriated Musk. He believed that short sellers were not merely skeptics, but evil. They are leeches on the neck of business. The short sellers publicly attacked Tesla and Musk personally. He would scroll through his Twitter feed seething about the false information. Even worse was the true information. They had up-to-date data from sources in the company and drones that flew over our factory, giving them numbers in real time, he says. They organized themselves into a shorty ground force and a shorty air force. The degree of inside information they had was insane. That would eventually lead to their undoing. The short sellers had hard numbers about how many cars could possibly be produced on the 2 assembly lines at Fremont, and it led them to conclude that there was no way Tesla could reach 5,000 cars per week by mid-2018. "We think the deception is about to catch up to Tesla," wrote one of the shorts, David Einhorn. Elon Musk's erratic behavior suggests that he sees it the same way. And the most prominent short seller, Jim Chanos, publicly declared that Tesla's stock was basically worthless. Around that time, Musk made the opposite bet. The Tesla board granted him the boldest pay package in American history, one that would pay him nothing if the stock price did not rise dramatically, but that had the potential to pay out $100 billion or more if the company achieved an extraordinarily aggressive set of targets, including a leap in the production numbers, revenue, and stock price. There was widespread skepticism that he could reach the targets. Mr. Musk will be paid only if he reaches a series of jaw-dropping milestones based on the company's market value and operations, Andrew Ross Sorkin wrote in the New York Times. Otherwise, he will be paid nothing. The payout would top out, Sorkin wrote, only if Mr. Musk were somehow to increase the value of Tesla to $650 billion, a figure many experts would contend is laughably impossible. Walk to the red. In the middle of the Fremont factory is the main conference room known as Jupiter. Musk used it as his office, meeting space, haven from mental torments, and sometimes a place to sleep. An array of screens blinking and updating like stock displays tracked in real time the total output of the factory and of each workstation. Musk had come to realize that designing a good factory was like designing a microchip. It was important to create in each patch the right density, flow, and processes. So he paid the most attention to a monitor that showed each station on the assembly line with a green or red light, indicating whether it was flowing properly. There were also green and red lights at the stations themselves, so Musk was able to walk the floor and home in on trouble spots. His team called it Walk to the Red. The surge at Fremont began the first week of April 2018. That Monday he began walking the floor with his fast bear-like gait, heading to any red light he saw. What's the problem? A part was missing. Who's in charge of that part? Get him over here. A sensor keeps tripping. Who calibrated it? Find someone who can open the console. Can we adjust the settings? Why do we even need that fucking sensor? The process was paused that afternoon because SpaceX was launching a critical cargo supply mission to the space station. So Musk went back to the Jupiter conference room to watch it on one of the monitors. But even then his eyes kept darting to the screens showing the production numbers and bottlenecks on the Tesla line. Sam Teller ordered Thai takeout, then Musk resumed his procession through the factory, looking for the red lights. At 2:30 a.m. he was with the night shift underneath a car being moved on a rack watching bolts being installed. Why do we have 4 bolts there? Who set that specification? Can we do it with 2? Try it. Throughout the spring and early summer of 2018, he prowled the factory floor like he had in Nevada, making decisions on the fly. Elon was going completely apeshit, marching from station to station, says Juncosa. Musk calculated that on a good day he made 100 command decisions as he walked the floor. At least 20% are going to be wrong and we're going to alter them later, he said. But if I don't make decisions, we die. One day, Lars Moravy, a valued top executive, was working at Tesla's executive headquarters a few miles away in Palo Alto. He got an urgent call from Omid Afshar, asking him to come to the factory. There he found Musk sitting cross-legged underneath the elevated conveyor moving car bodies down the line. Again, he was struck by the number of bolts that had been specified. "Why are there 6 here?" he asked, pointing. "To make it stable in a crash," Moravy replied. "No, the main crash load would come through this rail," Musk explained. He had visualized where all the pressure points would be and started rattling off the tolerance numbers at each spot. Moravi sent it back to the engineers to be redesigned and tested. At another of the stations, the partially completed auto bodies were bolted to a skid that moved them through the final assembly process. The robotic arms tightening the bolts were, Musk thought, moving too slowly. Even I could do it faster, he said. He told the workers to see what the settings were for the bolt drivers, but nobody knew how to open the control console. Okay, he said, I'm just going to stand here until we find someone who can bring up that console. Finally, a technician was found who knew how to access the robot's controls. Musk discovered that the robot was set to 20% of its maximum speed, and that the default settings instructed the arm to turn the bolt backward twice before spinning it forward to tighten. Factory settings are always idiotic, he said, so he quickly rewrote the code to delete the backward turns. Then he set the speed to 100% capacity. That started to strip the threads, so he dialed it back to 70%. It worked fine and cut the time it took to bolt the cars to the skids by more than half. One part of the painting process, an electrocoat bath, involved dipping the shell of the car into a tank. Areas of the car shell have small holes so that the cavities will drain after the dipping. These holes are then plugged with patches made of synthetic rubber known as butyl patches. Why are we applying these? Musk asked one of the line managers, who replied that it had been specified by the Vehicle Structures Department. So Musk summoned the head of that department. What the hell are these for? He demanded. They're slowing the whole damn line. He was told that in a flood, if the water is higher than the floorboards, the butyl patches help prevent the floor from getting too wet. That's insane, Musk responded. Once in 10 years there will be such a flood. When it happens, the floor mats can get wet. The patches were deleted. The production lines often halted when safety sensors were triggered. Musk decided they were too sensitive, tripping when there was no real problem. He tested some of them to see if something small, like a piece of paper falling past the sensor, would trigger a stoppage. This led to a crusade to weed out sensors in both Tesla cars and SpaceX rockets. Unless a sensor is absolutely needed to start an engine or safely stop an engine before it explodes, it must be deleted, he wrote in an email to SpaceX engineers. Going forward, anyone who puts a sensor or anything on the engine that isn't obviously critical will be asked to leave. Some of the managers objected. They felt that Musk was compromising safety and quality in order to rush production. The senior director for production quality left. A group of current and former employees told CNBC that they were pressured to take shortcuts to hit aggressive Model 3 production goals. They also said they were pushed to make patchwork fixes, such as repairing cracked plastic brackets with electrical tape. The New York Times reported that workers felt pressure to work 10-hour days. It's a constant. How many cars have we built so far? A constant pressure to build, one worker told the paper. There was some truth to the complaints. Tesla's injury rate was 30% higher than the rest of the industry. Robot removal. During his push to ramp up production at the Nevada battery factory, Musk had learned that there are certain tasks, sometimes very simple ones, that humans do better than robots. We can use our eyes to look around a room and find just the right tool we need. Then we can weave our way over, pick it up with our fingers and thumb, eyeball the right spot to use it, and guide it there with our arm. Easy, right? Not for a robot, however good its cameras. At Fremont, where each assembly line had 1,200 robotic devices, Musk came to the same realization he had in Nevada about the perils of pursuing automation too relentlessly. Near the end of the final assembly line were robotic arms trying to adjust the little seals around the windows. They were having a hard time. One day, after standing silently in front of the bulky robotics for a few minutes, Musk tried doing the task with his own hands. It was easy for a human. He issued an order similar to the one he had given in Nevada. "You have 72 hours to remove every unnecessary machine," he declared. The robot removal started grimly. People had a lot vested in the machines. But then it became like a game. Musk started walking down the conveyor line wielding a can of orange spray paint. "Go or stay," he would ask Nick Kalajian, his vice president for engineering, or others. If the answer was go, the piece would be marked with an orange X and workers would tear it off the line. Soon he was laughing, like with childlike humor, Kalajian says. Musk took responsibility for the over-automation. He even announced it publicly. "Excessive automation at Tesla was a mistake," he tweeted. "To be precise, my mistake. Humans are underrated." After the de-automation and other improvements, the juiced-up Fremont plant was churning out 3,500 Model 3 sedans per week by late May 2018. That was impressive, but it was far short of the 5,000 per week that Musk had promised for the end of June. The short sellers with their spies and drones determined that there was no way the factory with its 2 assembly lines could get to that number. They also knew that there was no way for Tesla to build another factory or even get a permit to do so for at least a year. The shorts thought they had perfect information, Musk says, and they were all gloating online that, Tesla is screwed. The tent. Musk likes military history, especially the tales of warplane development. At a meeting at the Fremont factory on May 22nd, he recounted a story about World War II. When the government needed to rush the making of bombers, it set up production lines in the parking lots of the aerospace companies in California. He discussed the idea with Jerome Guillen, whom he would soon promote to being Tesla's president of automotive, and they decided that they could do something similar. There was a provision in the Fremont zoning code for something called a temporary vehicle repair facility. It was intended to allow gas stations to set up tents where they could change tires or mufflers. But the regulations did not specify a maximum size. "Get one of those permits and start building a huge tent," he told Guillen. "We'll have to pay a fine later." That afternoon, Tesla workers began clearing away the rubble that covered an old parking lot behind the factory. There was not time to pave over the cracked concrete, so they simply paved a long strip and began erecting a tent around it. One of Musk's ace facilities builders, Rodney Westmoreland, flew in to coordinate the construction, and Teller rounded up some ice cream trucks to hand out treats to those working in the hot sun. In 2 weeks, they were able to complete a tented facility that was 1,000 feet long and 150 feet wide, big enough to accommodate a makeshift assembly line. Instead of robots, there were humans at each station. One problem was that they did not have a conveyor belt to move the unfinished cars through the tent. All they had was an old system for moving parts, but it was not powerful enough to move car bodies. So we put it on a slight slope, and gravity meant it had enough power to move the cars at the right speed, Musk says. At just after 4 p.m. on June 16th, just 3 weeks after Musk came up with the idea, the new assembly line was rolling Model 3 sedans out of the makeshift tent. Neil Boudet of the New York Times had come to Fremont to report on Musk in action, and he was able to see the tent going up in the parking lot. "If conventional thinking makes your mission impossible," Musk told him, "then unconventional thinking is necessary." Birthday Celebration. Musk's 47th birthday on June 28, 2018, came just before the deadline he had promised for reaching 5,000 cars per week. He spent most of the day in the paint shop of the main factory. "Why is it backing up?" he would ask each time there was a slowdown, and then he would walk over to the choke point and stand there until engineers came and fixed the situation. Amber Heard called to wish him a happy birthday, after which he dropped his phone, and it broke, so he was not in a good mood. But Teller was able to get him to take a break just after 2 p.m. for a quick celebration in the conference room. "Enjoy year 48 in the simulation," read the icing on the ice cream cake that Teller bought. There were no knives or forks, so they ate it with their hands. 12 hours later, just after 2:30 a.m., Musk finally left the factory floor and returned to the conference room. But it would be another hour before he would fall asleep there. Instead, he watched on one of the monitors the launch of a SpaceX rocket at Cape Canaveral. It was carrying a robotic assistant along with supplies that included 60 packets of super-caffeinated Death Wish coffee for the astronauts on the International Space Station. The launch went flawlessly, making it the 15th successful cargo mission SpaceX had flown for NASA. June 30th, the deadline Musk had promised for reaching the goal of 5,000 cars per week, was a Saturday, and when Musk woke up on the conference room couch that morning and looked at the monitors, he realized they would succeed. He worked for a few hours on the paint line, then rushed from the factory, still wearing protective sleeves, to his airplane to make it to Spain in time to be the best man at Kimball's wedding in a medieval Catalonian village. At 1:53 a.m. on Sunday, July 1st, a black Model 3 was disgorged from the factory with a paper banner across its windshield reading, 5,000th. When Musk received a photograph of it on his iPhone, he sent a message to all Tesla workers. "We did it. Created entirely new solutions that were thought impossible. Intense. Whatever. It worked. I think we just became a real car company." The algorithm. At any given production meeting, whether at Tesla or SpaceX, there is a non-trivial chance that Musk will intone like a mantra what he calls the algorithm. It was shaped by the lessons he learned during the production hell surges at the Nevada and Fremont factories. His executives sometimes moved their lips and mouthed the words like they would chant the liturgy along with their priest. "I became a broken record on the algorithm," Musk says, "but I think it's helpful to say it to an annoying degree." It had 5 commandments. 1. Question every requirement. Each should come with the name of the person who made it. You should never accept that a requirement came from a department such as from the legal department or the safety department. You need to know the name of the real person who made that requirement. Then you should question it, no matter how smart that person is. Requirements from smart people are the most dangerous because people are less likely to question them. Always do so even if the requirement came from me. Then, make the requirements less dumb. 2. Delete any part or process you can. You may have to add them back later. In fact, if you do not end up adding back at least 10% of them, then you didn't delete enough. 3. Simplify and optimize. This should come after step 2. A common mistake is to simplify and optimize a part or a process that should not exist. 4. Accelerate cycle time. Every process can be speeded up, but only do this after you have followed the first 3 steps. In the Tesla factory, I mistakenly spent a lot of time accelerating processes that I later realized should have been deleted. 5. Automate. That comes last. The big mistake in Nevada and at Fremont was that I began by trying to automate every step. We should have waited until all the requirements had been questioned, parts and processes deleted, and the bugs were shaken out. The algorithm was sometimes accompanied by a few corollaries. Among them, all technical managers must have hands-on experience. For example, managers of software teams must spend at least 20% of their time coding. Solar roof managers must spend time on the roofs doing installations. Otherwise, they are like a cavalry leader who can't ride a horse or a general who can't use a sword. Camaraderie is dangerous. It makes it hard for people to challenge each other's work. There is a tendency to not want to throw a colleague under the bus. That needs to be avoided. It's okay to be wrong. Just don't be confident and wrong. Never ask your troops to do something you're not willing to do. Whenever there are problems to solve, don't just meet with your managers. Do a skip level where you meet with the level right below your managers. When hiring, look for people with the right attitude. Skills can be taught. Attitude changes require a brain transplant. A maniacal sense of urgency is our operating principle. The only rules are the ones dictated by the laws of physics. Everything else is a recommendation. Chapter 47. Open Loop Warning. 2018. Pedo Guy. While Kimball Musk was on his honeymoon in early July 2018, he got an email from Antonio Gracias, Elon's longtime friend and board member. "Sorry, dude, I know you want to be with your wife, but you have to come back right away," Gracias wrote. "Elon is having a meltdown." The success of his production push should have made Musk happy. Tesla had hit its goal of producing 5,000 Model 3 cars per week and was heading to a profitable quarter. SpaceX had completed 56 successful launches with only one flight failure, and was now regularly landing its boosters so they could be reused. It was sending more payload into orbit than any other company or country, including China and the U.S. If Musk had been the type of person who could pause and savor success, he would have noticed that he had just brought the world into the era of electric vehicles, commercial spaceflight, and reusable rockets. Each was a big deal. But for Musk, good times are unsettling. He began lashing out about what should have been small matters, such as an employee at the Nevada battery factory leaking about how much scrap material was being discarded. It was the beginning of a psychological tailspin which lasted from July through October 2018, in which Musk was buffeted by his impetuous impulses and craving for storms. It was another example of him being a drama magnet, Kimball says. The new dramas began just after Tesla hit its 5,000 cars per week milestone. Musk was scrolling through Twitter and stumbled across a message from an unknown user with very few followers saying, "Hi sir, if possible can you assist in any way to get the 12 Thailand boys and their coach out of the cave?" He was referring to a dozen Thai soccer players who had been trapped by a flood while exploring a cave. "I suspect that the Thai government has this under control, but I'm happy to help if there is a way to do so," Musk tweeted. Then his action hero impulse kicked in. Working with engineers at SpaceX and the Boring Company, he began building a pod-like mini-submarine that he thought could be sent into the flooded cave to rescue the boys. Sam Teller got a friend to let them use a school swimming pool for testing that weekend, and Musk began tweeting pictures of the device. The saga became a global news story, some criticizing Musk for grandstanding. Early on Sunday morning, July 8th, he checked with the leader of the rescue team in Thailand to make sure that what he was building might be useful. "I have one of the world's best engineering teams who usually design spaceships and spacesuits working on this thing 24 hours a day," he emailed. "If it isn't needed or won't help, that would be great to know." The rescue team leader replied, "It is absolutely worth continuing." Later that day, Musk and 7 engineers crammed into his jet along with the mini-sub and piles of equipment. They arrived in northern Thailand at 11:30 p.m. and were greeted by the Prime Minister, who donned a SpaceX hat and took them through the forest to the cave. Shortly after 2 a.m., Musk and his security guards and engineers wearing headlamps waded through waist-deep water into the dark cave. Once the mini-sub had been delivered to the cave site, Musk flew to Shanghai, where he was signing a deal to open another Tesla gigafactory. By that time, a rescue operation using scuba divers was underway, and Musk's sub was not needed. The boys and their coach were safe. There the story would have ended, except that a 63-year-old English cave explorer named Vernon Unsworth, who had advised Thai rescuers on the scene, gave an interview to CNN dissing Musk's efforts as just a PR stunt that had absolutely no chance of working. Unsworth suggested with a giggle that he can stick his submarine where it hurts. Trolls and detractors fling insults at Musk every hour, and occasionally one sends him into orbit. He responded with a barrage of tweets attacking Unsworth, concluding one of them with, "Sorry, pedo guy, you really did ask for it." When another user asked Musk if he was calling Unsworth a pedophile, he responded, "Bet ya a signed dollar it's true." Tesla's stock fell 3.5%. Musk had no evidence for his allegations. Teller, Gracias, and Tesla's general counsel scrambled to convince him to retract his statement, apologize, and stay off Twitter for a while. After Teller sent him an email with a proposed apology statement, Musk fired back, "I'm not happy about the suggested approach. We need to stop panicking." But a few hours later, Teller and others convinced him to tweet a retraction. My words were spoken in anger after Mr. Unsworth said several untruths and suggested I engage in a sexual act with the mini-sub, which had been built as an act of kindness and according to specifications from the dive team leader. Nonetheless, his accusations against me do not justify my actions against him, and for that I apologize to Mr. Unsworth. Once again, if Musk had then been content to leave bad enough alone, things may have ended there. But in August he responded to a Twitter user who chided him over calling Unsworth a pedo by saying, "You don't think it's strange he hasn't sued me? He was offered free legal services." Even one of his biggest fans on Twitter, Joanna Kreider, advised him, "Yo, Elon, don't feed into the drama, bro, that's what they want." By that point, Unsworth had hired a lawyer, Lynn Wood, who would later become infamous as a conspiracy theorist trying to overturn the 2020 election. He sent a letter warning that he was filing a lawsuit on behalf of Unsworth for defamation. When Ryan Mack of BuzzFeed asked Musk for a comment, Musk prefaced his email response by saying it was off the record. But BuzzFeed had never agreed to that stipulation and so printed the barrage that followed. "I suggest that you call people you know in Thailand, find out what's actually going on, and stop defending child rapists, you fucking asshole," Musk began. "He's an old single white guy from England who's been traveling to or living in Thailand for 30 to 40 years, mostly Pattaya Beach, until moving to Chiang Rai for a child bride who was about 12 years old at the time. There's only one reason people go to Pattaya Beach. It isn't where you'd go for caves, but it is where you'd go for something else. Chiang Rai is renowned for child sex trafficking." The statement about Unsworth's wife was untrue, and Musk's allegation did not help bolster his claim that the phrase pedo guy was simply a random insult rather than a specific accusation. The defamation suit, which included the BuzzFeed emails, went to trial in Los Angeles in 2019. Musk in his testimony apologized and said he did not believe the cave explorer was a pedophile. The jury found Musk not liable. Tesla's major investors expressed concern. "He was kind of losing it," says Joe Fath of T. Rowe Price, who telephoned after the pedo tweets. "This stuff has got to stop," he told Musk, comparing his behavior to that of Lindsay Lohan, an actress who around that time was spinning out of control. "You're doing major damage to the brand." Their talk lasted for 45 minutes, and Musk seemed to listen, but his destructive behavior continued. Kimball believed that Musk's turmoil was partly triggered by his continuing anguish after almost a year over his breakup with Amber Heard. "I definitely think that 2018 tailspin was not just Tesla-related," Kimball says. "It was a result of him just being in awful grief around Amber." Musk's friends began referring to his crisis as his going open loop. The term is used for an object such as a bullet as opposed to a guided missile that has no feedback mechanism to provide it with guidance. Whenever our friends become open loop, meaning that they don't have iterative feedback and don't seem to care about the outcomes, We take it upon ourselves to let each other know, Kimball says. So after the pedo tweet situation escalated, Kimball said to his brother, "Okay, open loop warning." It was a phrase he would use 4 years later when Musk was dealing with his purchase of Twitter. Take private. At the end of July, Musk met in the Jupiter conference room of the Fremont factory with leaders of Saudi Arabia's government investment fund, who told him that they had quietly accumulated almost 5% of Tesla's shares. As they had in previous meetings, Musk and the fund's leader, Yasir Al-Rumayyan, discussed the possibility of taking Tesla private. The notion appealed to Musk. He hated having the value of the company determined by speculators and short sellers, and he chafed at the regulations that came with being traded on a stock exchange. Al-Rumayyan left the matter in Musk's hands, saying that he would like to listen more and would support a reasonable plan to take the company private. 2 days later, Tesla stock shot up 16% when it announced good second quarter results, which included hitting the 5,000 car per week output. Musk worried that if the stock kept rising, it would become too expensive to take the company private, so that night he sent his board of directors a memo. He wanted to take the company private as soon as possible, and he offered to do it at $420 a share. His original calculation set the price at $419, but he liked the number 420 because it was slang for smoking marijuana. It seemed like better karma at 420 than at 419, he says. But I was not on weed, to be clear. Weed is not helpful for productivity. There's a reason for the word stoned. He later admitted to the Securities and Exchange Commission that choosing a price as a dope joke was not a wise move. The board did not make any public announcement as it considered Musk's suggestion, but on the morning of August 7th, as he was riding to the private air terminal in Los Angeles, he unleashed a fateful tweet. "Am considering taking Tesla private at $420, funding secured." The stock shot up 7% before stock exchange officials temporarily halted trading. One rule for public companies is that executives must warn the stock exchange 10 minutes before any announcement that might cause market volatility. Musk did not pay attention to rules. The SEC promptly opened an investigation. The board and top management at Tesla were caught off guard. When the company's head of investor relations saw Musk's tweet, he texted Teller asking, "Was this text legit?" Gracias called Musk to officially express the board's concern and ask him to stop tweeting until the matter had been discussed. Musk was unfazed by the flurry his tweet caused. He flew to the Nevada Gigafactory where he joked with managers about how 420 was a marijuana reference, and worked for the rest of the day on the battery assembly line. In the evening, he flew to the Fremont factory where he held meetings late into the night. By this point, the Saudis were expressing discomfort that their discussions about taking Tesla private had been inflated into a funding-secured tweet. Al-Rumayyan, the head of the fund, told Bloomberg News that they were in talks with Musk. When Musk saw the article, he texted Al-Rumayyan, "This is an extremely weak statement and does not reflect the conversation we had. You said you were definitely interested in taking Tesla private and had wanted to do so since 2016. You are throwing me under the bus." He added that if Al-Rumayyan did not issue a stronger public statement, we will never speak again. Never. "It takes two to tango," Al-Rumayyan replied. "We haven't received anything yet. We cannot approve something that we don't have sufficient information on." Musk threatened to cut off discussions with the Saudis. "I'm sorry, but we cannot work together," he told Al-Rumayyan. Facing pushback from institutional investors on August 23rd, Musk rescinded his proposal to take the company private. "Given the feedback I've received, it's apparent that most of Tesla's existing shareholders believe we are better off as a public company," he said in a statement. The blowback was brutal. "This is classic extreme bipolar behavior risk-taking," CNBC's Jim Cramer said on air. I'm talking about behavior that is obviously being examined by many psychiatrists who are saying classic risk-taking. This is not what a CEO should be doing. In the New York Times, columnist James Stewart wrote that the take-private tweet was so impulsive, potentially inaccurate, poorly worded and thought out, and with such potentially dire consequences for himself, Tesla, and its shareholders, that the board now must ask a sensitive but vital question. What was Mr. Musk's state of mind when he wrote it? In order to avoid a federal lawsuit for misleading investors, Musk's lawyers worked on a deal with the SEC to settle the charges. He would remain CEO of Tesla, step down as chairman, pay a $40 million fine, and put 2 independent directors on his board. Another proviso destined to become an irritant. Musk would not be allowed to make public comments or tweets about any material information without getting clearance from a company monitor. Gracias and Tesla's CFO, Deepak Ahuja, pushed hard for him to accept these terms and put the controversy, and perhaps his months of meltdown, behind him. But Musk surprised them by abruptly rejecting the proposed deal. On the night of September 26th, the SEC filed a lawsuit seeking to ban him for life from running Tesla or any other public company. Sitting at Tesla's Fremont headquarters the next day, Musk clutched a bottle of water and stared at a large monitor tuned to CNBC. SEC charges Tesla founder and CEO Elon Musk with fraud, the chyron read. A big chart came on the screen announcing Tesla stock tumbles. It was down 17%. All that day, Musk's lawyers, along with Antonio and Kimball and Deepak, pushed him to change his mind and make a settlement. Reluctantly, he agreed to take the pragmatic course and accepted the SEC deal. The stock went back up. Musk believed that he had done nothing wrong. He was forced to make a deal, he says, because otherwise Tesla would have gone bankrupt. So that's like having a gun to your child's head. I was forced to concede to the SEC unlawfully, those bastards. He began joking about what SEC stood for, suggesting that the middle word was Elon's. He was partially vindicated in 2023 when he won a case against a group of shareholders who claimed they lost money based on his tweet. A jury unanimously decided that he was not liable for their losses. His hotshot lawyer, Alex Spiro, argued to the jury, Elon Musk is just an impulsive kid with a terrible Twitter habit. It was an effective defense strategy that had the added virtue of being true. Chapter 48. Fallout, 2018. Are you okay? David Jeles, a business reporter at the New York Times, was one of many reporters pursuing the story of Musk's 2018 dramas. He has to talk to us, he told a person who worked with Musk. Late on the afternoon of Thursday, August 16th, Jeles got a call. What do you want to know? Musk asked him. Were you on drugs when you sent that tweet? No, Musk answered. He did say he had used the prescription sleep medicine Ambien. Some of his board worried that he was overusing it. Jeles could tell Musk was exhausted. Instead of peppering him with tough questions, he decided to try to draw him out. Elon, how are you doing? He asked. Are you okay? The conversation went on for an hour. It's not been great, actually, Mr. Musk said. I've had friends come by who were really concerned. Then he paused for a long time, overcome by emotion. There were times when I didn't leave the factory for 3 or 4 days. Days when I didn't go outside, he said. This has really come at the expense of seeing my kids. The Times had been told that Musk had worked with disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein, who would later be convicted of child sex trafficking charges. Musk denied it. Indeed, he had no connections with Epstein other than the fact that Epstein's enabler, Ghislaine Maxwell, whom Musk didn't know, had once photobombed him by standing behind him at the Met Gala. Jeles asked whether things were improving. Yes, for Tesla, Musk said. But from a personal pain standpoint, the worst is yet to come. He began to choke up. There were long pauses as he tried to regain his composure. As Jealous later noted, "In all the conversations I've had with business leaders over the years, not until Elon Musk got on the phone had an executive revealed such vulnerability." Elon Musk details excruciating personal toll of Tesla turmoil, the headline read. The story reported how he had choked up during the interview. Mr. Musk alternated between laughter and tears, Jealous and his colleagues wrote. He said he had been working up to 120 hours a week recently and not taken more than a week off since 2001, when he was bedridden with malaria. Other organizations picked up the story. Erratic New York Times interview raises alarm about Tesla chief's health, was the headline on Bloomberg. The next morning, Tesla stock plunged 9%. The Joe Rogan Show. In the wake of the stories about his precarious psychological condition, Musk's public relations consultant, Juliana Glover, recommended that he clear up the issue by giving a long interview. "We just need to kill this nonsense speculation around your mental state," she wrote. She said she would come up with options that present you at length, leading the companies, in charge, droll and self-aware. She added a warning. "In no universe is it okay for you to continue to contemplate the sexual predilections of a Thai diver who insulted you." The venue Musk chose to quash the speculations that he had gone loopy was the video-streamed podcast of Joe Rogan, a knowledgeable and sharp-witted pundit, comedian, and, a bit too appropriately, Ultimate Fighting Championship color commentator, who likes to meander through minefields with his guests, flouting political correctness and courting controversy. Rogan lets his guests ramble on, and Musk did, for more than 2.5 hours. He described how to create a snake-like exoskeleton when building tunnels. He ruminated about the threat of artificial intelligence, whether robots would take revenge on us, and how Neuralink could create a direct high-bandwidth connection between our minds and our machines. And they discussed how humans might be unwitting avatars in a video game simulation devised by a higher intelligence. These ruminations may not have seemed the perfect way for Musk to convince institutional investors that he had a firm grip on base reality, but the interview at least seemed like it would do no harm. But then, Rogan lit up a big marijuana inside of tobacco joint and offered Musk a toke. "You probably can't because of stockholders, right?" Rogan said, giving Musk an out. "I mean, it's legal, right?" Musk replied. They were in California. "Totally legal," said Rogan, handing over the spliff. Musk took a tentative puff, mischievously. A few moments later, when they were talking about the role of geniuses in furthering civilization, Musk turned to look at his phone. "You getting text messages from chicks?" asked Rogan. Musk shook his head. "I'm getting text messages from friends saying, 'What the hell are you doing smoking weed?'" The front page of the next day's Wall Street Journal looked like no other the paper had ever run. It had a very big picture of Musk, with glassy eyes and a crooked smirk, holding the fat joint in his left hand with a cloud of smoke wafting around his head. Tesla Inc.'s share price sank to near its lowest point for the year Friday, after the electric car maker lost more executives and Chief Executive Elon Musk appeared to smoke marijuana during an interview streamed on the web, reporter Tim Higgins wrote. Musk may not have broken state law, but in addition to further rattling investors, he appeared to have broken federal regulations leading to an investigation by NASA. SpaceX was a NASA contractor, and they are big believers in the law, Musk says. So I had to be subjected to random drug tests for a couple of years. Fortunately, I really don't like doing illegal drugs. Flamethrower. Musk had come to the Joe Rogan studio bearing a gift for his podcast host, a plastic flamethrower with the Boring Company logo on it. Together they played with the toy, gleefully shooting its short propane flame as Sam Teller and the studio staff dodged and laughed. The flamethrower was a good metaphor for Musk himself. He took glee in blurting out eyebrow-singeing comments. The idea came after the company merchandised Boring Company hats and sold out 15,000 of them. "What's next?" Musk asked. Someone suggested a toy flamethrower. "Oh my God, let's do it," Musk responded. He was a fan of the movie Spaceballs, a Mel Brooks parody of Star Wars that has a scene in which a Yoda-like character touts the movie's merchandise for sale, culminating with the line, "Take home the flamethrower." Musk's kids loved that line. Steve Davis, who ran the Boring Company, found a relatively safe prototype that could melt snow and singe weeds, but was technically not hot enough to be regulated as a flamethrower. They began marketing it tongue-in-cheek as not a flamethrower, to avoid running afoul of the law. The terms and conditions declared, "I will not use this in a house, I will not point this at my spouse, I will not use this in an unsafe way, the best use is creme brulee, and that exhausts our rhyming ability." They priced it at $500, it now goes for twice that on eBay, and within 4 days had sold out 20,000 of them, grossing $10 million. Musk's goofy mode is the flip side of his demon mode. When he is in the darkest of places, he often cycles between anger and cackling laughter. His humor has many levels. The lowest is his puerile affection for poop emojis, fart sounds programmed into the Tesla, and other discharges of bathroom humor. Say the voice command, "Open butthole" to the console in a Tesla, and it opens the electric charging port at the rear of the vehicle. He also has a mordant, ironic strand of humor demonstrated by a poster on the wall of his cubicle at SpaceX. It shows a twinkling dark blue sky with a shooting star. "When you wish upon a falling star, your dreams can come true," it reads, unless it's really a meteor hurtling to the Earth which will destroy all life. Then you're pretty much hosed, no matter what you wish for, unless it's death by a meteorite. The most deeply ingrained strand of his humor is a metaphysical science geek droll cleverness that he absorbed when he read and reread Douglas Adams' The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. In the midst of his turmoil in 2018, he decided to launch his old cherry-red Tesla Roadster into deep space on an orbit that would, after 4 years, take it near Mars. He did it on the first launch of his new Falcon Heavy, a 27-engine rocket made by strapping together 3 Falcon 9 boosters. The Tesla had a copy of The Hitchhiker's Guide in the glove compartment and a sign on the dashboard with the "Don't Panic" injunction from the novel. Kimball rupture. During their rough childhoods and as partners in Zip 2, Kimball and Elon had often fought ferociously with each other. But through it all, Kimball had been Elon's closest compatriot, the one who understood him and would stick by him, even while telling him uncomfortable truths. After Antonio Gracias summoned him back from his honeymoon in July, Kimball worked almost full-time at Tesla, ignoring the farm-to-table restaurant business he had started in Colorado. During the SEC crisis, he was one of the strongest voices urging Elon to settle, and when Elon became fearful that some of his board might be plotting against him, Kimball flew down to Los Angeles to stay with him. During one tense Saturday meeting at Elon's house, Kimball did what he had done after the Falcon launch failure in Quaj and many other times, which was to relieve the tension by cooking. This time, he made salmon with peas and a potato-onion casserole. But Kimball's frustration with his brother had been building, especially when it took outsiders to convince him to settle with the SEC. A breaking point came in October. His restaurant group was having financing problems and he needed to raise more money, So I called Elon and I said, look, I need you to help fund my business. The round was going to be about $40 million, and Kimball needed Elon to do $10 million as a loan. Elon initially agreed. I remember, says Kimball, writing down in my journal unconditional love for Elon. But when Kimball reached out to get the money transferred, Elon had changed his mind. His personal financial manager, Jared Birchall, had gone over the numbers and advised Elon that Kimball's business was not sustainable. The money Elon was putting into it was getting poured down the drain, Birchall told me. So Elon gave Kimball the bad news. I had my finance guy look at it, and the restaurants are struggling. I think they should die. What did you just say? Kimball yelled. Fuck you! Fuck you! This is not how it works. He reminded Elon forcefully that when Tesla's finances were struggling, he had come to work by his brother's side and provided him financing. If you would have looked at Tesla finance, it should have died as well, Kimball said. So this is not how this works. Elon eventually relented. I basically strong-armed him into putting in $5 million, says Kimball. The restaurants survived, but the incident nevertheless caused a rupture. I was absolutely furious with Elon and didn't speak to him, he says. I felt like I lost my brother. That experience at Tesla had taken him to a place where he lost his mind. At that point, I was like, I'm done with you. After 6 weeks of silence, Kimball reached out to heal the rift. I decided to go back to being Elon's brother because I didn't want to lose him, he says. I missed my brother. I asked how Elon reacted when he reached out to him. He responded as if nothing had happened, Kimball said. That's how Elon is. J.B. Straubel exits. Not surprisingly, many of Musk's top executives fled during the 2018 production hell and accompanying turmoil. John McNeil, who was Tesla's president overseeing sales and marketing, had taken on the role of helping Musk through his bouts of mental anguish, including when he was lying on the conference room floor. It was becoming absolutely exhausting for me, he says. He went to Musk in January 2018, urged him to get psychological help and said, I love you, but I can't do this anymore. Doug Field, the senior vice president of engineering, was considered a possible future CEO of Tesla, but Musk lost confidence in him at the outset of the production hell surge and stripped him of his role overseeing manufacturing. He left to go to Apple and then Ford. The most important departure, at least symbolically and emotionally, was that of J.B. Straubel, the cheery co-founder who had stuck by Musk for 16 years, ever since their 2003 dinner where Straubel had extolled the possibility of using lithium-ion batteries to make electric cars. At the end of 2018, he took a long vacation, his first real one in 15 years. My percent happiness level was low and trending downward, he says. He was getting much more pleasure from a side venture he had founded, Redwood Materials, which aimed to recycle lithium-ion car batteries. Another factor was Musk's mind space at the time. He was struggling, and that made him more mercurial than even the normal, Straubel says. I felt terrible for him and tried to help him as a friend, but couldn't really. Musk is usually not sentimental about people leaving. He likes fresh blood. He's more concerned with a phenomenon he calls phoning in rich, meaning people who have worked at the company for a long time and because they have enough money and vacation homes, no longer hunger to stay all night on the factory floor. But in the case of Straubel, Musk felt a personal affection as well as a professional trust. I was a little surprised at Elon's reluctance to have me leave, says Straubel. Throughout early 2019, they had several conversations, and Straubel sensed Musk's erratic emotional oscillations. He can flip, usually without warning, between being quite emotional and human to being literally 0% of that, Straubel says. Sometimes he can feel extremely loving and caring, shockingly so, and you're like, oh my gosh, yeah, we've been through incredible hardship together and have this deep bond, and I love you, man. But then it becomes mixed with that blank stare, where it feels like he's seeing straight through you and not registering any emotion at all. The plan they came up with was to announce Straubel's departure at Tesla's June 2019 annual meeting, to be held at the Computer History Museum near Palo Alto. Given the venue, it would be a chance to walk through the history of Tesla, from a dream 16 years earlier to the now profitable Pathfinder into the era of electric vehicles. They would then introduce Straubel's successor, Drew Baglino, a 12-year company veteran. Straubel and Baglino had the same lanky, aw-shucks body language and manner, and their affection ran deep. In the green room just before the event, Musk had second thoughts about announcing Straubel's departure. "I've got a bad feeling about this," he said. "I don't think we should do it today." Straubel was secretly relieved. Facing his departure was emotionally hard. Musk did the first part of the presentation alone. "It's been a hell of a year," he began, a phrase that was true on many levels. The Model 3 was now outselling all competitors combined, gasoline or electric, in the luxury car category, and it was the highest selling by revenue of any car in the U.S. 10 years ago, nobody would have believed that could happen, he said. His giddy humor flashed on for a moment. He began giggling about the fart app that allowed Tesla drivers to hit a button so the passenger seat would emit a fart sound when someone sat on it. "It's like perhaps my finest piece of work," he said. He also, as always, promised that self-driving Teslas were just around the corner. "We expect to be feature complete with autonomy by the end of this year," he said, adding 2019 to the years this had been promised. "It should be able to go from your home garage to your parking space at work without intervention." An audience member went to the microphone and challenged him, saying that his previous promises about self-driving had not come true. Musk laughed, knowing the questioner was right. "Yeah, I'm sometimes a little too optimistic about time frames," he said. "It's time you knew that, yeah. But would I be doing this if I wasn't optimistic? Geez." The audience applauded. They were down with the joke. When he invited Straubel and Baglino to the stage, there were loud cheers. Among Tesla fans, they were beloved stars. Straubel said with genuine affection, "Drew joined my team when it was a tiny, tiny team of 5 or 10 of us a couple years after the company got started, and he's been my right-hand person involved in almost every key initiative that I've done at the company." This was the point when Straubel had planned to announce his retirement. Instead, Straubel and Musk took the opportunity to reminisce. "I traced Tesla back to 2003 with JB and me having lunch with Harold Rosen," Musk said. "Yeah, that was a good conversation." "We didn't exactly envision how this would unfold," Straubel added. "I believed we for sure would fail," said Musk. "Back in 2003, people thought electric cars were the stupidest thing ever, bad in every way, something like a golf cart." "But it needed to be done," Straubel said. During an earnings call a few weeks later, Musk casually dropped the news that Straubel was departing. But Musk's respect for him endured. In 2023, he would invite Straubel to join the board of Tesla. Chapter 49. Grimes, 2018. EM plus CB. Every now and then, often at the most complex of times, the creators of our simulation, those rascals who conjure up what we are led to believe is reality, drop in a sparky new element, one that creates chaotic new subplots. And thus, into Musk's life, in the spring of 2018, amid the emotional tsunami caused by his breakup with Amber Heard, came a waif-like weaver of sounds, Claire Boucher, known as Grimes, a smart and spellbinding performance artist whose appearance would lead to 3 new children, on and off domesticity, and even a public battle with an unhinged rapper. Born in Vancouver, Grimes had produced 4 albums by the time she started dating Musk. Drawing on science fiction themes and memes, Her mesmerizing music combined sonic texture with elements of dream pop and electronica. She had an adventuresome intellectual curiosity that led her to become interested in eclectic ideas, such as a thought experiment known as Rocco's basilisk, which posits that artificial intelligence could get out of control and torture any human who had not helped it gain power. These are the types of things that she and Musk worry about. When Musk wanted to tweet a pun about it, he Google searched to find an image and he discovered that Grimes had made it an element of her 2015 music video, Flesh Without Blood. She and Musk got into a Twitter exchange that led, in the modern way, to direct messaging and texting. They had met before, and, ironically, it was when Musk was in an elevator with Amber Heard. "Remember that elevator meeting?" Grimes asked during a late-night conversation I had with her and Musk. "I mean, that was super weird." "Of all the times to meet," Musk agreed. "You were staring at me very intensely." "No," she corrected. "You were the one giving me a weird stare." After they met again through the Rocco's Basilisk exchange on Twitter, Musk invited her to fly up to Fremont to visit his factory, his idea of a good date. It was the end of March 2018 amid the crazed push to make 5,000 cars per week. "We just walked the floor all night, and I watched him try to fix things," Grimes says. The next night, while driving her to a restaurant, he showed how fast the car accelerated, then took his hands off the wheel, covered his eyes, and let her experience autopilot. "I was like, oh shit, this guy is fucking crazy," she says. "The car was signaling and changing lanes by itself. It felt like a scene out of a Marvel movie." At the restaurant, he carved EM plus CB on the wall. When she compared his powers to those of Gandalf, he gave her a rapid-fire trivia test on Lord of the Rings. He wanted to see whether she was truly a faithful fan. She passed. "That mattered to me," Musk says. As a gift, she gave him a box of animal bones she had collected. In the evenings, they listened to Dan Carlin's Hardcore History and other history podcasts and audiobooks. "The only way I could be in a serious relationship is if the person I'm dating can also listen to an hour of, war history before bed," she says. "Elon and I have gone through so many topics like ancient Greece and Napoleon and the military strategies of World War I. This was all happening as Musk was going through his mental and work-related tailspins of 2018. "Man, you seem like you're in a really rough headspace," she said to him. "Do you want me to bring my music stuff over and I can work at your house?" He said he would like that. He did not want to be lonely. She figured that she would stay with him for a few weeks until his emotional turmoil settled down. But the storm just sort of never stopped, and then you're just on the ship and on the ride, and I just stayed there. She accompanied him to the factory some nights when he was in battle mode. "He's always looking out for what's wrong with the motor, what's wrong with the engine, the heat shield, the liquid oxygen valve," she says. One night they went out to dinner and Musk suddenly went silent, thinking. After a minute or two, he asked if she had a pen. She pulled an eyeliner out of her purse. He took it and began to draw on his napkin an idea for modifying an engine heat shield. I realized that even when I was with him, there would be times when his mind would go somewhere else, usually to an issue at work, she says. In May, taking a brief break from the Tesla factory production hell, he flew with her to New York to attend the Metropolitan Museum's annual gala, a glittery extravaganza featuring just-over-the-top fashion and costumes. Musk suggested ideas for her outfit, a medieval punk black and white ensemble with a hard glass corset and a necklace made of spikes that resembled the Tesla logo. He even had someone from the Tesla design team help execute it. He wore a white shirt with clerical collar and a pure white tuxedo jacket with the faint inscription Ordo Seclorum, a Latin phrase heralding a new order of the ages. Rap battle. Despite wanting to help him through his turmoil, Grimes was not a calming influence. The intensity that made her an edgy artist brought with it a messy lifestyle. She stayed up most of the night and slept most of the day. She was demanding and distrustful of Musk's household staff, and she had a difficult relationship with his mother. Musk was a drama addict, and Grimes had a companion trait. She was a drama magnet. Whether she intended to or not, she attracted it. Just when the Thai cave incident and the turmoil about taking Tesla private were spinning out of control in August 2018, Grimes invited the rapper Azealia Banks to stay with her at Musk's house and collaborate on some music. She had forgotten that she and Musk had made plans to visit Kimball in Boulder. Grimes told Banks she could stay at the guest house for the weekend. On that Friday morning, 3 days after his take private tweet, Musk got up, did a workout, made a few calls, and caught a short glimpse of Banks in his house. When he's focused on other things, he doesn't pay much attention to the things around him. He wasn't quite sure who she was other than a friend of Grimes. Upset that Grimes blew off their recording session so she could be with Musk, Banks unleashed a torrent of abuse on her well-followed Instagram. I waited around all weekend while Grimes coddled her boyfriend for being too stupid to know not to go on Twitter while on acid, she posted. This was false. Musk never used acid, but it understandably piqued the interest of not only the press but also the SEC. Banks' postings about Grimes and Musk got progressively crazier. LOL, Elon Musk is better off hiring an escort. At least an escort would have kept her mouth shut about his business. He's got some dirty sneaker inbred out of the woods Pabst beer pussy meth head junkie running around town, telling everyone everything about him. All because he needed a date to the Met Gala to hide his shrinking dick from Amber Heard, LOL. He's on the Down syndrome spectrum. There's something not quite right about that man. I wouldn't give him the credit of calling him an alien. He's a mutant, fucking crackers. The last time I try working with a white bitch. When Business Insider did a phone interview with her, Banks connected the situation to Musk's pledge to take Tesla private, which made matters legally worse. I saw him in the kitchen tucking his tail in between his legs, scrounging for investors to cover his ass after that tweet, she said. He was stressed and red in the face. By then, wacky stories involving Musk had a short shelf life. The story was a tabloid sensation for about a week, then died down after Banks posted a letter of apology. Grimes was able to turn the tale into grist for her music. She released a song in 2021 titled 100% Tragedy, which she said was about having to defeat Azealia Banks when she tried to destroy my life. Many Shades of Musk. Despite such dramas, Grimes was a good partner for Musk. Like Amber Heard and Musk himself, she was inclined toward chaos, but unlike Amber, hers was a chaos that was undergirded by kindness and even sweetness. My Dungeons and Dragons alignment would be chaotic good, she says, whereas Amber's is probably chaotic evil. She realized that's what made Amber enticing to Musk. He's attracted to chaotic evil. It's about his father and what he grew up with, and he's quick to fall back into being treated badly. He associates love with being mean or abusive. There's an Errol-Amber through line. She enjoyed his intensity. One evening they went to see the 3D movie Alita: Battle Angel, but they arrived after all the 3D glasses were gone. Musk insisted they stay and watch it anyway, even though it was completely blurry. When Grimes was doing the voice recordings for the cyborg pop star she played in the video game Cyberpunk 2077, he showed up at the studio wielding a 200-year-old gun and insisted that they give him a cameo. The studio guys were like sweating, Grimes says. Adds Musk, I told them that I was armed but not dangerous. They relented. The cybernetic implants in the game were a sci-fi version of what he was doing at Neuralink. It hit close to home, he says. Her basic insight on Musk was that he was wired differently than others. Asperger's makes you a very difficult person, she says. He's not good at reading the room. His emotional comprehension is just very different from the average human. People should keep his psychological makeup in mind when judging him, she argues. If someone has depression or anxiety, we sympathize, but if they have Asperger's, we say he's an asshole. She learned to navigate the many modes of his personalities. He has numerous minds and many fairly distinct personalities, she says. He moves between them at a very rapid pace. You just feel the air in the room change, and suddenly the whole situation is just transferred over to his other state. She noticed that his different personalities had different tastes, even in music and decor. My favorite version of E is the one who's down for Burning Man and will sleep on a couch, eat canned soup, and be chill. Her bête noire is the Elon that's in what she calls demon mode. Demon mode is when he goes dark and retreats inside the storm in his brain. One night when they were at dinner with a group, I watched as the clouds gathered and Musk's mood shifted. Grimes edged away from him. When we hang out, I make sure I'm with the right Elon, she later explained. There are guys in that head who don't like me, and I don't like them. Sometimes one of the Elon versions will seem not to remember what another one has done. You will say stuff to him and then he'll just have no memory of it whatsoever because he was in a brain space, Grimes says. If he's focused on a particular thing, he will not get stimulation, not consume any inputs from the outside world. Stuff can be right in front of his eyes and he won't see it. Just like what happened when he was in grade school. During the 2018 emotional turmoil at Tesla, she tried to coax him to relax. Everything doesn't need to suck, she told him one night. You don't need to feel stoked about everything all the time. But she also understood in ways that others did not, that his restlessness was a driver of his success. So too was his demon mode, though that took her a little longer to appreciate. Demon mode causes a lot of chaos, she says, but it also gets shit done. Chapter 50. Shanghai. Tesla 2015 to 2019. Robin Wren, the Shanghai-born physics Olympiad winner who had been Musk's lab partner at Penn, did not know much about cars. In fact, almost all he knew came from the cross-country road trip that he had taken with Musk when they graduated in 1995. Musk had taught him how to deal with a broken-down BMW and how to drive a stick shift, skills he had not subsequently needed after becoming chief technology officer at Dell Computer's flash drive subsidiary. That is why he was surprised by the request Musk made 20 years later when he asked him to lunch in Palo Alto. Selling cars in China was key to Tesla's global ambitions, but things were not going well. Musk had fired 2 successive China managers, and after the company sold only 120 cars there one month, he was preparing to fire his whole top China-based team. How do I fix Tesla's business in China? He asked Wren at the lunch. Wren expressed his ignorance of the auto industry and simply gave a few high-level thoughts about how to do business in China. I'm going to China next week to meet the vice premier, Musk said as they were getting up to leave. Can you come with me? Wren demurred. He had just come back from a business trip to China, but he felt the tug to be part of Musk's mission, so he emailed the next morning to say he was ready to go. They had a cordial meeting with the vice premier. Afterward, they met with a former official and other advisors who told them that in order to succeed in selling cars in China, Tesla would have to manufacture cars there. According to Chinese law, that would require forming a joint venture with a Chinese company. Musk was allergic to joint ventures. He didn't share control well, so he emphasized deploying his silly humor mode that Tesla did not want to get married. Tesla is too young, he said, like we are barely a baby. Now you want to marry? He got up and mimicked two toddlers walking down a wedding aisle, then laughed his signature cackle. Everyone else in the room laughed, the Chinese a bit hesitantly. On the flight back on Musk's jet, he and Wren reminisced about college and shared fun facts about physics. It was only after the jet landed, as they were walking down the stairs, that Musk popped the question, "Will you join Tesla?" Wren said yes. Wren's big challenge was to find a way to do manufacturing in China. He could either wear down Musk's resistance and have Tesla form a joint venture, which is what every other car company had done, or he could convince China's top leaders to change a law that had defined Chinese manufacturing growth for 3 decades. He discovered that the latter was easier. Month after month, he lobbied the Chinese government. Musk himself went back in April 2017 to meet with Chinese leaders again. We kept explaining why it would help China to have Tesla build an auto factory, even if it wasn't a joint venture, Wren says. As part of President Xi Jinping's plans to make China a clean energy innovation center, China finally agreed in early 2018 to let Tesla build a factory without having to enter into a joint venture. Wren and his team were able to negotiate a deal for more than 200 acres near Shanghai, along with low-interest loans. Wren flew back to the U.S. to discuss the deal with Musk in February 2018. Unfortunately, that was in the midst of Musk's production hell at the Nevada battery factory, and he was in such a frenzy walking the floor that Wren could not corner him. They flew to Los Angeles together late that night, but it was only after they landed that Wren got a chance to talk to him. Wren started to go through a slide deck with maps, financing commitments, and deal terms, but Musk did not look at them. Instead, he stared out of the window of his plane for almost a full minute. Then he looked at Wren directly in the eye. "Do you believe this is the right thing?" Wren was so taken aback that he paused for a few seconds before saying yes. "Okay, let's do it," Musk said, and left the plane. The formal signing ceremony with the Chinese leaders came on July 10, 2018. Musk arrived in Shanghai directly from being waist-deep in water in a Thai cave after delivering the mini-sub he had built to rescue the stranded young soccer players. He changed into a dark suit and stood stiffly in a red-draped banquet hall as they all exchanged toasts. The first Teslas began rolling out of the factory in October 2019. Within 2 years, China would be making more than half of Tesla's vehicles. Chapter 51. Cybertruck. Tesla 2018 to 2019. Steel. On almost every Friday afternoon since he created Tesla's design studio in 2008, Musk held a product review session with his chief designer, Franz von Holzhausen. These sessions, usually in the quiet, white-floored design studio showroom just behind SpaceX headquarters in Los Angeles, were a calming respite, especially after tumultuous weeks. Musk and von Holzhausen would slowly meander the hangar-like room, stroking prototypes and clay models of the vehicles that they envisioned for Tesla's future. Beginning in early 2017, they began kicking around ideas for a Tesla pickup truck. Von Holzhausen started with traditional designs, using a Chevrolet Silverado as a model. One was placed in the middle of the studio, and they studied its proportions and components. Musk said he wanted something more exciting, perhaps even surprising. So they looked at historical vehicles with a cool vibe, most notably the El Camino, a retro-futuristic coupe made by Chevrolet in the 1960s. Von Holzhausen designed a pickup truck with a similar vibe, but as they walked around the model, they agreed that it felt too soft. It was too curved, von Holzhausen says. It didn't have the authority of a pickup truck. Musk then added another design reference that inspired him. The Lotus Esprit of the late 1970s, a pointy, wedge-nosed British sports car. Specifically, he was enamored with a version that appeared in the 1977 James Bond movie, The Spy Who Loved Me. Musk bought the one that was used in the movie for close to $1 million and displayed it in the Tesla design studio. The brainstorming was fun, but it still did not lead to a concept that excited them. For inspiration, they visited the Peterson Automotive Museum, where they noticed something surprising. We realized, von Holzhausen says, that pickup trucks basically haven't changed in their form or their manufacturing process in 80 years. That led Musk to shift his focus to something more basic. What material should they use to build the truck's body? By rethinking the materials and even the physics of the vehicle's structure, it could open up the possibility of wildly new designs.